Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the game, the skill Natural Perception has limited use, only functioning in a few specific dungeons, mostly remaining idle. But in the Immortal Cultivation realm, this skill can be useful almost every moment, and it will be Chi Ping's greatest confidence as he traverses the Immortal Cultivation realm. No matter if Chi Ping is sleeping or walking outside, in places belonging to heaven and earth, he can have a premonition. As long as there is a possibility of danger or fortune descending, Chi Ping can sense it in advance. Although he cannot predict the specifics, he can judge based on these premonitions and the environment he is in, then make corresponding preparations. In the future, while walking in the Immortal Cultivation realm, I can finally rely on something. Obtaining this skill, Chi Ping is truly happy from the bottom of his heart. Especially now, with the ever-changing situation in the Qingtian realm, no one knows when disaster might strike. With the skill Natural Perception, no matter what danger Chi Ping encounters in the future, he can find a safe environment to escape in advance, then transform into a transformed bee and disperse with tens of thousands of bees. For the skills Natural Perception and Wilderness Transformation, Chi Ping is willing to call them the two great life-saving divine skills of the Immortal Cultivation realm. Skill selection is complete, generating data panel. Name, Chi Ping. Level, LV4, 1/800th. Profession, Beast King Druid, main, Jungle Druid, sub. Talent, Animal Companion, Natural Affinity, Animal Companion. 2/4 Golden Marrow Bee, Yang Fire Crow. Wilderness Transformation, 1/1, Golden Marrow Bee, High-Speed Ring-Cutting Bee, Big Belly Bee, Balance Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, Ink Armor Bee. Shared Talent, Great Brewmaster, Yang Firebody. Special Talent, Heaven and Earth Blessing. Skills, LV3 Plant Growth, 42/400ths, LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 29/100, LV4 Tree Skin Technique, 251/800, LV1 Healing Technique, 71/100, LV2 Beast King's Flame, 57/200. Skills, Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart, Natural Perception. Druid Level Experience, plus 196. Plant Growth Experience, plus 81. Beast King's Blessing Experience, plus 6. Tree Skin Technique Experience, plus 236. Healing Technique Experience, plus 51. Beast King's Flame Experience, plus 157. Looking at the increasingly rich and powerful attribute panel, Chi Ping couldn't help but smile. Although he already knew many of the data, and they were all earned through constant execution and comprehension, occasionally pulling it out to see his much improved attributes still brings Chi Ping heartfelt satisfaction. Not to mention adding two powerful skills, Natural Perception and Beast King's Flame, which can provide great help to Chi Ping at this stage. He also gained another animal companion. So Chi Ping indeed should contract a Divine Soul-type animal companion while the slots are still available. Moreover, it's not ideal for comprehension and Divine Soul talent to remain so unremarkable. Though the continuous use of plant growth has significantly trained Chi Ping's Divine Soul, keeping up with his current realm's progress. If the talent is ordinary, the effect of training is not significantly obvious. With the same effort, a more talented person will achieve better results. Therefore, fundamentally, acquiring the talent for Divine Soul comprehension is necessary. And if the Divine Soul strengthens, I can use plant growth more frequently, increasing the speed of cultivating spiritual medicine. In a way, both Divine Soul and comprehension talents are interconnected. Gaining one enhances the other. Then after the Spirit Infusion Brew is successfully made in a week, I'll go to the Cyan Stone Marketplace, disguise myself with the Disguise and Bone Shrinking Technique, meet Boss Gao, and if there's a chance, visit Ming Yin and ask them for help in finding a Divine Soul Spirit Beast. Now that Chi Ping has both self-sensing perception and wilderness transformation, he can act more boldly. Finding a spirit beast likely won't be a quick task, requiring a good amount of time. So Chi Ping thinks it's best to inquire early, so that by the time he finds one, he's also earned enough money. Moreover, during this period, the bees have been searching for food throughout the Cloud Mist Mountain range, significantly lowering their demand for 100 spirits grass, allowing Chi Ping to use more of it for brewing the Spirit Infusion Brew. Chi Ping can only feel that the bees are truly considerate. If at that time an excellent spirit beast is found, I can utilize plant growth to cultivate some 100 spirits grass to increase the speed of earning money. At worst, sell some other things. Seeking the third animal companion should be done sooner rather than later. Finally, the attribute panel even surprised Chi Ping with a leap. Upon obtaining the Beast King's Flame, he immediately gained 157 experience points, raising its level to 2. It seems the research into the true meaning of fire during these long weeks paid off. The strength of Beast King's Flame is tied to my comprehension of the power of flame. Gaining so much experience at once in Beast King's Flame also proves my recent progress in the way of fire has been substantial. This little surprise has made Chi Ping quite delighted. All those sleepless nights of research have not been in vain, as some results have been reaped now, even though it's still far from Chi Ping's most anticipated true meaning of fire. Let's see what kind of power this Beast King's Flame has. Chi Ping wanted to see the power of level 2 Beast King's Flame. As Chi Ping's mind moved, a flame instantly formed in his palm. This was a pure, golden flame, looking exceedingly noble and magnificent, exuding an extremely special majesty. This appearance, it really lives up to the name Beast King's Flame. The aura and look are quite intimidating. Chi Ping found it both laughable and tearful. If he could, he would prefer to keep a low profile. But it doesn't matter much. Beast King's Flame usually hides within the limbs and bones, ready to be summoned from any part of the body. As for its power, it seems to currently be weaker than Yaya's Yang Fire Flame, but Beast King's Flame still has significant room to grow. By the time I comprehend the true meaning of fire, it may well be comparable to Yaya's Yang Fire Flame. Chi Ping holds enough confidence in the growth potential of Beast King's Flame. Just as Chi Ping was about to put away the Beast King's Flame, Yaya came flapping its wings rapidly, attracted by the scent. Caw-caw. Boss, what kind of flame is this? Caw-caw. It seems really powerful. This is my life-bound spirit fire. Chi Ping answered, surprisingly seeing a rare look of longing in Yaya's eyes. Caw-caw. Boss, can Yaya refine a bit of it? It feels like it could greatly benefit Yaya's life-bound spirit fire. Faced with Yaya's desire to refine and comprehend the Beast King's Flame, Chi Ping had no objections. Go ahead. Chi Ping conjured a stream of the Beast King's Flame, controlling it to hover steadily in front of Yaya. Caw-caw. Thank you, boss. After speaking, Yaya enveloped the flame with Yang Fire Flame and then flew under the sunlight, absorbing the power of the great sun while comprehending the Beast King's Flame. Watching Yaya's departing figure, Chi Ping's eyes were full of gratification. Having a disciplined animal companion is truly a blessing. Strive to awaken the bloodline, then soar together with him, and in battle, rush forward without hesitation. The bees also forage for food on their own, allowing Chi Ping to earn a little extra. First, have this batch of 100 spirits grass configured according to the spirit honey formula and hand it over to brewer Big Belly Bee. The first batch of spirit honey isn't much. It's estimated to be worth about 500 or 600 spirit stones, but the exact price depends on the market. The large quantities will be in the second and third batches, especially when the 100 spirits grass from the 20th spiritual land matures. That's when I'll really start making money. Chi Ping estimated that in 2 months, the spirit stones he earned from spirit honey should reach around 2,000 to 3,000. After categorizing the materials and handing them over to brewer Big Belly Bee, Chi Ping continued his research into the Beast King's Flame, exploring how to use it to accelerate his understanding of the true meaning of fire. Time flew by while cultivating, and Chi Ping, immersed in the study of the true meaning of fire, only realized a week had passed when the bees reminded him. Buzz buzz. Boss, the spirit honey is ready, a bee said beside Chi Ping's ear. It's ready. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. It's all done. Chi Ping was slightly stunned to hear this, surprised that a week had passed and the spirit honey was ready. It seems that the strength of the Beast King's flame has indeed increased significantly. Then Qi Ping went to check and found that the spirit honey had indeed been fully brewed. Moreover, the bees had neatly placed all the spirit honey in jade bottles, saving Qi Ping the trouble of collecting it. Well done! Praising the bees, Qi Ping collected all the brewed spirit honey into his storage bag and prepared to head to Cyan Stone Marketplace. Since he was already prepared to leave, he soon transformed into a bee, quietly leaving the 29th mountain his own bee with the storage bag and spirit beast bag. This time, Qi Ping planned to use the disguise and bone shrinking technique to transform into a new identity to enter Cyan Stone Marketplace, so that his identity as Qi Ping wouldn't be targeted. Qi Ping had several goals for this visit to Cyan Stone Marketplace: to sell spirit honey and determine market conditions, to purchase Tier 1 high-level fire attribute spiritual medicine seeds, knowledge of spiritual medicine properties, and Tier 1 high-level fire attribute elixir pill formulas, to purchase a Tier 1 high-level fire attribute defense technique, to have Boss Gao help inquire about divine soul spirit beasts, and preferably visit Ming Yin to let him inquire about divine soul spirit beasts, to also partly inquire about the recent situation in Qingtian realm, as well as news on Cyan Origin Sect. As for the green-robed woman, Lin Qingshu, although Qi Ping was somewhat curious about her position as the manager of Cloud Mist Mountain Range, he dared not inquire rashly, not knowing Ming Yin and Lin Qingshu's relationship. For now, Qi Ping felt there was room for cooperation with Lin Qingshu. If he could gain the trust and support of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range manager, his ventures in beekeeping and profit-making within the range would proceed far more smoothly. After leaving the 29th spiritual land, Qi Ping did not head straight for Cyan Stone Marketplace as usual. Instead, he wandered carefully over the Cloud Mist Mountain Range in the guise of a high-speed ring-cutting bee. He intended to see what the current state of Cloud Mist Mountain Range and Qingshu County was. Previously, due to lack of strength, Qi Ping wanted to explore but dared not venture aimlessly. But now, Qi Ping had acquired relatively decent strength, especially with the natural perception talent, which allowed him to sense dangers in advance, giving him more confidence in his safety. Yet, after wandering a large circle around Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Qi Ping couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Cloud Mist Mountain Range is already about 60 to 70% empty. Compared to the heyday when a plot of spiritual land in Zones A, B, C, and D was hard to come by, the current scene was quite lamentable. In particular Zone D, where these renters, as the most vulnerable loose cultivators, had the weakest ability to resist risks and external enemies. It's getting more desolate. And this doesn't seem to be the end, because Qi Ping saw people still packing up and leaving. Or some had died at the hands of demonic insects or unknown human killers, their bodies warm or cold, lying unnoticed in some corner of the mountains. These spirit farmers, when they died, in the spiritual lands above them, the spirit plants they relied on to survive, some continued to grow vigorously, starkly contrasting with their owners' lifeless bodies. Some had been ravaged or taken away, the scene as bleak as their owners. Alas, is this the fate of loose cultivators in chaotic times? Having once been an insignificant member of this group, Qi Ping did not lack empathy. So at this moment, his feelings were somewhat bitter, especially reminiscing about past harvests, when many people laughed and celebrated, forming a stark contrast with the present scene. These 70% vanished, loose cultivators. Qi Ping estimated many left here, which was undoubtedly wise. But likely many more perished amidst this chaos. Facing such scenes, even with Qi Ping's current cultivation, there was a deep sense of helplessness. But this involved battles between nascent soul sects. What could he do? The only thing Qi Ping could do, and did, was to let his bees secretly kill all the demonic insects they encountered in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range and rescue someone else unaware of the danger they were in. Though now they should be called fortunate because they've been given another day of life. Just no one knows how long their luck will last. Perhaps they won't survive a few more days. After leaving the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Qi Ping's mood was heavy, but there was more determination in his heart. He still needs to become stronger. He doesn't want to become one of those vanishing loose cultivators, nor does he want his friends to become part of them. Thinking of Sister Nan, Qi Ping had already secretly sent a small batch of bees to lie in ambush atop the mountain where Sister Nan resides, as a form of repayment and assistance within his ability for her. Unknowingly, through this ordeal, Qi Ping's mentality became more firm, and there was a growing desire for immortal cultivation. And as Qi Ping's mind continued to ponder over matters of cloud, mist mountain range, a heart seeking the Tao also began to take shape. After leaving the cloud, mist mountain range, Qi Ping went to a few gathering places of ordinary cultivators and some mortal families. The places that were once bustling with life and smoke are now almost deserted, with only a few remaining inhabitants. In some places, there were even corpses, gnawed to the point where only bleached bones remained. Even more desolate was that in such villages, these bones were left uncollected, piled where they fell as if death had claimed them there. These bone remains included cultivators, mortals, adults, and children alike. Yet under the threat of demonic insects, there seemed to be no distinction. All are merely food for the insects. Qi Ping initially thought the cloud mist mountain range was bleak enough, but seeing these small villages, he finally understood what it meant to be a world in despair, what it meant to be deathly silent. There weren't even a few living people left. Qi Ping never imagined that in such a short time, Qingshi County would turn into this. Luckily, he had already sent old Zhou back to the mortal world. Otherwise, even with his protection, it would have been hard to say whether old Zhou would have survived this calamity with his frail frame. Has the world become this difficult? It was at this moment that Qi Ping truly felt what it meant to be helpless. Life as fragile as grass. Then Qi Ping quietly went to see the locations of the three major families. The Liu family, Zhu family, and Murong family's locations were still bustling and lavish, perhaps even more lively than before. But on closer inspection, Qi Ping also noticed that the security of the three families had tightened considerably, and occasionally the guards' faces would flash with seriousness and worry. From this, it could also be seen that the situation for the three families seemed far from easy. The Murong family, among whom a foundation establishment stage cultivator had been poisoned to death by a demonic insect, was the most obvious, and the seemingly prosperous appearance of the three major families was simply due to many loose cultivators joining them. According to the information Qi Ping had obtained, at the time of the demonic insect's emergence, the three families were the main force in eliminating them. Back then, their figures could be seen everywhere in Qingshi County exterminating demonic insects. If they hadn't slain most of the demonic insects, the number of those killed by them in Qingshi County might have increased several times. And to clear the demonic insects, the three families paid a significant price, losing nearly 10 cultivators in the late-stage qi refining. It wasn't until a foundation establishment family elder of the Murong family died from poisoning in a battle against the demonic insects that all three families fully retreated to their family bases. Now, they're taking in loose cultivators to build defense fortifications and arrays, a necessity due to the decline in their family strength. This is not to say the three families are particularly noble, but rather the numerous loose cultivators and prosperity of Qingshi County are their true wealth. Only by maintaining the prosperity of Qingshi County can they continue to earn endless wealth through rent, taxes, and trade. After all, the Immortal Cultivation realm does not lack a Qingtian realm, nor does it lack a Qingshi County. In a certain sense, loose cultivators also have a degree of freedom because the Immortal Cultivation realm is vast, and there are always suitable places to go. At the top, there's the Righteous Alliance pressing down, prohibiting anyone from massacring loose cultivators and mortals on a large scale, or else face joint extermination by the Righteous Alliance. Those who dare to blatantly violate these rules, not to mention ordinary families, even Mahayana stage cultivators, could be jointly executed. This rule, which has existed in the Immortal Cultivation realm since ancient times, might be why the survival environment of mortals and loose cultivators, while difficult, continues to thrive forever. Some sects, in order to attract more cultivators, offer various welfare policies. Because the prosperity of cultivators represents more spirit stone income, And the increase in numbers also equates to a higher probability of geniuses being born, which forms another foundation of a sect's prosperity. Although there are also sects in the Immortal Cultivation realm that are exclusionary and act in their own way, they were mostly eliminated in the torrent of time. The three families, although intent on maintaining the order of Qingshi County, are unfortunately unable to preserve its prosperity under the threat to themselves. Aside from the three families absorbing loose cultivators to build defensive structures and arrays for self-preservation, Qi Ping discovered a figure in the Zhu family. Wong Mountain. This elder brother was wearing magical artifact armor, patrolling near the Zhu family as part of a patrol team. This elder brother's expression was solemn, missing the carefree air of the past. Perhaps, compared to this discipline-required work, continuing to raise golden feather chickens and blue feather chickens in the mountains is more suitable for him. But in such a world, perhaps this is the safer choice for him. Being within the three families' bases is safer than being a loose cultivator. Regarding Wong Mountain's choice, Qi Ping did not say much. It was his choice. Wong Mountain said his children's talent is quite promising. He himself had no hope, so his greatest wish now was to provide for his children, giving them a higher starting platform, no matter the cost. However, Wong Mountain did not mention what specific talents his children possessed. Qi Ping had no desire or intention to interfere with others' choices and could only silently wish Wong Mountain good luck. In the future, if Wong Mountain or his children need help, Qi Ping would not mind lending a hand. For in the past 5+ years, he received considerable assistance from Wong Mountain, and a bond exists there. After flying away from the three family bases, Qi Ping flew directly towards the cyan stone marketplace. However, Qi Ping's heart was far from calm at this moment. The current state of Qingshi County was a great shock to him, leaving his thoughts unsettled for a long time. The world is unpredictable, disasters rampant, life and death beyond control. Only by seeking the immortal Tao and eternal life can one avoid being swayed by the world, spared from disasters, and not oppressed by tyranny. But before that happens, I must proceed with caution, step by step, to embark on the path of the immortal Tao and eternal life. At this moment, the words immortal Tao and eternal life gradually engraved themselves into Qi Ping's heart. His entire demeanor began to undergo profound and fundamental changes. Sometime later, far from the cyan stone marketplace, Qi Ping used the bone shrinking technique, transforming his appearance into that of a resolute middle-aged man. This was the new identity Qi Ping had set for himself. A middle-aged man's appearance was more low-key than that of a handsome young man. But after reverting back to human form, Qi Ping felt that something about his body was different. It seems my control over spiritual power and my body has improved significantly. Is it because of the recent change in mindset? Following the recent change in mindset, Qi Ping faintly sensed something similar to sword intent within himself, though it wasn't sword intent, just something akin to it. Perhaps I am slowly finding my own path, and someday, I will comprehend my own unique intent. After taking a few deep breaths, Qi Ping found that natural perception did not alert him of any danger, so he confidently entered the cyan stone marketplace. This time, he had quite a few tasks to attend to. Hopefully, there will be pleasant surprises this time. After Qi Ping entered the cyan stone marketplace this time, the inside welcomed a massive transformation. When Qi Ping appeared in the cyan stone marketplace with the appearance of a middle-aged uncle, it was chillingly cold. Qi Ping originally anticipated that it would be much quieter here, but he didn't expect it to be this desolate. Most of the shops were closed, with only a few still open. The hawking street vendors were all gone too. Even the patrol guards, who regularly appeared on the streets, were nowhere to be seen this time. How did it become this desolate? Such a scene made Qi Ping feel a little creepy inside. If it weren't for the lack of danger signals from his natural perception, he would have run away long ago. Could all the shops possibly close down completely in a while? No. I need to establish reliable channels for selling and purchasing goods, or else where would I buy and sell items? Qi Ping never thought things would develop to the point where there were no places for trade, and he estimated the situation was truly becoming increasingly severe. I hope this time I can finalize a stable cooperation method with Boss Gao and Ming Yin. He lacked too many items, immortal Taoist techniques, foundation establishment techniques, high-level spiritual medicine, all needed to be obtained through a good channel. And currently, the most likely way for Qi Ping to establish personal connections was through Ming Yin. If it were anyone else, Qi Ping would find it hard to give enough trust. The thought of leaving Bluestone had also popped up in Qi Ping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He guessed that the Qingtian realm and the recently turbulent Celestial Fire realm wouldn't be too peaceful. The inherent risks in those places were unknown, not to mention the dangers of cross-realm travel. Besides the risks, he would lose all personal connections, and taking Old Man Zhou along would be inconvenient. So, under these circumstances, the best option was to forge collaborations with someone trustworthy and well-connected within the Cyan Origin Sect, solving many issues, even potentially acquiring truly powerful immortal Taoist techniques and high-level resources more than in the Cyan Stone marketplace itself. Additionally, Qi Ping considered taking this opportunity in the Cloud Mist Mountain range to acquire more land and accelerate his development, which would be an advantage hard to find elsewhere. As long as I can secure trading channels, everything will be fine. Walking to Boss Gao's Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, Qi Ping noticed the door was half open, and he felt an instant jolt in his heart. Thankfully, after quietly sending a bee inside, he discovered Boss Gao was just sleeping there, prompting a slight sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After Qi Ping knocked on the door for a while, Boss Gao opened it with sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Qi Ping's unfamiliar face, he showed a trace of confusion. Only when Qi Ping softly uttered the 5 words disguise and bone shrinking technique did he suddenly realize and hurriedly invited Qi Ping inside. "Brother Qi, it's you. I was wondering who it was," Boss Gao said while making tea for Qi Ping. "For safety, you know. By the way, what happened these past 2 months? Why has the outside become like this?" "Sigh, don't mention it. 2 months ago, a large batch of demonic insects suddenly appeared, killing many people. Then I heard Cyan Origin Sect disciples, Celestial Fire Pavilion, Tribulation Cultivators, several forces fought over something again, and more people died. Business can't be conducted at all now." "That's serious? I was planning to do some business with you. Now it depends on what it is. Ordinary things are hard to sell, and many things aren't easily available anymore. How about this one? How many spirit stones can be sold for now?" As Qi Ping spoke, he took out a batch of Lingmi honey from his storage bag and handed it to Boss Gao. Boss Gao took the Lingmi honey, first sniffed it, then wrapped a portion of it with spiritual power and ingested it, closing his eyes to fully feel its effects. Moments later, Boss Gao abruptly opened his shiny eyes. "Good stuff, Brother Qi. The spiritual Qi is pure, with effects of nurturing spiritual Qi and slightly increasing physical strength. Among the low-level Tier 1 spiritual objects, it's considered top-notch. This batch could probably sell for 8 or 9 spirit stones. That high." Hearing this price, Qi Ping was momentarily stunned. He thought it could fetch at most 6 or 7 spirit stones per batch. "Hee, Brother Qi, it's a special period now. Such spiritual objects that can enhance cultivation are highly sought after, so it's normal for the price to be 1 or 2 tenths higher than before. It would be hard to sell things like young spirit beasts because buying them would consume resources without much utility." After hearing Boss Gao's explanation, Qi Ping immediately understood. It's a good thing. The price of Lingmi honey went up, and the price of young spirit beasts went down. It couldn't be more suitable for him. "Is this easier to sell now?" "Brother Qi, let me put it this way. This item is suitable for both initial and mid-stage Qi refining. Basically, however much you sell, it will be sold. I could easily sell out tens of thousands of spirit stones worth." Hearing this, Qi Ping was immediately relieved. This way, the market for Lingmi honey would not be a problem. The next step was to secure channels for purchasing resources. "That's great." Saying this, Qi Ping took out the Lingmi honey from his storage bag, placing it in front of Boss Gao. Seeing so much Lingmi honey, Boss Gao's expression froze for a moment, knowing it was another lucrative deal. But Qi Ping's next word surprised him even more. "I will have 3,000 spirit stones worth of this every month after this. Can Boss Gao handle this?" "Every month, 3,000 spirit stones. Good heavens. This is a real money-making opportunity." So he quickly said, "Rest assured, I can definitely handle this amount. How about I offer 800 spirit stones for this batch, Brother Chi? No problem. Soon, Chi Ping and Boss Gao agreed on the details of future transactions regarding Lingmi honey, including what Chi Ping should do if Boss Gao is not around in the future, and where he should go to find him, etc. And judging by the smile on Boss Gao's face, Chi Ping knew he would also make a fair profit from this. However, Chi Ping was not displeased by this. The price of Lingmi honey had already exceeded his expectations, and Boss Gao having the channels to sell these items was indeed his capability. It was the result of a lifetime of establishing connections, something Chi Ping could not replicate, as selling at an appropriate price was one thing, and the risks involved were an even bigger concern for him. Moreover, Chi Ping firmly believed that only by achieving a win-win situation could business be conducted more stably. He wasn't concerned about small profits. His focus was on sustainability and stability. However, when Chi Ping expressed his desire to purchase spirit beasts, high-level magic, and spiritual medicine, Boss Gao shook his head. Brother Chi, I'm truly powerless when it comes to this. Given the current situation in Qingshi County, I can't find many channels for these items either, but Boss Gao's tone changed before he continued. But Brother Chi could try reaching out to Ming Yin. He has extensive connections within the Cyan Origin Sect, and finding such items for you shouldn't be a problem. The Cyan Origin Sect also has its own trading market. He even inquired about you recently because of the Leaf Fire Crow incident. With the Leaf Fire Crow involved, Lord Ming Yin would likely agree to assist you, but offering some spirit stones proactively wouldn't hurt, as the essence of long-term relationships is mutual benefit. Boss Gao explained straightforwardly. As he spoke, Boss Gao took out a pill notes and a comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and handed them to Chi Ping. These are something I've copied while doing business. Consider it a small favor in celebration of our new cooperation, Brother Chi. Pill notes, comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs. Chi Ping looked at the two transcription books in his hands, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Even though these are transcriptions, it doesn't affect his reading at all. He really needed these things right now. From now on, when setting the honey brewing plan, he finally has reference materials to consult and won't have to fumble around by himself. The pill notes from a Tier 1 alchemist, containing some ordinary pill formulas and alchemy experience records. It's just a pity there's no high-level pill formula Brother Chi wanted, Boss Gao said regretfully. His capabilities made it difficult to access resources like high-level pill formulas. The comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs is fine, though not rampant. It's not particularly precious either. However, the pill notes from that Tier 1 alchemist were transcribed by chance, and thus were not easy to acquire. It's already quite rare, but these things are too valuable. Maybe Boss Gao, you should take some spirit stones instead. Taking these two items for free, Chi Ping felt it took too much advantage of Boss Gao, especially that pill notes from a Tier 1 alchemist. How could Chi Ping not know its value? Brother Chi, it said that this is a gift to celebrate our new cooperation. I can't go back on my word, but as agreed, all future spirit honey will be sold to me. Now, business is tough. I'm counting on it to make ends meet. With this big business from Chi Ping, he could make a significant profit during this time. As for the pill notes, he had transcribed several copies. Using these as gifts for those in need is the perfect goodwill gesture, maintaining good relations. And for those who need it, its value is far beyond what a few hundred spirit stones can measure, more precious and rare than a valuable spiritual medicine. Of course, the premise is that these people are worth befriending and gifting. He is a businessman, needing to learn to assess situations and use his resources to gain more connections, only befriending, not making enemies. After this transaction with Boss Gao, Chi Ping realized that with the current situation, it was difficult for Boss Gao to help him find suitable items anymore. As his strength increased, the things Chi Ping needed were no longer easily satisfied by ordinary markets. Thus, the Cyan Stone marketplace indeed held little meaning for him. Moving forward, if he wanted to obtain precious spiritual objects and cultivation techniques, the best channel remained the Cyan Origin Sect. Unless he went to Qingtian City, the central city of the Qingtian realm. But there were too many strong individuals there, with many foundation establishment cultivators, and occasionally even a golden core cultivator could be seen. If possible, Ping really didn't want to go to places with so many strong individuals. Here in Qingshi County, where the ceiling was foundation establishment level, Ping felt a bit safer. Moreover, in a place like Qingtian City, inundated with powerful individuals, Ping couldn't effectively deploy his beekeeping and spirit plant cultivation, and exposure could lead to being targeted by a golden core, resulting in a situation where he wouldn't even have a place to be buried. Overall, for now, the Cloud Mist Mountain Range was the best place for his development. Now, he just needed to sort out the channels for acquiring cultivation techniques and spiritual medicine. Additionally, Ping was still eyeing the den on peak number 7 in Zone A, where the Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect chapter was found, as the future development of his bee swarm, Tier 3 and beyond, was relying on it, so Ping definitely wouldn't give up on that place. It's just that currently he lacked the courage and urgent need to explore that mysterious cave. With Boss Gao leading the way, Ping once again arrived at the courtyard of the tower-like man, Ming Yin. Upon entering, there wasn't much change from last time. It was still a very simple yard, almost devoid of decorations, even less so compared to the strange flowers, exotic plants, and immortal realm objects old Joe's yard used to have. Only a wall in the living room decorated with various weapons and armors, mainly middle-grade and upper-grade magical artifacts, which were suitable for mid-stage to late-stage chi refining. The arrangement of these decorations, along with the clanging sounds coming from underground, revealed the identity and character of its owner. A Tier 1 artifact refiner focused solely on artifact refining. And these weapons, each worth over 100 spirit stones, were simply displayed here, indicating the owner's considerable wealth. After waiting in the living room for a while, the clanging sound from underground finally stopped. Soon after, a muscular man as strong as a tower, in the 9th layer of chi refining, drenched in sweat, emerged. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Chi, Ming Yin said in a hearty voice. It's no trouble at all, though I might be imposing on Lord Ming today. However, before Ping could finish his sentence, Ming Yin interrupted him. No need to be so polite with me. According to old Gao, you're probably younger than I am. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Ming. I don't like tea. How about some wine? As Ming Yin spoke, he pulled out 2 bottles of wine from his storage bag and continued. I recently managed to get 2 bottles of good wine, one brewed from Snow Lotus in the Northern Realm, with a refreshing taste, the other brewed from Fire Crow Root, spicy and invigorating. Chi brother, which one do you prefer? Faced with Meng Yan's straightforwardness, Ping also responded directly. Meng brother, let's drink Fire Crow wine then. Thank you for the treat. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin poured a full bowl for both Ping and himself, and without further ado, grabbed one of the bowls and took a big gulp. After a mouthful of wine, the fatigue on Meng Yan's face seemed to be wiped away immediately. Meng Yan's face also showed a satisfied expression identical to when he drank with Old Head Joe before. Seeing Meng Yan's boisterous nature, Ping no longer pretended to be cautious, but also picked up his bowl and took a bold sip. This bowl of wine, he had just sensed with natural perception, didn't feel inappropriate to him. And this time Ping had observed Meng Yin as well, realizing this person had a unique aura similar to the green-clad Lady Lin Qingshu. This unique aura was also consistent with the type of sword intent. In other words, Meng Yin was likely also a genius with extraordinary disposition, a genius with first-rate talent and disposition, adhering to his own philosophy of the path of immortality, unaffected by mundane views of status and hierarchy. In fact, in the Immortal Cultivation realm, true genius cultivators generally possess a determined Tao heart, not easily swayed by worldly interference. The taste is like fire, spicy yet not harmful, good wine. Ping praised after a sip. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin also looked at Ping in surprise. It seems brother also appreciates wine. My master enjoys this kind of thing periodically, so I occasionally drink some as well. Your master is a little old man at 4th layer of chi refining, not very famous. To teach a disciple like you, he must not be ordinary. I am just an unremarkable person. How can I take such praise from Meng brother? Qi Ping was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Could it be that Ming Yin can see through illusions? Qi brother, don't be modest. That leaf fire crow is discerning. It would never recognize an average person. So there must be something extraordinary about you. That's the first point. Secondly, Qi brother, do you know a philosophy called Dao heart condenses and mental realm emerges? Dao heart condenses and mental realm emerges? Qi Ping shook his head. He had read many texts but had never seen this saying. Qi brother is a loose cultivator. Not knowing is normal. This is also what my master personally told me. Understanding a true meaning is a prerequisite for advancing to Golden Core. You should know this point, right? This I do know, but what does it have to do with Dao heart? Qi Ping nodded. This point he did know. True meaning is a prerequisite for understanding the power of law. To condense a Golden Core, one must understand a true meaning of one law, using true meaning to condense the Golden Core. At the same time, Ming Yan's words also made him more serious. Ming Yan's master is a strong Golden Core stage cultivator. Of course it relates, because my master says, the more you cultivate to the late stage Golden Core, the more you can perceive the importance of Dao heart. Only those with a determined Dao heart can truly grasp the power of true meaning of law, not being controlled and enslaved by the power of law itself, becoming a true cultivator. Those whose Dao heart isn't strong easily become controlled by the power of law, unable to see the true nature of power. Heart demon devouring, spiritual power uncontrolled, becoming slaves to the power of law. These are not new things in the immortal cultivation realm. The more extreme the true meaning of law, the harder it is for cultivators to control. Cultivators are not like many ordinary cultivators think, just resource-driven power seekers. These people can never truly explore the essence of cultivation, because it is just the basics. My master told me, understanding Dao heart and creating mental realm, it's best to start from the outset of the path of cultivation, so as to more fully experience one's entire path of cultivation. Understanding one's Dao heart, some insights can never be reached later. The first initial stage for a firm Dao heart is to condense mental realm. The most representative are sword intent, blade intent, which represent the combination of true meaning of law and personal Dao heart, such as unfeeling sword intent, red dust sword intent, guardian sword intent, which are all the union of true meaning of law and Dao heart. And just now, when I saw Qi brother, I perceived you possessing a mental realm about to condense like mine. This mental realm cannot be covered by your ordinary breath concealment technique. Use this. After saying this, Ming Yin took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Qi Ping. This cultivation technique is called fetal breathing technique, capable of concealing spiritual realm, divine soul, mental realm, and this communication jade talisman. Consider it a welcome gift for this meeting. Currently, Cyan Origin Sect is beset with internal and external troubles. I wish to find an ally who is beyond their expectations and surveillance. The path of immortality is not easy. Qi brother, you've come this far from a loose cultivator. It proves your extraordinary talent. In addition, I also trust the intuition of that fire crow. Today I've been bold in speaking a bit much. I wonder, Qi brother, would you be willing to form an alliance with Ming? I can offer you any cultivation techniques and resources you desire, as much as I can. Struggles in the world are inevitable. Even though Ming Yin possesses extraordinary talent and has a Golden Core master as his backing, he cannot guarantee his survival in this complex dispute. Let alone him, can his Golden Core master, or even a nascent soul ancestor within the Cyan Origin Sect, truly rest easy? The higher one stands, the more they are at the center of resource allocation, and the more attention they attract. He came to Qingshi County to avoid the most intense whirlpool of disputes and to peacefully attain enlightenment for a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment. He owes much to having a Golden Core master. Otherwise, he would be unable to control many aspects of his life. Yet even so, he feels as though he is always being calculated and watched. The appearance of Qi Ping sparked a thought in his heart, finding an unexpectedly powerful ally. The decision to choose Qi Ping was made after careful consideration. The first time he saw Qi Ping was wrapped in a black robe, revealing nothing, and he did not pay much heed. However, when the leaf fire crow decisively chose Qi Ping, he realized Qi Ping's extraordinary nature. Out of concern for the Leaf Fire Crow and curiosity about Qi Ping, he specifically inquired about Qi Ping's information from Boss Gao. Through various means of speculation, he realized Qi Ping might be hiding significant strength, and he also learned about some of Qi Ping's past actions and personality from Boss Gao. Thus, he instructed Boss Gao to keep Qi Ping's information confidential. But even so, having Qi Ping as an ally was far from enough. Until today, he discovered that Qi Ping was faintly about to condense a mental realm. It meant Qi Ping was nearing the first stage of Tao heart practice, condensing the mental realm. This was incredibly remarkable for a loose cultivator like Qi Ping. Moreover, Qi Ping just said he had not heard of the Tao heart condensing before the mental realm arises, meaning Qi Ping reached this step independently, whereas he only gradually reached this step under the guidance of a golden core master. This indicated that Qi Ping's talent might surpass his own. With Qi Ping having reached this step, condensing the mental realm and comprehending the true meaning of the rules should not be far off. With the resources and cultivation techniques he provides, it's uncertain who between him and Qi Ping will first break through to the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, the recognition of Qi Ping by the Leaf Fire Crow and the admiration by Boss Gao made him resolute in this decision. Boss Gao has assessed countless people and rarely misjudged, coupled with the presence of the Leaf Fire Crow, confirming that Qi Ping is a worthy ally. With emotions as a bond and mutual benefits, such cooperation should be stable enough. As a loose cultivator, Qi Ping's needs are evident, as proven by his recent purchases. As for the opportunities and secrets Qi Ping possesses, he is not overly interested. It's normal for every cultivator to have their own resources. As a disciple of a golden core stage cultivator with extraordinary talent, he has already comprehended the true meaning of the law. Once he condenses his Tao heart and generates a mental realm, it'll be time for him to merge the power of the law and break through to the foundation establishment. Then he can proceed smoothly, making strides directly to the golden core. What benefit does an ephemeral opportunity have for him? He aims to tread the path of immortality and become the supreme powerhouse, rather than become a slave to mana, unaware of being one. However, upon hearing Ming Yin's words, Qi Ping's heart surged like a stormy sea. The impact of these words on him was immense. He realized that cultivating the mind for enlightenment is far more important than ordinary cultivators think. Without deeply understanding the Tao heart, one remains but a slave to the law and spiritual qi. The power of the law in this world is so vast. How could it be easily controlled by the mediocre? No wonder Qi Ping, since undergoing epiphanies twice, has continually clarified his true intentions, enhancing his control over spiritual power. So that's how it is. Thinking of this, Qi Ping immediately stood up and solemnly bowed to Ming Yin. Thank you, Brother Ming, for dispelling my doubts. The kindness of imparting understanding and resolving doubts is indeed worth Qi Ping's gratitude, especially since Ming Yin spoke from the insights of the Golden Core stage. As for Ming Yin guessing Qi Ping's hidden strength, it was only natural. If Boss Gao could see Qi Ping's extraordinariness, how could Ming Yin not? The only surprising thing for Qi Ping was the mention of the Tao heart, which not only revealed his easily detectable heart realm, but also decoded the essential nature of his cultivation path, giving Qi Ping newfound clarity on his future. Those who have not reached this stage may find it hard to grasp the true meaning of Ming Yan's words, but for those truly puzzled by it, the effect is nothing short of enlightening. Furthermore, Ming Yan's invitation also surprised him. He had no reason to doubt the authenticity of these words, because there was a natural perception reaction just now, but it wasn't a warning. Rather, it was a blessing feeling of the heart. As such, this did not bring disaster to him. On the contrary, it could be quite beneficial. Qi Ping did not expect that the situation of the Cyan Origin sect had reached such a point, with internal and external troubles causing even Ming Yin, a disciple of a Golden Core elder, to start preparing some contingencies. This complex dispute had reached a point where even someone of Ming Yan's status couldn't avoid being involved. As for the alliance proposed by Ming Yin, he was naturally very willing. As an ally, it would be much more convenient for him to ask Ming Yin for help in obtaining enough resources. As long as he earned enough spirit stones, with Ming Yin as a channel, acquiring many precious cultivation techniques and resources would be much easier, and Qi Ping would naturally ensure Ming Yin wouldn't suffer a loss. So Qi Ping continued seriously. Being able to become an ally of Brother Ming is my fortune. If there is a need, I will definitely do my utmost to assist. Great, great. Being able to ally with Brother Qi is also my good fortune. Let me finish this bowl of wine first. Ming Yin laughed loudly and then drained that large bowl of wine in one go. Qi Ping was not to be outdone and also lifted his bowl, drinking it all in one go. The fiery sensation of the fire crow wine instantly penetrated Qi Ping's whole body, and the rich spiritual qi immediately filled him. This spiritual qi was much denser than that of the fire ginseng honey. After spending a little time refining the spiritual qi within his body, Qi Ping felt a burning, refreshing sensation throughout. Indeed, it was a rare good wine. Then Ming Yin proactively spoke again. Brother Qi, when we talked about realizing the Tao heart just now, how about we each share the process of realizing the Tao heart? Realizing the Tao heart is difficult. If we can confirm it with each other, it would be beneficial for both of us. Nothing could be better. Then let me start. Please, Brother Ming. I was born into a family of blacksmiths and learned the art of artifact refining from a young age. Later, I was valued by my master and brought into the Cyan origin sect. Then Ming Yin spoke of his many experiences and the insights he gained from them, explaining how they tempered his Tao heart. Each experience and insight that Ming Yin recounted deeply moved Qi Ping, especially the parts where he talked about his understanding of cultivation philosophies, which filled many gaps in Qi Ping's cultivation knowledge. After Ming Yin finished speaking, Qi Ping also began to recount his own process of enlightenment. The two talked on, and before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed. During this exchange of enlightenment, Qi Ping and Ming Yin gradually came to know each other. Ming Yin found enlightenment through artifact refining and tempered his cultivation and Tao heart through the art of artifact refining. For him, refining artifacts was the best way to reach enlightenment. But Qi Ping's way was more complicated, involving farming, beast taming, and entering the world. These two different ways of enlightenment gave them both great inspiration, even prompting a renewed contemplation during the process and making their Tao heart realms even denser. Their control over spiritual power and the true meaning of the law also ascended to a new level. After the exchange of enlightenment ended, the two of them exchanged smiles. This discussion was a surprising delight for the both of them, with great gains. This also made them feel a mutual understanding and admiration between each other. Meeting a fellow cultivator with whom one can genuinely exchange enlightenment is not easy for either of them. If before the exchange, their relationship was primarily based on cooperation out of mutual interest, after the discussion, they began to genuinely acknowledge each other. For a person's words and experiences can be feigned, but one cannot fake enlightenment, especially with a unique Tao heart realm as testament. It most accurately reflects the state of a cultivator. For example, a cultivator on the path of emotionlessness can never feign deep emotions, because once bound by feelings, their Tao heart would collapse and give rise to a heart demon, half ruining their cultivation. Therefore, after the exchange, the two gradually became more familiar, and the initial sense of unfamiliarity diminished. After the discussion, Ming Yin brought up the matter of the leaf fire crow again. He was still concerned about the leaf fire crow's condition. After all, the leaf fire crow had indirectly aided him, and he had saved the leaf fire crow's life. By the way, Brother Qi, how has the leaf fire crow that you bought from me last time recovered? Qi Ping smiled and replied, Brother Ming, take a look and you'll see. Then Qi Ping released Yaya, and when Ming Yin saw Yaya's appearance, he immediately widened his eyes. Is this the leaf fire crow? Isn't this the yang fire crow? And it's even a tier 1 perfect yang fire crow. In terms of strength, it rivals a cultivator at Qi refining perfection, and being a spirit beast, its power is even superior. Unless it's a prodigious talent like Lin Xingshu who has comprehended sword intent, it poses a significant threat to the yang fire crow. has a leaf fire crow evolved into a yang fire crow. Looking at Yaya's somewhat familiar appearance and demeanor, Ming Yin could finally confirm that this was indeed the leaf fire crow basking in the sun in this courtyard not long ago. This fact was truly unbelievable. Even if Yaya had recovered its strength or evolved into the form of a red fire crow or candle fire crow, he wouldn't have been surprised. But the yang fire crow form was extraordinary, possibly having the opportunity to break through to Tier 3, becoming a formidable spirit beast that could rival Golden Core stage cultivators. Faced with Meng Yan's doubts, Qi Ping nodded affirmatively. Brother Qi has impressive skills. The decision for the leaf fire crow to become your pet beast by contract is indeed a wise one. Looking at Yaya, which had transformed into a yang fire crow, Meng Yin also felt a tinge of envy. After all, who wouldn't envy a powerful and loyal pet beast? However, he wasn't jealous, as the path of beast taming is not an easy one, and even if Yaya followed him, it wouldn't receive the suitable nurturing it needs. He has his own path of immortality to walk, and beast taming is not his choice. Moreover, his ultimate goal is far higher than the yang fire crow's limit. Yaya following Qi Ping is the best choice. It's just good luck, and Yaya's own talent is quite good. Qi Ping modestly said. Indeed, it was due to Yaya's own efforts. When Yaya came out and saw the familiar courtyard and the muscled, giant, two-legged beast, it was momentarily stunned. Then it flew towards Meng Yin, showing off its fully restored strength and even more powerful bloodline. Caw-caw, big two-legged beast, Grandpa Crow, is doing well now. All right, I know how impressive you are. Meng Yin looked at Yaya's smug demeanor and understood its meaning. Caw-caw, Yaya suddenly cried out twice, then solemnly bowed to Meng Yin, seemingly to express gratitude for the care during this period, before flying back to Qi Ping's shoulder. Yaya is thanking you for your care earlier. It says you can seek its help in the future if needed. Qi Ping explained on behalf of Yaya. It has helped me too, so it's mutual assistance. Seeing it recover well puts my mind at ease. Meng Yin said with a smile, shaking his head. He doesn't believe he will ever need to seek Yaya's help. In Meng Yan's goals, the Golden Core is merely the beginning. Could it be that Yaya could evolve into a spirit beast with an even more powerful bloodline or experience another ancestral regression? By the way, Brother Ming, speaking of which, I have something I need your help with. Brother Qi, don't hesitate to ask. If it's within my power, I definitely won't refuse. Meng Yin promised earnestly, patting his chest. His words were sincere, as after their recent discussion, he acknowledged Qi Ping as a friend in his heart. Now seeing Yaya thriving with Qi Ping, he trusted Qi Ping's character even more. So, he believed that helping Qi Ping become stronger would only benefit him. He even hoped Qi Ping would become stronger, so that when those swirling conflicts came, he would have an unexpected ally. Especially since Yaya had evolved into a yang fire crow. Once it breaks through to Tier 2, along with Qi Ping's strength, it might turn the tide in a critical moment. Of course, he hopes Qi Ping will provide more assistance when needed, and it's best to do things on a mutually beneficial basis, even as friends. I'm looking to contract another spirit beast with a divine soul talent. Do you have any channels to find one, Brother Ming? A spirit beast with a divine soul talent. Yes, spirit beasts of this type are relatively rare and scarce, but there should be some within the sect. At this juncture, there should be many willing to sell juvenile spirit beasts. I'll ask someone to inquire for you, but this will take some time. Once the information is gathered, I'll send it to you via communication talisman. All right, I'll trouble you then. I'll surely give you a reward when the time comes, Brother Ming. No need for a reward, but if Brother Qi is short on spirit stones, I still have enough to help you. How could that be allowed? Of course it's allowed. After all, I was the one who wished for an alliance with Brother Qi. Given my current situation, there will surely be many battles in the future where I'll need your help, Brother Qi. If I don't offer something, how would I dare ask for your assistance later? Besides, I need your help with something recently, Brother Qi. What is it? Brother Ming, please feel free to say. I'll talk about it later. I heard from Old Gao that you need a fire attribute defense technique, spiritual medicine, and a high-level Tier 1 fire attribute pill formula. Yes, I was just about to talk to you about that. Qi Ping nodded. Let me think. Ming Yin pondered for a while and then spoke. The pill formula will take some time to arrange, but I do have the spiritual medicine and technique. With that said, Ming Yin took a jade slip out of his storage bag. Jade slips not only contain the written information of cultivation techniques, but also generally contain the cultivation technique realm, making them easier to comprehend than written books. This jade slip contains a set of Tier 1 fire attribute techniques, comprising 3 techniques. Firstly, the Flame Burst technique, which holds immense impact and explosive power, ranks at the top in Tier 1 fire element techniques in terms of attack power. The second is the Flame Burst body technique, which allows for a burst of extreme speed in a short time, making it superior for both combat and short-distance escape. The third is the Flame Burst net, a technique that integrates offense and defense, utilizing attack as defense, most suitable for withstanding intense attacks, and can maximize the power of Flame Burst to destroy opponents' attacks. This set of techniques was given to me by my master, and even Cyan Origin Sect inner disciples find it difficult to obtain this level of technique. Brother Qi, see if it's suitable. Then Qi Ping placed the jade slip against his forehead, instantly using his divine sense to perceive the cultivation technique content and its unique cultivation technique realm. Qi Ping was instantly overwhelmed by this technique set. In terms of the profoundness and the cultivation technique realm, the wood flame technique was completely unmatched. He could be certain this technique level was definitely above high-level Tier 1. Even more shockingly, Qi Ping sensed the flavor of the true meaning of fire in its cultivation technique realm. That is to say, comprehending this technique would greatly benefit Qi Ping's understanding of the true meaning of fire. Once Qi Ping comprehends the true meaning of fire, Qi refining for late-stage cultivation becomes a smooth, efficient process for him. If he could further understand the Tao Heart realm, as Ming Yin said, he could even break through the foundation establishment realm in a single stroke. The taste of the true meaning of fire. Qi Ping was absolutely not mistaken. This means that the creator of this cultivation technique must have comprehended the true meaning of fire, and some of their insights are incorporated into this magic. With this, the value of this magic to Qi Ping is immeasurable. Moreover, this flame burst technique, without Ming Yan's explanation, Qi Ping knew he couldn't possibly afford it right now. However, Qi Ping did not refuse or decline this Taoist technique, but solemnly accepted it instead. Thank you, Brother Ming, for the gift. Of course, he also understood that following these gifts, there would inevitably be battles requiring his participation. He might even need to engage in life and death battles with the mysterious Evil Lovers Alliance, the Celestial Fire Pavilion, or even some people within the Cyan Origin Sect. Yet, Qi Ping still chose to accept. Through Ming Yin, whether obtaining a powerful spirit beast or acquiring these powerful and rare Taoist techniques, they are crucial for Qi Ping's journey on the path of immortality and acquiring comprehensive knowledge of immortal cultivation. Although Qi Ping doesn't like doing dangerous things and doesn't want to fight easily, if there's a compelling reason, he isn't afraid to engage in battle. If he feared all battles, why would he cultivate to be an immortal? Either he would one day be backfired by a heart demon, or his cultivation and laws would backfire on him. Does one think that becoming an immortal is so easy? Qi Ping also took this as an opportunity to hone his combat will and mindset, especially since Ming Yan's conditions were impossible for Qi Ping to refuse. If he lost this chance, Qi Ping couldn't think of a better way to obtain these rare cultivation techniques and resources. Most importantly, Qi Ping still held the initiative, much better than the involuntary state of a Sect disciple, and Qi Ping was confident in his ability to escape. Even when facing a foundation establishment, as long as Qi Ping used the Beast King's flame burst net, and would shield technique to withstand the first wave of attacks, a swarm of tens of thousands of bees could allow Qi Ping to regain the initiative and immediately transform into a bee in retreat. The strength of the defenses depends on Qi Ping's understanding of the true meaning of fire and how well he could cultivate these 3 methods. When Ming Yin saw Qi Ping accepting the jade slip of the flame burst technique, a slight smile appeared on his face. What he feared was Qi Ping not accepting it. Now that Qi Ping had accepted it, he was relieved. He then took out a spirit fruit and 2 seed from his storage bag, saying, This is a Tier 1 high-level spirit fruit, the red dragon fruit, which pairs well with this flame burst technique, and these two seeds are the fire rain flower. These are the only things I have on me for now. Faced with these two items, Qi Ping also did not hesitate to accept them. After handing the two items to Qi Ping, Ming Yin slowly spoke about what he wanted Qi Ping to do next. Recently, the Sect assigned me a mission, a pair of demon cultivators, known as the Black and White Double Assassins, have entered Qingshi County, and I must find their tracks and eliminate them. These two are twin sisters, both at the 9th layer of Qi refining, with highly refined combined battle techniques and extraordinary skills. I once fought against them and almost fell into their trap, but they ultimately escaped. Due to pressure on the Cyan origin sect's high officials from various forces, the higher-ups are now mostly in a state of silence. Currently, in Qingshi County, only I could take action. Recently, I have traced a hint of their tracks, but I'm not very confident, and they may have teamed up with some others. So I hope Brother Qi can assist then. In the face of Ming Yan's request, Qi Ping didn't hesitate at all and agreed. At the 9th layer of Qi refining, Ming Yin had little interest in such disputes and, if possible, would prefer to smith quietly and pursue his own path of immortality. Even finding that Qi Ping's talent might surpass his, Ming Yin didn't mind, or rather, he was quite happy. What he needed now was a powerful ally not on the chessboard, to jointly confront various dangers. If the high-level officials are playing a big game, why can't he play a small one? Geniuses in the world are many, mediocrities even more so. Comparing talents is meaningless. What truly matters is to walk well on one's own path of immortality. Enlighten the Tao heart. Tread to the pinnacle. After parting from Ming Yin, Qi Ping quietly transformed into a bee, secretly rushing back to the 29th peak. Everything on the peak was as usual. The bees were busy as ever, collecting nectar, making honey, clearing weeds. It seemed they were more like pure spirit farmers than Qi Ping. As Qi Ping sat under the ancient pine, looking at the jade slip in his hand, a smile he couldn't suppress spread across his face. The gains from this trip are truly beyond expectations. This trip to the cyan stone marketplace yielded far more than Qi Ping had anticipated. Firstly, from Boss Gao, he acquired Tier 1 Alchemist's Pill Notes, comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs. This allowed Qi Ping to compensate for his long-standing lack of knowledge in spiritual medicine and alchemy. From now on, I finally don't have to randomly concoct honey recipes. As long as I thoroughly study these two books, I can slowly enter the path of alchemy. There might even be a chance to learn alchemy. However, compared to alchemy, Qi Ping most wanted to learn the path of array. What Qi Ping wanted most was that one day he could arrange an incredibly powerful spirit gathering array on his territory to gather abundant spiritual qi for his farming. In addition to the spirit gathering array, he could also set up many illusion arrays, killing arrays, trapping arrays, to protect his farming industry, animal companions, and himself. The integration of arrays and animal companions is what Qi Ping looked forward to the most. This is the only way to better utilize the advantages of having many animal companions. Moreover, if he encountered a very powerful enemy, he could utilize the delay and cover granted by the arrays to buy time to escape. Getting 2 alchemy books from Boscow was already not bad, but compared to the gains from the burly Iron Tower like Ming Yin, it was like comparing a minor wizard to a great sorcerer. First was the matter of the Tao Heart Realm. Qi Ping not only gained insights on the Tao Heart Realm from Ming Yin, he also achieved a more definitive and profound understanding of the importance of nurturing the heart and achieving enlightenment. The more significant gain was that Qi Ping also acquired methods to comprehend the Tao Heart. Furthermore, in the process of discussing Tao with Ming Yin, he gained more insights into his path of cultivation and developed a more resolute belief. This was the most fundamental harvest on the path of cultivation. In the short term, the most crucial thing for Qi Ping was establishing a channel and connections with Ming Yin. With Ming Yin being a core disciple under a golden core elder at the Cyan Origin Sect, forming an alliance with him had many benefits. With him as a mediator, Qi Ping could access those cultivation techniques, treasures, and spirit beasts he once dared not even dream of. fetal breathing technique that can conceal spiritual chi, divine soul, and realms. A rare spell containing the true meaning of fire, flame burst technique, which includes the attack technique flame burst, the body technique flame burst body technique, and the defense technique flame burst net. 1 tier, 1 high-level red dragon fruit. 2 tier, 1 high-level fire rain flower seeds. Each of these 4 things, which held significant utility for Qi Ping, were directly gifted by Ming Yin. I must say, Ming Yin surely has the audacity, able to give away so many precious things directly. These things were utterly crucial for Qi Ping. Thus, Qi Ping felt that taking the risk to participate in battles was very worthwhile. Moreover, with his natural perception talent, he could fully prepare to escape beforehand in case of danger, maximizing his safety. The most important thing is that with Ming Yan's channels, I should be able to find a powerful spirit beast as my 3rd animal companion. As long as I acquire a suitable divine soul and comprehension talent, and with my current resources, understanding the true essence of fire, breaking through foundation establishment should be without a bottleneck. This would also save a significant amount of effort and trouble in competing for foundation establishment pills. Next, focus on cultivating high-level spiritual medicine to enhance cultivation and prepare to purchase the spirit stones needed for spirit beasts. Acquired 800 spirit stones from Boscow, but buying a large batch of spirit storage fruits cost more than 300 spirit stones. With the remaining over 500 spirit stones, I now have just over 1,000 spirit stones. I also have some talismans that can sell for just over 1,000 spirit stones. There is still quite a gap in purchasing a good spirit beast. What Qi Ping was not sure about was how much the price of spirit beast cubs had dropped. He now hoped the prices would drop significantly, so he could acquire a spirit beast with a stronger bloodline talent at a lower price. At the same time, Qi Ping planned to take advantage of this time, when spirit beast prices were falling, to gradually consider the matter of a 4th animal companion. However, Qi Ping hadn't decided the direction for the 4th animal companion yet. Let's first secure a 3rd animal companion. Once there are extra spirit stones, I'll have Ming Yin help inquire about rare spirit beasts with strong bloodlines. If there's no direction, then choose the spirit beast with the strongest bloodline and the highest cultivation potential within my capability, especially one with special talents. This way, I won't have any regrets. Since he now had the capital, Qi Ping certainly wouldn't choose those ordinary spirit beasts. That would be a complete waste of the animal companion slot for Qi Ping. After sorting through the gains this time, Qi Ping couldn't wait to start utilizing them. First, Qi Ping handed the red dragon fruit to the brewer Big Belly Bee, letting them refine the red dragon fruit's properties into the simplest red dragon honey. Because he didn't have more experimental subjects, Qi Ping didn't plan to experiment with various red dragon honey formulas. However, just as Qi Ping was dissecting the red dragon fruit, something surprising happened. After carefully slicing open the red dragon fruit, a seed surprisingly appeared inside. Is this a viable red dragon fruit seed? Qi Ping was completely stunned upon seeing this. What a rarity! Compared to spiritual medicines like flowers and grasses, it was significantly harder for tree-type spiritual medicines to accumulate seeds. Moreover, once a fruit tree is planted, it can continuously bear fruit endlessly. There's even a chance of nurturing new spiritual species. So the price of fruit tree spiritual species would be very high, often exceeding that of the spiritual fruit itself by a fair margin. I've hit the jackpot. Once this spiritual seed is cultivated, it means Qi Ping will have an endless supply of red dragon fruits. Also, as the age of the red dragon tree increases, the medicinal properties of the red dragon fruits it bears will also grow stronger. Even more critically, red dragon fruit is one of the most suitable spiritual medicines that complement the practice of the flame burst technique. As long as there are enough red dragon fruits, Qi Ping's practice of the flame burst technique will accelerate greatly, and his cultivation realm can improve concurrently. Then I'll reserve the flesh of this red dragon fruit for now. Try combining all the available spiritual medicines and pollens to see which honey formula is best for enhancing cultivation and practicing the wood flame technique. Perhaps the cultivation of fire rain flower might have miraculous results on the formula. After determining his plan, Qi Ping excitedly engaged in cultivating the red dragon fruit and practicing the flame burst technique. This was Qi Ping's first time encountering high-level immortal Taoist techniques. Even within the Cyan origin sect, not just any disciple could practice this technique, so Qi Ping's excitement was understandable. He even temporarily slowed down the blast soldier bee tactic and decided to succeed in cultivating the flame burst technique first. This process could also concurrently enhance his cultivation realm and the strength of the Beast King's flame. And with practice, Qi Ping gradually discovered that with the assistance of the Beast King's flame, his life-bound fire, the process of practicing the flame burst technique was incredibly smooth. With the aid of the Beast King's flame and yang fire body, coupled with Qi Ping's comprehension of the true meaning of fire, his progress in cultivating this flame burst technique was remarkably rapid. A month later, Qi Ping had surprisingly cultivated the three techniques: flame burst technique, flame burst body technique, and flame burst net to the minor achievement stage. Let's test the power of the flame burst technique at the minor achievement stage. To test the power of the minor achievement flame burst technique, Qi Ping ventured deep into a rocky area within the Cloud Mist mountain range. Subsequently, as the spiritual power within Qi Ping flowed, the Beast King's flame was also activated. With a series of dense explosions, Qi Ping's figure propelled forward as if equipped with a flame jet, rapidly advancing to a distant position. As the explosive sounds continued to echo, Qi Ping's figure darted through the rocky terrain with terrifying speed. Wherever Qi Ping passed, a charred mark and shattered stones were left on the ground, a result of the flame burst body technique's explosive power. The characteristics of the flame burst body technique were vividly demonstrated at this moment: simple, direct, and filled with the beauty of violence. Although the consumption is considerable, the burst speed within short distances is almost flawless, and almost every movement technique can be enhanced in an attack. Qi Ping then once again utilized the flame burst body technique, his figure flickering amidst the rocky landscape. However, after only a brief moment, Qi Ping's body vanished behind a large rock following a massive explosion, leaving only clothes behind. When Qi Ping reappeared, he had transformed into a bee and was stealthily moving through a thicket. Shortly afterward, Qi Ping vanished once more, reappearing on the large rock he was on earlier. Not bad, not bad. Using the flame burst body technique to escape over short distances, followed by transforming into a bee to sneak away amid the grand momentum, is an excellent combination. If combined with a swarm of bees, the escape capability would be considerably enhanced. However, I still need to learn a technique to condense a spiritual power robe. Otherwise, losing clothes every time I transform into a bee is troublesome. A spiritual power robe would be much more convenient and could also provide additional defense. After testing the minor achievement level of the flame burst body technique, Qi Ping's figure flickered once more and appeared in front of a large rock. At this moment, a fireball imbued with tremendous oppressive force and explosive power hurtled toward the front. With a violent collision and a thunderous boom, the rock, several times larger than Qi Ping, was instantly blown into countless fragments, and the entire ground resounded with a tremor. Yet, Qi Ping didn't stand idly by facing this attack. Instead, he executed the flame burst body technique, quickly appearing beside the rock. Facing the explosive power of the rock and fireball, he deployed a flame burst net composed seemingly of countless fireballs to block in front of him. In the instant the impact force occurred, the flame burst net exploded instantaneously, redirecting the explosive force back with even greater ferocity. After the successive explosive shocks subsided, countless stones were pulverized into dust, yet Qi Ping remained motionless, not even needing to use the tree skin technique he had prepared. The combat characteristics of the flame burst technique were thoroughly revealed at this moment. The flame burst technique attack contains immense impact and destructive force. The flame burst net directly turned offense into defense, elevating the flame burst technique's destructiveness against enemy attacks to a level far superior to the flame burst technique itself. The flame burst body technique also emphasized speed with attack, incorporating the power of flame burst in a body acceleration, pushing speed to the extreme. The strength of this technique is undoubtedly powerful. It's indeed befitting of a technique bestowed by a Golden Core Elder to his disciple, surpassing many Tier 1 techniques that Qi Ping knows by a significant margin. Especially with the enhancement of the Beast King's Flame, the power of the Flame Burst technique was elevated to a whole new level. Qi Ping's life-bound fire, fused with spiritual power, when used to cast the Flame Burst technique, was practically tailor-made for this technique, yielding exceptionally good results. If Ming Yin were to see Qi Ping executing the minor achievement Flame Burst technique to such an extent, he'd surely be flabbergasted. After all, he wouldn't have imagined that Qi Ping possessed a life-bound fire and had completely integrated it into his spiritual power. But there's a downside. It consumes too much and demands a lot from the physical body. Qi Ping, feeling the slightly painful body and a more than half-depleted spiritual power within, had a wry smile. It wasn't until Qi Ping cast multiple healing techniques to heal his body that the intense pain from within his body and meridians began to fade. Sure enough, excessive strength indeed comes with a price. This Flame Burst technique has tremendous burst power, but is entirely unsuitable for prolonged battles. Otherwise, both spiritual power depletion and the physical body would be unsustainable. If it weren't for Qi Ping continuously consuming fire spirit body tempering honey before, which significantly strengthened his body, and experimenting with a red dragon body tempering honey effective even at the late stage of Qi refining using the fire spirit body tempering pill formula combined with red dragon fruit. The physical strain on Qi Ping when executing the Flame Burst technique would have been even greater. However, the body tempering effect of this honey is not particularly outstanding. So Qi Ping has already sent a communication talisman to Ming Yin to look for pill formulas that enhance physical strength, preferably those that are easy to purchase spiritual medicines for. Qi Ping doesn't need the pill formulas for boosting spiritual power as much. With sufficient red dragon fruit brewing producing red dragon honey, he has no issues cultivating to the Qi refining perfection. But despite its flaws, this Flame Burst technique's fighting style still suits me well. Fight to win swiftly if possible, escape at light speed if not. After testing the Flame Burst technique at the minor achievement level, Qi Ping was very pleased. The feeling of wielding extraordinary power with every move was truly fantastic, providing a sense of security entirely different from that brought by a powerful animal companion. After testing the combat power of the Flame Burst technique, Qi Ping quickly returned to his cultivation state. Consuming red dragon honey while practicing the wood flame technique, he rapidly advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refining. He was now close to reaching the 8th layer of Qi refining. Since breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining in the past 2 to 3 months, Qi Ping either refined fire ginseng honey or the more advanced red dragon honey. The effect of red dragon honey is only about 20 to 30% better than directly consuming red dragon fruit, and falls short compared to elixirs made from various rare spiritual medicines. But with sufficient quantity, Qi Ping's cultivation was steadily rising. With the conditions Qi Ping currently had, such as the Yang Fire Body and Beast King's Flame, and his understanding of the true meaning of fire and Tao Heart Realm, he wasn't troubled by issues of unstable spiritual power or insufficient spiritual power controllability, avoiding the concern that overusing spiritual medicines might lead to an unstable realm. Fortunately, he obtained the spiritual origin stone pillars, rich in spiritual qi, from the demon insect king's lair, enabling him to cultivate red dragon fruit and fire rain flower, a Tier 1 high-level spiritual medicine, in Zone B, a Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land. However, just as Qi Ping was about to push forward and break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining, a message disrupted his cultivation. Qi Ping retrieved a communication jade talisman given by Ming Yin from his storage bag, on which a message was displayed. The whereabouts of the black and white double assassins have been found. Brother Qi, please meet me before midnight tonight to join forces against the witch. Have the twin witches been found? Seeing the message from Ming Yin, Qi Ping didn't feel much fluctuation in his heart. He was confident in dealing with 2 9th layer of Qi cultivation cultivators. It was just a bit regretful that his plan to push through to the 8th layer of Qi refining was interrupted. However, resuming cultivation later wouldn't affect him much. Being entrusted means dedicating oneself to the task. Since Qi Ping had already promised Ming Yin he would naturally fight alongside him in the coming time, helping Ming Yin win the battle and save his life as much as possible. This was the principle Qi Ping adhered to more firmly after gaining profound insight into his Tao heart. If one demands something, there should be a return as well. In his heart, he had a scale. He wouldn't be someone who only knew how to take without giving back, but he also wouldn't be bound and tied by gratitude. Seeing that midnight was approaching, Qi Ping carefully prepared. Bees, Yaya, talismans. Qi Ping dared not neglect any combat preparation or plan. Even if he had enough confidence, there was still the possibility of capsizing in the gutter. There were too many examples of people being counterkilled by weaker enemies due to carelessness. Moreover, the combat power of these twin witches, when combined, almost made Ming Yin, a disciple who comprehended the true meaning of the law, miss his shot. No one could be sure if these two were hiding even stronger powers. After making all the necessary preparations, Qi Ping transformed into an ink armor bee and approached the agreed location with Ming Yin before midnight. Before entering the agreed location, Qi Ping first dispatched the bee swarm to carefully search the area. In the observation of the bees, Ming Yin was already waiting there in advance. To Qi Ping's surprise, the bees were discreet, yet Ming Yin still detected some anomaly. Luckily, the bees retreated in time without causing Ming Yin to investigate further due to their small numbers. His perception seemed even sharper than that of the woman in a blue dress. Only after confirming there was no danger did Qi Ping revert to human form, changing into the face of a middle-aged man. He also used the fetal breathing technique gifted by Ming Yin to conceal all his aura. A moment later, Qi Ping saw Ming Yin standing beneath the tree, as sturdy as an iron tower. "Brother Qi, I've finally been waiting for you." Seeing Qi Ping's figure, Ming Yin smiled and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Brother Ming. The timing is just right. What's the situation with those witches? I heard there are other helpers appearing." A riffraff from the Celestial Fire Pavilion, not outstanding in strength, just an ordinary ninth layer of Qi refining. "No match for Yaya. With your addition, Brother Qi, it won't matter much." "That's good. How should we proceed with the battle?" They and the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple are preparing to join forces to open a secret cave mansion on Heaven-supporting Mountain. It was left by a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, but in truth, it was cleaned out by an elder from the Cyan origin sect more than a decade ago. Apart from the defense array, there's nothing inside. We can ambush them directly once they've exhausted their energies on the attack array. As he spoke, Ming Yin shook his head somewhat helplessly, saying, "These Sect disciples with decent talent always think they're favored by fate, often exploring secret realms and competing for resources on the cultivation path. Little do they know there are places specifically designed as traps and tombs for them." Qi Ping felt a chill in his heart hearing this. Ming Yan's words not only applied to those talented Sect disciples, but also to many loose cultivators who harbored similar mindsets. Qi Ping always felt that the idea of fortuitous encounters was unreliable, especially regarding secret realms and inheritances. He could never figure out why a person or sect would leave fortuitous encounters and inheritances for future generations. After multiple deductions based on human nature, Qi Ping felt the possibility of a trap would far outweigh the possibility of fortunes. This is why Qi Ping was always dismissive of the idea of secret realms and fortuitous encounters. The Immortal Cultivation realm might have unearned benefits, but Qi Ping wasn't willing to believe such things would happen to him or to gamble on such occurrences. Why would someone leave the efforts of half a lifetime to others? Asking himself, Qi Ping would never do so. Hence, instead of fortuitous encounters, Qi Ping trusted more in mutually beneficial exchanges and cooperation. Recalling past experiences, he saved Sister Nan's life, and through their interactions, Sister Nan came to trust him, leading him to acquire the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual by chance. The acquisition of the Leaf Fire Crow was also based on long-term cooperative trust with Boss Gao. Without mentioning the Demon Insect King beneath the blood ginseng, if he had rashly tried to dig it out at the beginning, it would likely have ended with his divine soul being shattered by the demon insect king. Overall, Qi Ping didn't believe in love for no reason. Sister Nan, Boss Gao, and Old Man Zhou trusted him based on his past actions and character, which they were willing to believe in. This was also the principle that Qi Ping adhered to strictly, based on trust, cooperating in a mutually beneficial, exchange of interests manner, so both parties gain enough benefits. Qi Ping even felt that without Boss Gao's endorsement, he wouldn't have had the chance to connect with Ming Yin. Unfortunately, many people have a survivor's bias in their hearts, always thinking they might be special, that perhaps they are the lucky ones. What Ming Yin said today also served as a warning to Qi Ping. Fortuitous encounters are unreliable. The cave mansion, which those witches thought was a lucky find, was clearly just a monitor and trap set by the Cyan origin sect. This made Qi Ping more wary of the cave mansion on Zone A's 7th mountain peak, where Sister Nan obtained the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. Without absolute certainty and exhaustive preparation, it should never be opened. Otherwise, it might just be stepping into a deadly trap. After reaching the foot of heaven-supporting mountain, Ming Yin suggested waiting there for the time being. During this time, Ming Yin occasionally looked at a strange black stone in his hand. But Qi Ping couldn't see any anomalies or changes. It seemed only Ming Yin could see it. Although somewhat curious, as Ming Yin didn't introduce it voluntarily, Qi Ping refrained from asking, instead controlling his gaze to avoid landing on that object. At the same time, he silently cautioned himself to be more careful. The Immortal Cultivation realm had too many unknown methods, easily leading one into others' traps. This subtle gesture of Qi Ping's also made Ming Yin feel a bit more favorable toward him. Collaborating with an ally who understands boundaries is indeed more comfortable and trustworthy. Otherwise, with an indiscreet fool as an ally who knows what might be done at a crucial moment. After the two had been waiting at the foot of heaven-supporting mountain for a while, Ming Yan's lips curled into a smile. Brother Qi, the time has come. We can make our move. The time has come. We can make our move. Upon hearing this, Qi Ping nodded and concealed his aura, cautiously following Ming Yan's figure as they stepped onto heaven-supporting mountain. Although Ming Yin seems to have control over the situation, we still need to proceed with caution. Qi Ping quietly reminded himself. The Cyan origin sect could use ruins or abodes to set traps, and other sects might also employ such strategies to counterattack Cyan origin sect disciples. After all, those twin witches, known as the Black and White Double Assassins, must possess extraordinary tactics. There's always a chance of them countering Ming Yin without knowing their style. The Immortal Cultivation realm remains exceedingly dangerous. A slight misstep can lead to death and the end of one's path, especially for the impulsive loose cultivators, sometimes naive to the point of being foolish. You might think you're the mantis hunting the cicada, but how can you know if there's not an oriole lurking behind you? Fortunately, the heaven-supporting mountain is abundant in trees, significantly enhancing Qi Ping's perception as a jungle druid. Along with his natural perception talent, Qi Ping's chance of falling into a dire situation is slim. The complex terrain also serves as an ideal escape environment for the transformed bee. Following Ming Yin for roughly over 10 miles, Ming Yan's pace suddenly slowed, becoming exceedingly cautious. He glanced at Qi Ping, who nodded in understanding. They were nearly there. Qi Ping felt even more tense, as this would be his first battle against such sect-embedded talents. After a cautious walk, they heard the sound of arrays being bombarded from ahead. Yet as they looked forward, all they saw was an ordinary-looking cliff face. This must be the outer illusion array Ming Yin mentioned. This was Qi Ping's first encounter with such a high-level illusion array, which left him deeply shocked. From both divine soul and naked eye perspectives, it felt no different from the surrounding forest environment. This heightened Qi Ping's expectations for arrays. He desired to learn such immortal cultivation techniques. For Qi Ping, it was far more beneficial than alchemy, where bees could serve as substitutes, but arrays had to be deployed by Qi Ping himself. The key was that arrays could protect one's self and one's territory. Illusion arrays, trapping arrays, killing arrays, defense arrays, all were highly desired by Qi Ping. Once I gain a divine soul talent and settle the matter of breaking into Foundation establishment, then I can study arrays. Druids are close to the natural world, and arrays often borrow the power of heaven and earth. Of the 4 immortal cultivation techniques, arrays are likely the most suitable path for a druid. Though the divine soul and physical form couldn't discover such an illusion array, the druid's intuition still led Qi Ping to notice that the array location ahead differed from the ordinary natural environment. Qi brother, beyond the array is the foundation establishment cultivators' abode. Those people should be attacking the array now. Temporarily, there's no other disturbance, so if there's no issue, we can head straight in. Ming Yin glanced at the peculiar black stone in his hand and spoke softly to Qi Ping. All right, Ming brother, can you pinpoint their location inside? That I cannot. Ming Yin shook his head. Then shall I scout ahead? If all's clear, we can head directly in. Qi Ping said, taking out around 10 ordinary golden marrow bees from his storage bag to show Ming Yin. After a glance, Ming Yin nodded in agreement. It's doable, much obliged, Qi brother. Upon receiving affirmation, Qi Ping sent the 10 golden marrow bees rushing in, following Ming Yan's indicated position and path. After a winding route, the golden marrow bees successfully passed through the illusion realm. Beyond the array, the golden marrow bees entered a seemingly expansive cavern. A man and 2 women appeared in the golden marrow bees' view. They were jointly assaulting a defense array within the cavern. As Ming Yin mentioned, the 2 women and a man all emitted late-stage qi refining auras. Other than that, there was nothing else within the spacious cavern. Having confirmed no other dangers, the golden marrow bees reported the situation beyond the illusion array to Qi Ping. Ming brother, inside are just 2 women and 1 man. No other threats detected. Good. Once in, I'll handle the witches first, and you and Yaya can take down the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple before assisting me. All right. With that, the 2 rushed into the illusion array. As the golden marrow bees breached the illusion array and entered the cavern, the witch duo and the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple immediately noticed the intruding bees. The sudden appearance of the bees made them feel uneasy. They wouldn't let their guard down just because the intruder was a few bees. How could mere bees breach the illusion array unscathed? It had taken them considerable effort to enter. Something unforeseen must have occurred, prompting them to each ingest a qi replenishing pill and ready themselves. Simultaneously, one of the witches unleashed a massive sword qi, instantly slaying the 10 still tier 1 intermediate golden marrow bees. Damn it, we're being watched, one of the white-clad witches exclaimed. It's a trap. Didn't you say you had already explored here before? The black-clad witch furiously turned to the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple. I did come here last time, and nothing unexpected occurred. So I brought you, thinking it was safe. The red-robed Celestial Fire Pavilion man explained with a furrowed brow. Then it's likely directly aimed at us. Possibly from Ming. However, before the white-clad witch could finish, Ming Yan's towering and burly figure came through the illusion array, appearing before their eyes. The witches' faces darkened significantly, caught in a trap. Ming Yin had been waiting for them to take the bait. Last time, they had teamed up to catch Ming Yin off guard, barely escaping. They harbored a deep sense of dread regarding Ming Yan's formidable strength. Upon passing through the illusion array, Ming Yin wasted no words. In an instant, a top-grade magical artifact hammer materialized in his hand, terrifying true meaning of fire swirling around it. An immense pressure bore down directly upon them. Then Ming Yin, wielding the hammer with the agility of a sword cultivator, unleashed a terrifying and forceful blow that made the three's faces change drastically. As Qi Ping followed closely behind, witnessing Ming Yan's overwhelming might, he was extremely astounded. Ming Yan's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Ming Yin engage directly without hesitation, Qi Ping followed suit, releasing Yaya, simultaneously deploying the Flame Burst Body Technique and Flame Burst Technique, charging at the Celestial Fire Pavilion male like a cannonball. On Fire Crow, and it's at Tier 1 perfection, the 9th layer Qi refining disciple from the Celestial Fire Pavilion was startled. It's one thing for Ming Yin to be so monstrous, but now there's also a young Fire Crow with battle strength surpassing the ordinary Qi refining perfection. If it were Li Fire Crow, he wouldn't fear it, But the Yang Fire Crow's defense and attack far exceed that of the Leaf Fire Crow, especially with its terrifying life-bound spirit fire. If hit head-on, even Qi refining perfection couldn't escape death. Next to the Yang Fire, Qi Ping, though his cultivation was at the 7th layer of Qi refining, exuded such an imposing aura that the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple didn't dare show any disregard. He instantly guessed that Qi Ping was the master of the Yang Fire Crow, and the one controlling the bees earlier must have been Qi Ping too. If I get surrounded, I'll be dead without a doubt. And judging from the fear those two witches showed toward Ming Yin, they probably won't have a chance to come to my aid. So my only opportunity now is to capture the leader first, deal with the master of the Yang Fire Crow, and if the crow doesn't have strong feelings for its master, it might abandon the attack or suffer backlash from its master's death. Making a decisive decision, the Celestial Fire Pavilion man decided to unleash his strongest attack, hoping to kill Qi Ping in one strike. Then a top-grade magical artifact flying sword appeared before the Celestial Fire Pavilion man, emitting an extremely sharp aura. As violent spiritual power frantically poured into the flying sword, a brilliant golden light emanated from it, transforming into a golden stream of light, bypassing the flame, burst fireball, and shooting directly at the charging Qi Ping. This move, the Golden Radiance Flying Sword, is a technique he's honed painstakingly, not without a chance to slay Qi Ping in one blow. Qi Ping also anticipated his intention the moment he saw the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple's action. Being most cautious, Qi Ping would never be careless in such matters. Thus, at the instant the Celestial Fire Pavilion man initiated the move, Qi Ping abandoned his control over the flame burst fireball, and instead his spiritual power circulated at full speed, instantly forming a fire net of numerous small fireballs to protect him. Additionally, a layer of bark-like skin instantly covered Qi Ping's entire body, especially in the direction of the sword trajectory, where the tree skin technique's energy was even more concentrated to the extreme. For so long, I've focused on and diligently practiced defense techniques. Now is the time for these defense techniques to show their worth. The next moment, the Celestial Fire Pavilion man's golden flying sword reached Qi Ping's front with terrifying speed. Flying swords are indeed one of the most praised attack artifacts in the Immortal Cultivation realm, with undeniable advantages in both attack speed and power. But Qi Ping's flame burst net is no pushover either. As soon as the flying sword approached, the flame burst net instantaneously enveloped the Celestial Fire Pavilion man's golden flying sword tightly. Immediately, a series of explosive booms erupted, empowered by the Yang Fire Body and Beast King's flame, and containing a trace of the true meaning of fire. The flame burst net demonstrated its utmost power at this moment. In the fearsome explosion, the Celestial Fire Pavilion man's attack momentum was instantly disrupted, while several fine cracks and fractures began to appear on the flying sword of the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple. In one clash, victory and defeat were immediately apparent. The Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple's controlled flying sword attack was thwarted, and the sword sustained some damage. Though it didn't prevent further battle, his full-force strike having no effect meant he'd missed the best chance to slay Qi Ping, because a new flame burst net had already risen around Qi Ping, and the tree skin technique's defense was entirely unharmed. Meanwhile, Yaya had already transformed into a blazing golden-red flame stream, shooting toward the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple, along with the flame burst technique. Looks like I underestimated the enhancement of the Yang Fire Body and Beast King's flame on the flame burst net. With my deepening comprehension of the true meaning of fire, the power of the flame burst technique will receive even greater enhancement. As it stands, a regular 9th layer Qi refining sword cultivator can't break through my flame burst net defense, and hasn't even touched the tree skin technique that I've long practiced painstakingly. Feeling the immense strength of his current defense, Qi Ping's heart was filled with joy. His defense was unexpectedly strong already. If he cultivated the flame burst net to perfection, truly understood the true meaning of fire, and further enhanced the Beast King's flame, how strong would his defense become? And after effortlessly withstanding the Celestial Fire Pavilion man's full attack, the disciple's heart turned utterly cold. It's over. His all-out attack didn't even scratch Qi Ping, leaving the outcome of the battle only too predictable. The battle between Qi Ping and the Celestial Fire Pavilion Man also garnered the attention of three others. First, the twin witches' hearts sank heavily. They initially hoped the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple could kill Qi Ping with a single sword strike, then come to assist them after noticing Qi Ping was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. But that was clearly impossible now. Not only is it impossible, but their opponents will now include a Yang Fire Crow and a mysterious Qi Ping. A sense of fear and urgency began to rise within them. Even Ming Yin was astonished by Qi Ping's battle performance. Qi Ping's realm was lower than he had expected. Yet upon seeing the power of Qi Ping's flame burst technique and flame burst net, his heart still fluttered with shock. Qi Ping managed to cultivate the flame burst net to such a level in just over a month, exhibiting such formidable power. Such talent would be considered remarkable even within the Cyan Origin Sect. If not for the current uncertain situation in the Cyan Origin Sect, where having Qi Ping join might bring more harm than good, he would have thought about introducing Qi Ping to join. Besides, seeing Qi Ping's calm demeanor told him Qi Ping still had hidden power. Thinking of this, Ming Yan's confidence in Qi Ping increased further. This is a good thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple was frantically defending against Yaya, who was burning with flames. Qi Ping, after withstanding the first wave of attacks from the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple, began using the flame burst body technique, leveraging his body technique to continuously bombard the Celestial Fire Pavilion Man with flame burst fireballs. If the Celestial Fire Pavilion Man tried to approach Qi Ping would retreat swiftly at extreme speed using the flame burst body technique under Yaya's cover. The ensuing battle was no longer suspenseful. With the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple having no more tricks, it didn't take long for him to be reduced to a shattered charred corpse under the joint attack of Qi Ping and Yaya. This flame burst technique is indeed excellent. It is versatile in attack, defense, and retreat, perfectly suited for my combat style. Who can understand the thrill of hurling handcrafted Immortal Cultivation bombs at the enemy? In the future, even at the Foundation establishment level, I could either find a similar technique or elevate this technique myself to the Foundation establishment level. Securing a major victory in his first direct battle filled Qi Ping with indescribable excitement. However, after killing the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple, Qi Ping didn't dare delay and immediately turned to attack the two witches battling Ming Yin. They were today's main event. According to Ming Yin, these twin witches hail from the Demon Sky Sect. The Demon Sky Sect is a renowned sect, comparable to the Cyan Origin Sect and the Celestial Fire Pavilion, though it is not located next to the Qingtian realm, but several great realms away from Qingtian realm. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, a single great realm is vast enough. Crossing several great realms is not something a Foundation establishment cultivator can easily accomplish, as dangers often lurk at the borders between the great realms. Rumor has it that sects will pose as tribulation cultivators, specializing in robbing and killing cultivators from other places. There's even quite a record of Golden Core cultivators being intercepted and killed. Therefore, the Demon Sky Sect crossing multiple great realms to come onto the Cyan Origin Sect's territory must have taken considerable effort. Once war breaks out, being able to manage both the Qingtian realm war and their sect's safety becomes a serious issue. Under normal circumstances, sects rarely engage in cross-realm battles. This time the Demon Sky Sect's cross-realm action has a somewhat intriguing motive. And these twin witches, known as the Black and White Double Assassins, are quite famous within the Demon Sky Sect. It's not that they have extraordinary talent. Actually, their natural abilities are merely acceptable, but they are quite resourceful, exceptionally skilled in cooperation. Through certain notorious means, they became the pets of an elder in the Demon Sky Sect, gaining substantial resource tilts, and climbed up step by step to where they are today. Recently, in a sect battle, they defeated a rather famous genius within the Demon Sky Sect through superb cooperation skills. Thus, they have been deemed as possessing the potential of Foundation establishment, destined to become notorious Demon Path double assassins among Foundation establishment cultivators, maybe even securing a spot in the Golden Core Elder's heart. After all, who can resist a pair of Foundation establishment stage twins? At this moment, In the battle between the twin witches and Ming Yin, the witch's performance is not lacking in the slightest. Ming Yin has comprehended the true meaning of fire and is even close to crystallizing the Tao heart realm, with incredibly formidable physical power as well. Under his masterful hammer technique, an ordinary ninth layer of qi refining could hardly hold out for long. Yet even under Ming Yan's fierce assault, the twin witches managed to withstand it completely, showing only the slightest hint of weakness. The two witches practiced an array of cooperation techniques between themselves, forming a special array with their swords, moving extremely fast, forcefully withstanding Ming Yan's terrifying power, occasionally forcing Ming Yan to retreat, posing a major threat to him. Especially having had a previous encounter with Ming Yin, their response this time was even more consummate. If not for Qi Ping's involvement this time, it was possible these witches might have escaped again. Even with that Celestial Fire Pavilion disciples' participation, they might even have found the opportunity to severely wound and kill Ming Yin. Unfortunately, all of this can only be speculative, because Ming Yin had brought Qi Ping along. That Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple was also jointly killed by Qi Ping and Yaya. After Qi Ping and Yaya killed the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple, they immediately joined Ming Yin and the twin witches' battlefield. Yaya, covered in the Yang fire flame, swiftly crashed into the battlefield, with the Yang fire flame and highly defensive feathers, fearless of the witches' sword chi attacks. At least until Yaya's life-bound spirit fire was exhausted, their attacks posed no great threat to Yaya. Moreover, Ming Yin was relentlessly pursuing them with his huge hammer. Qi Ping was employing the same tactics as before, condensing a more powerful flame burst fireball, seizing the opportunity to slam it down. Under the triple siege of Ming Yin, Qi Ping, and Yaya, the twin witches' battle rhythm quickly fell apart, revealing huge openings. The white-clad witch, retreating from Ming Yan's frontal attack, was hit by Qi Ping's flame burst fireball. Her magical robe, already at its limit, shattered instantly, the flesh on her back turning scorched and blurred. In critical condition, she spat out a mouthful of blackened blood. Then, Ming Yin closed in again, smashing the white-clad witch in a pulp with his hammer. With the fall of the white-clad witch, the combat power of the twin witches was instantly reduced by 70%, posing no threat to anyone anymore. No. As the white-clad witch was hammered to death by Ming Yin, the black-clad witch let out a tragic scream. Without needing Ming Yin or Qi Ping to make a move, she just spat blood and severely injured herself. She directly abandoned resistance, rushing to where the white-clad witch lay, embracing her sister's remains, blood tears flowing from her eyes, her expression becoming extremely deranged. Even though they were ruthless and their hands stained with blood, the affection between them was unmatched by anything else. For the sisters, as long as the other was present, everything did matter. Even losing virginity, reputation, dignity, even bearing numerous derogations and infamy, all didn't matter, as long as the two sisters were by each other's side. Yet with the white-clad witch dead and without a complete corpse, it all ended. For the black-clad witch at this moment, it seemed nothing else mattered. But in the face of this tragic scene, neither Ming Yin nor Qi Ping had a shred of sympathy. Especially Ming Yin, who mercilessly seized the chance to hammer the black-clad witch into pulp as well. Sympathy for them? Then who would sympathize with the Cyan origin Sect brothers and sisters killed by their hands? Who would sympathize with the Qingtian realm cultivators killed by them? When they rampaged into the Qingtian realm, they should have been prepared for death. Moreover, in Qi Ping's eyes, he saw something deeper, realizing that perhaps not everyone was willingly involved in this war, especially the Qi refining stage disciples being used as pawns. But the strategies of Golden Core and nascent soul high-level cultivators are not something ordinary disciples can decide. Even to nascent soul venerables, talented disciples aren't that crucial. They're just entry-level at most. Just like Ming Yin, a genius capable of comprehending the true meaning of fire and Tao heart realm at the Qi refining stage, with high spirit root and constitution talents, yet still helpless in such wars. It seems even as a Sect's talented disciple, escaping the fate's influence is impossible. To change your fate, you can only rely on yourself. Qi Ping mused. This also solidified his determination to avoid the fallout. Without absolute necessity, it's best to lie low, unless you can't obtain cultivation techniques and resources anymore. Only by preserving a powerful hidden card beyond appearances can one avoid being calculated. Brother Ming, you take the storage bag first. Let's quickly leave here, Qi Ping suggested. Ming Yin was slightly stunned hearing this. In such situations, most people would compete for the storage bags. Yet Qi Ping offered to let him take it. Brother Qi trust him too much? Little did he know, Qi Ping was merely fearful, afraid of being tracked down by some strange circumstance or methods. Qi Ping was quite terrified of the Immortal Cultivation realm's eerie techniques. Compared to gains, Qi Ping feared risks more, feeling he lacked the backing like Ming Yan's. Qi Ping also didn't know that his own fear of death behavior unknowingly won some favorability in Ming Yan's heart, making Ming Yan's trust in him increase another level. Afterwards, the two quickly tidied up the battlefield, then stepped out of the illusion array. The two walked far away and then stopped in a dense forest. After stopping, Ming Yin did not immediately start dividing the spoils, but first handed something to Qi Ping from the storage bag. This is the pill formula you asked me to find earlier to enhance physical strength. I've gathered the spiritual medicine and spirit seeds for you. This elixir is called Fire Crystal Pill, primarily made from Tier 1 high-level fire crystal flower, which possesses a strong body refining effect. Though it is not precious, it's quite good and the best body refining elixir available in a short time. This kind of elixir is extremely gentle in nurturing the body, unlike some potent body refining elixirs which, although can greatly enhance physical strength, may harm the body. Fire Crystal Pill lacks this drawback and can even enhance some fire attribute talent, making it quite rare. If taken continuously, the effect will be better, but Fire Crystal Pill is not cheap, and its effectiveness decreases over time. Not very cost-effective. In the long run, Fire Crystal Pill is still good. However, after hearing Ming Yan's words, Qi Ping was very excited. It can both enhance physical strength and improve some fire tribute talent, a good thing indeed. With him having plant growth to continuously cultivate spiritual medicine, he's not worried about the scarcity of spiritual medicine. He just needs to work hard, then hand it over to the bees to make it into honey, and he just needs to refine it. Thank you, Brother Ming. Qi Ping gratefully accepted it. Having a powerful ally in the background is great, as these things difficult for him to reach can be obtained through the other's means. It's nothing, but thanks to Brother Qi today for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. Currently, the entire Qingtian realm is in a standoff. Even if he wants to find suitable combat strength, it's not easy. Now, with Qi Ping as a wild card, he has more chances of breaking through when targeted. After Ming Yin handed over everything related to the Fire Crystal Pills formula to Qi Ping, he poured out everything from the storage bags of the Twin Witches and the disciples of the Celestial Fire Pavilion. When the pile of spirit stones appeared in front of Qi Ping's eyes, it dazzled him. In contrast, Ming Yin showed no reaction, seeming somewhat disdainful. To him, he really doesn't lack these resources, not mentioning having a golden core master backing him. Just his status as an artifact refiner is enough to earn many spirit stones. After Ming Yin counted everything by hand, the final spoils were 4,312 spirit stones, plus cultivation techniques, magic, weapons, elixirs, spiritual medicine, sect tokens. Besides that, there were some curious and strange items that seemed hard to identify. The rest was just miscellaneous items. Altogether, these fragmented items surprisingly estimated to exceed the value of 10,000 spirit stones. Faced with these items, Ming Yin spoke first. Brother Qi, could you let me have all those curious items? It's something our sect requires, and in exchange, all the spirit stones inside are yours. Plus, you can choose anything else you like. Take as much as you want. Ming Yin pointed to that pile of strange items, looking at Qi Ping with an inquiring expression. Among them were stones with mysterious runes, incomplete weapons, rusted tokens, and a mysterious jar. Some of the items were what the Cyan origin sect required to find, and he didn't expect to come across them here, which was a pleasant surprise for Ming Yin. However, the enemies were slain by both him and Qi Ping, so he had to consult Qi Ping's opinion. And Qi Ping looked at that pile of strange items and agreed without hesitation. Brother Ming, Take whatever you need. I've already gained a lot from you. The truth is, even without Ming Yin making this request, Qi Ping wouldn't want those strange items. Although some of them might have surprising value, it was merely possible, and Qi Ping thought it was more likely to hide some risks, bringing disaster upon himself. If it reached Qi Ping's hands, he would at most have the bees bury these items in a hole. Carrying them wasn't possible, let alone keeping them around to study their secrets. These things are nowhere near as good as tangible spirit stones. Rather than those great opportunities, Qi Ping preferred to cultivate step by step. Then many thanks to Brother Qi. These things are valuable, but it's inconvenient for me to disclose why. So Brother Qi, please make sure to take all the spirit stones, and do choose more from the other items. After obtaining Qi Ping's consent, Ming Yin cupped his fists in gratitude towards Qi Ping. He thought having an ally like Qi Ping was fantastic, not making things difficult for him at all. And Qi Ping felt that since Ming Yin had already said so, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Brother Ming, I won't be polite with the spirit stones because I still need a lot for the purchase of spirit bees coming up. Brother Qi, feel free to take more, otherwise I wouldn't be at ease. Regarding the divine soul spirit beast, I've heard some news, but I've also heard that some senior brothers have a quite rare divine soul spirit beast. I'm speeding up to inquire and contact, and should be able to gather more information within a month. Great! I have no channel for this, so I'll have to trouble you, Brother Ming. It's my duty. Besides the spirit stones, Brother Qi, please choose more. Okay. Though Qi Ping said so, he only took some of the spiritual medicine and 2 bottles of Qi replenishing pills, which in comparison to the other items was really not much. In fact, the remaining items were beneficial to Qi Ping only regarding the spiritual medicine and Qi replenishing pills. As for other things, cultivation techniques and magic could be copied by Ming Yin. Weapons and other valuable items were of no use to Qi Ping once in hand, with nowhere to utilize them. Other miscellaneous elixirs Qi Ping dared not use. So, although these items in total were valuable, it was Ming Yin who could sell or utilize them effectively. Just taking these? Brother Qi, you're too modest, Ming Yin said with a wry smile. Though Qi Ping seemed not wealthy, he truly wasn't greedy, and this made Ming Yin feel a bit guilty. Yet what Ming Yin didn't know was that this was exactly the mindset Qi Ping wanted from him. Because only then when Qi Ping asks Ming Yin for things later, it will lead to less resentment. Qi Ping knew that even if Ming Yin was willing to provision many things willingly, such patience would diminish as the demands grew. However, Ming Yin was now Qi Ping's best pathway to acquiring cultivation techniques, spiritual medicine, and precious items, so he absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Under such circumstances, the best approach was like now, to take fewer unimportant things to him, so that next time when he asks for a favor, the other party would be more willing. After all, mutual benefit is the longest-lasting cooperation path. Of course, all this was based on Qi Ping having basically confirmed Ming Yin's character through previous discussions and understanding, ensuring future repayment. However, what Qi Ping didn't expect was that the repayment would come so quickly, only to see Ming Yin taking out a high-level magical artifact hammer, handing it to Qi Ping, saying, "Brother Qi, this is the hammer I use to comprehend the true meaning of fire when refining artifacts. It still retains some of the true meaning of fire's essence. You can use it to comprehend. Just return it once you've understood the true meaning of fire. Brother Ming, this." Qi Ping saw the hammer that Ming Yin took out, bearing clear marks of being tempered 1,000 times, none of which had been repaired. Most striking was the aura of the true meaning of fire entwining it. This kind of true meaning aura isn't easily retained. It can only be born after long-term nurturing and comprehending the true meaning of the law in an instant, making it a special item. Therefore, items containing the aura of true meaning of the law are not common. Such special items generally record the entire process of the user's comprehension of true meaning, making them much more useful for comprehending the true meaning of the law than the user's mere display of it. And the aura gradually dissipates as others comprehend it, leading to these items being extremely expensive. In some cases, even at a high price, such an item is hard to come by. In some cases, it can even be considered an alternative foundation establishment pill For once the true meaning of the law is comprehended, the foundation establishment stage is as easy as walking on flat ground, and the immortal Tao foundation established is more solid and powerful than one forged by a foundation establishment pill. This item held immense significance for Qi Ping. With it, comprehending the true meaning of fire was virtually without suspense for him. Yet faced with such an item, Qi Ping didn't know what to say for a moment. Prior to this, Ming Yan's helping gifts to him were still within normal bounds. For example, the flame burst technique and pill formulas, which could be replicated. They were precious to Qi Ping, but were just a small effort from Ming Yin without much loss. For spiritual medicine, as long as the quantity wasn't too high, Qi Ping was confident that after the mass cultivation of spirit honey, he could make up for Ming Yin with spirit stones. Or, when Ming Yin encountered danger, Qi Ping could save his life. These investments were all within a relatively normal range. But when the hammer containing the true meaning of fire was placed in front of him, Qi Ping fell silent. In this immortal cultivation realm, where life and death battles are as common as eating and drinking, Qi Ping felt a sense of unreality. Brother Ming, this is too valuable. You should keep it yourself. I dare not accept such a thing without earning it. Qi Ping hesitated for a moment, but still refused. He already owed Ming Yin too much gratitude. Besides, as long as he acquired a suitable divine soul comprehension talent, he was quite confident in comprehending the true meaning of fire and didn't necessarily have to owe this favor. However, facing Qi Ping's refusal, Ming Yin laughed heartily and said, "Brother Qi, don't worry and just take it. It's a small thing, not worth mentioning. In the Qingtian realm, there aren't many who earn my recognition, and you're one of them. Especially since your understanding of the Tao Heart realm has similarities with mine. Having a trustworthy companion on the path of immortal cultivation is much more important than these gadgets. And everyone encounters trouble. Having more friends is always more vital than a few more spirit stones. In Cyan Origin Sect, I know some senior brothers and sisters who should get along with you, and I'll introduce you to them later." As Ming Yin spoke, there was no fluctuation in his eyes or that increasingly intense Tao Heart Realm aura. Qi Ping could tell these words came entirely from the heart. At this moment, Qi Ping found it hard to imagine meeting anyone so pure in the immortal cultivation realm. One could indeed see a person's character through their Tao Heart Realm. Such a person in pursuit of the Tao is more prone to understanding a clear Tao heart and comprehending the realm. And since Ming Yin already said so much, Qi Ping decided not to refuse anymore. He also agreed with Ming Yan's words. Sometimes, a trustworthy friend is more important than some spirit stones. Like Boscow, whose current strength is far inferior to Qi Ping's, has provided great convenience to Qi Ping at times, and now has even helped secure the sales channel for spirit honey. But since Ming Yin had gone this far, naturally Qi Ping couldn't offer nothing in return. However, he didn't have much of value to Ming Yin, and all sorts of honey couldn't compare to the miracle elixirs obtained within the sect. After some thought, Qi Ping realized he had nothing in his storage bag that could interest Ming Yin. Thinking back, he remembered the strange jade pendant he obtained from the mysterious altar where he once slew the insect-controlling black-robed tribulation cultivator and nurtured the demon insect king. However, since the demon insect king is connected to the nascent soul venerable, Qi Ping knew he couldn't reveal it until he had sufficient strength. But as for the insect-controlling black-robed tribulation cultivator Lin Qing is investigating. The risk for Qi Ping was within a controllable range. Why not give the secrets and credits to Ming Yin as a form of repayment for Ming Yan's kindness? Additionally, he could use Ming Yin as a channel to uncover the secrets. Being continually pursued by Lin Qingshu left him without peace of mind. Understanding the cause and effect, and knowing the risks involved, allowed him to respond promptly. So, Qi Ping spoke up. "Thank you, Brother Ming. But before that, I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Please go ahead, Brother Qi. Do you know Lin Qingshu?" "We've had encounters, but I'm not very familiar with her. However, she's a notable figure in the Cyan Origin Sect. Rumor has it she recently turned misfortune into fortune by comprehending sword intent, signaling talent and insight beyond me. Do you know her?" "I've merely met her. Can't say I know her." "Recently, it seems she has been tracking a black-robed tribulation cultivator's whereabouts, and by chance, I killed him. Qi Ping's words brought an amused, yet exasperated expression to Ming Yan's face. Brother Qi, you must keep that a secret, or she'll certainly come to settle accounts. That person was left alive deliberately by her, intended to uncover a significant secret through the black-robed cultivator. Yet you killed him partway. I see. Qi Ping also wore an amused, exasperated smile, having always believed there was something especially important about the black-robed tribulation cultivator. But from Ming Yan's words, Qi Ping now understood the hidden secrets. Back then, that black-robed insect-controlling cultivator was the only one controlling the demon insect cultivators to find the location of the demon insect king, probably aligning with Lin Qingshu's purpose. If he had intervened, Lin Qingshu might have successfully pursued her goal through this means, so Qi Ping couldn't possibly disclose this to Lin Qingshu. Moreover, I found a bronze token on that black-robed tribulation cultivator. It looked like this, an Evil Alliance silver token. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Ming Yan's face, suggesting that black-robed tribulation cultivator had some standing to possess a silver token. It indeed has the word Jin engraved on it. Does this token have any use? Is there any risk from killing this person? This was Qi Ping's main concern, and having someone to ask, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. As long as you don't take the initiative to reveal it, there should be no issue. However, the token is made of special material, worth about 1,000 spirit stones. Cyan Origin Sect is also repurchasing these at a premium of 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, so it's somewhat valuable. Hearing this, Qi Ping breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting a handle on the issues concerning the black-robed tribulation cultivator. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Ming, for the information. As for the token, I'll bring it next time as a token of my appreciation to you. After a brief conversation, the two went their separate ways with their respective items. Ming Yin successfully completed the task assigned by the sect without any risks, and even acquired an ancient stone talisman the sect was looking for. As for Qi Ping, needless to say, with such a bountiful harvest, he now just wanted to return quickly to retreat and cultivate spiritual medicine and cultivation. On his way back from bidding farewell to Ming Yin, Qi Ping made a detour to deliver a few jars of honey corresponding to Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine to Sister Nan. He currently had an ample supply of spiritual medicine of this level, and it was something he had previously decided to assist Sister Nan in breaking through to the late-stage Qi refining. Once Sister Nan attained the strength of the late-stage Qi refining and the chaos in Qingshi County came to an end, life would be much more comfortable. For loose cultivators of this level, as long as they concealed their strength and didn't strive for those rare resources and cultivation techniques, merely tending to a piece of Tier 1 spiritual land, it could be said to be the most comfortable state of being. Free from sickness and pain, they could live for around 100 to 200 years. Qi Ping heard from Old Man Zhou that there was an uncle in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range at the late-stage Qi refining who lived just like this. Resigned to the fact that Foundation establishment was hopeless, he managed to blend into a Tier 1 low-level spiritual land where mid-stage Qi refining cultivators gathered, with no concern that the resources he earned would attract covetous eyes. Since no cultivator would risk offending a late-stage Qi refining cultivator for such trivial matters. The uncle's only hobby was creating various delicacies, reportedly due to often going hungry during his mortal days. But this kind of choice indeed brought contentment, having nothing left him free and unrestrained, and it fulfilled his lifelong wish of tasting various delicacies. Qi Ping hoped Sister Nan could lead such a simple life, and unless she was confident about moving further, there was no need to experience so many dangerous things. However, everyone has their own choices, and Qi Ping didn't want to interfere too much. All he could do now was help Sister Nan break through to the late-stage Qi refining, giving her more strength to protect herself. It's just that the timing of delivering the honey was quite inappropriate. In the middle of the night, Sister Nan was startled, thinking some bandit had come. Instead, it turned out to be Qi Ping. After delivering some honey to Sister Nan, Qi Ping returned to his mountain peak. This trip was quite fruitful. Working with Ming Yin, they faced no risks and gained substantial rewards. This was much more comfortable than Qi Ping going solo. First off, in terms of spirit stones, Qi Ping obtained 4,312 pieces. Adding to the initial count of just over 1,000, Qi Ping now had over 5,300 spirit stones just in monetary terms. Furthermore, in a month's time, Qi Ping estimated an additional income of over 3,000 spirit stones from the sale of spiritual honey. The significant amount was due to the bees gathering sustenance on their own to make the honey, saving Qi Ping a substantial quantity of 100 spirits grass. Combined with the higher-than-expected price of spiritual honey, Qi Ping now expected his quarterly income from spiritual honey to be just over 4,000 spirit stones. In a month, Qi Ping's wealth in spirit stones was estimated to reach around 8,000, including some odds and ends in his storage bag. Pooling together 9,000 spirit stones wouldn't be an issue. This amount of spirit stones was more than enough to purchase a divine soul spirit beast, comparable to the wealth of some foundation establishment cultivators. Until I become a foundation establishment cultivator, the production of spiritual honey will temporarily be capped at this level. Increasing it further would carry a greater risk of exposure. Earning spirit stones was in service of cultivation, not Qi Ping's ultimate goal. Later, when there are more spirit stones, I can have Brother Meng help with purchases, offering around a 20% premium. This way, Brother Meng gains profit and is more willing to do this, and I avoid getting entangled in sectarian strife. Aside from spirit stones, Qi Ping's gain from this journey included the fire crystal pill and related spiritual medicines. 4 Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicines, 2 Tier 1 high-level spiritual medicines, 3 of which were still alive and could be continued to grow. However, these spiritual medicines weren't of much use to Qi Ping. He needed these materials to experiment with more honey formulas in the future. And finally, there was a hammer kept in a specially crafted large jade box. This hammer was previously used by Ming Yin, ranked as an upper-grade magical artifact, extremely sturdy and able to withstand countless strikes. Currently, Ming Yin had switched to a top-grade magical artifact hammer. However, at present, there was no intention to use the hammer. The true meaning of fire it carried was precious. Waiting to contract a new animal companion and acquire new divine soul talent would be more fitting to comprehend it. Anyway, at the latest, I should be able to complete the contract with a third animal companion within 2 months. The most crucial task now is to quickly improve my cultivation, advance to the 9th layer of Qi refining as soon as possible, and simultaneously use the fire crystal pill to enhance my physical strength and fire attribute talent. This way, the power of flame burst technique will not only be greater, but it will also prevent body meridians from being injured due to insufficient physical strength when exerting it. Through this battle, Qi Ping's fondness for the flame burst technique further increased. Its performance in actual combat was outstanding. Not only does it have strong explosive power, but it also supports long-range attacks, with first-rate survival and escape capabilities, especially when combined with the Beast King's flame, forming a perfect synergy. Qi Ping estimated that once he practiced the flame burst technique to perfection, the true meaning of fire would almost certainly be comprehended, and by then he might even face Lin Qingshu, the Lady in Green, with no qualms. Let's work hard. As the distance to Foundation establishment grew closer, Qi Ping's fighting spirit surged even more. Under Qi Ping's efforts, within just 5 days, Qi Ping successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. After surpassing the 8th layer, the strength and quantity of spiritual power within Qi Ping's body increased by a large margin, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. Especially as Qi Ping felt the burgeoning power in his body and physical form, along with its vigorous life force, his heart brimmed with contentment. If I were to fight that disciple from the Celestial Fire Pavilion again, I could intercept his flying sword with even greater ease. And despite this rapid breakthrough, Qi Ping's realm remained solid and stable. This would be impossible for ordinary late-stage Qi refining cultivators. If typical late-stage Qi refining cultivators were to crazily refine spiritual medicine to elevate their cultivation like Qi Ping, their spiritual power would destabilize or become erratic for sure. So this is one of the advantages of high talent. How satisfying. Having spiritual medicine, but being unable to use it for fear of instability, would be the true grievance for Qi Ping. The most crucial thing is Qi Ping's increasing comprehension of the true meaning of fire and Tao heart realm, which is key to controlling more spiritual power. 10 days after breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refining, about half a month after Qi Ping had defeated the twin witches, the first batch of fire glow honey was successfully brewed. This batch of fire glow honey is brewed based on 10 honey formulation designs I came up with after familiarizing myself with the alchemist's notes and comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs, and also considering the fire crystal pill formula. I wonder if there will be a pleasantly surprising effect this time. Qi Ping had made significant advancements in both the flame burst technique and realm cultivation. Now, only physical strength enhancement remained. Otherwise, being injured upon using the flame burst technique was truly troublesome. The creator of the flame burst technique likely never anticipated that a Qi refining cultivator would possess a life-bound spirit fire. Let's see how effective this fire glow honey formula, modeled after the fire crystal pills pill formula, could be with the support of spiritual medicine knowledge and the alchemist's pill notes. Qi Ping was eager to see if he had made any progress in setting the honey formula with his knowledge of elixirs. The last fire spirit honey brewed using the fire spirit body tempering pill as a prototype had more than 50%, but less than 60% efficacy of the original elixir. The pursuit of this efficacy sometimes relates not only to cultivation efficiency, but also to the tempering limit. Elixirs are so precious in the immortal cultivation realm for these reasons. Elixirs can exert effects far exceeding the spiritual medicine itself, sometimes even reaching multiple times the effect of the spiritual medicine. Elixirs can purify some chaotic and useless properties of the spiritual medicine, making it easier for cultivators to absorb directly, such as retaining only the body-enhancing property of the fire crystal flower. Elixirs can neutralize some highly poisonous or violent properties, transforming them into properties absorbable by cultivators. For example, while the soul-crossing flower can enhance the divine soul, its terrifying resentment contained within makes direct refining unimaginable. The soul-crossing flower can only be made into an elixir suitable for consumption after being refined with the Buddha Heart Lotus to become the Buddha's Heart Soul Crossing Pill. The Buddha's Heart Soul Crossing Pill not only inherits the effect of enhancing the divine soul from the soul-crossing flower, but also adds the comprehension-enhancing effect of the Buddha Heart Lotus, possibly bringing about a sudden enlightenment. This is the true allure of elixirs, one of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation. Therefore, although the last fire spirit honey seemed to retain about 60% of the fire spirit body tempering pill's efficacy, taking it a few more times could make up for it. However, from the perspective of the limit, there was still a significant gap. Especially some elixirs with special effects might directly lose their efficacy due to insufficient effectiveness. But honey brewed by bees has an advantage that elixirs cannot compare. There's no elixir poison, no elixir poison. This effect is the key for Qi Ping to refine honey in large quantities. As long as the problem of floating spiritual power and unstable foundation is solved, Qi Ping can consume honey without limit. This is an unparalleled advantage. It's well known that most elixirs produce elixir poison during refinement. Once accumulated excessively, it can lead to hidden dangers in cultivation, requiring a considerable amount of time to clear. Even if some people have many spirit stones and can purchase many elixirs, they can't use them without limit, or it wouldn't be accelerating cultivation, but self-sabotage. This is one reason Qi Ping is so committed to researching honey-making formulas. With his Druid plant growth ability, he can naturally consume a large amount of spiritual medicine. As long as the best honey formula is developed, it can be consumed in large quantities almost without limit, saving a lot of alchemy time and allowing more time for cultivation and understanding of the true meaning of fire. Alchemy is a highly energy-consuming task. Many alchemists have average combat power because related matters of alchemy occupy 50, 60, or even more of their energy. But Qi Ping's ultimate goal is to pursue the immortal Tao for longevity, so no one in the world can threaten him, which conflicts with time-consuming alchemy techniques. Thus, if the bees can keep being cultivated to refine elixirs for Qi Ping, it's the best choice for him. Compared to alchemists, the path of arrays involves researching and utilizing the power of heaven and earth laws. Druidism and cultivation are essentially more similar and more suitable for Qi Ping. Moreover, the formidable combat power and supportability that array masters obtain through arrays, such as defense arrays and spirit gathering arrays, are most compatible with druids needing to establish homes. Let's first try directly replicating the honey made with the fire crystal pill formula. Qi Ping initially tried the most authentic combination. However, the final result left Qi Ping a bit disappointed. It only reached slightly above 50% of the normal efficacy, even worse than last time's fire spirit body tempering honey. Indeed, there's a gap in the refining method, and the formula also needs corresponding changes. Simply following the steps isn't likely to lead to satisfying results. It seems that to create the most suitable honey formula in the future, it's necessary to combine knowledge of spiritual medicine and alchemy with the honey-making traits of different bee species. But the second batch soon brought Qi Ping a surprise. About 67% efficacy. As expected, after adjusting a couple of spiritual medicines based on the knowledge of spiritual medicine neutralization and alchemy experience, the effect indeed improved significantly. This success gave Qi Ping enormous hope directly. There are 8 batches left. Hopefully, a formula with better efficacy will emerge. Excited with anticipation, Qi Ping eagerly and carefully continued experimenting. The third batch, 61% efficacy, not bad. The fourth batch, only 30% efficacy, that's too poor. The fifth batch, 10% efficacy, but it seems to have some special effect, a slight ignition in the abdomen. After trying 8 batches, the highest efficacy was still from the second formula, with 67% of the fire crystal pill's efficacy. Although a bit disappointed, it's actually quite good. After all, I've only just started learning elixir knowledge, and I'm limited by the scarcity of spiritual medicine. Reaching this level is already very impressive. As my knowledge of elixirs increases and there's more abundance of spiritual medicine in the future, I will surely enhance the effectiveness of the honey formula gradually. This is indeed a promising beginning. On the whole, this experiment has already met Qi Ping's psychological expectations. Having confirmed the honey formula with 67% efficacy, Qi Ping immediately arranged for large-scale refining of the fire glow honey. Enhancing physical strength also needs to be brought up on the schedule soon. With sufficient physical strength, Qi Ping's cultivation improvement can be more unrestrained, and the limit of the flame burst body technique will be higher. This type of body technique demands high physical requirements, but the advantage is also a high limit, especially for Qi Ping. While Qi Ping was cultivating spiritual medicine extensively, something occurred that made him quite excited. The number of battle bees in the swarm reached 10,000. 4,000 high-speed, ring-cutting bees. 2,000 ink armor bees. 2,000 highly poisonous bees. 2,000 balanced bees. Moreover, thanks to the Bee King's advancement, the combat power of all the newly nurtured bees also increased by almost 20 to 30% due to the overall improvement in physique. This was already stronger than the original mutant bee swarm. The Bee King truly is the battle core of the swarm, and its enhancement has brought a notable qualitative change in the swarm's combat power. With this Bee King, the future of Qi Ping's bee swarm is very promising. As Qi Ping gazed at the 10,000 bees in the forest, which were just slightly smaller than a fist, a highly satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is an army of 10,000 alien bees. According to Qi Ping's previous estimates, 10,000 battle bees can almost certainly slaughter a foundation establishment cultivator, especially the later cultivated bees which, under the powerful bloodline of the Bee King's advancement, have become even stronger. Feeling the oppression brought by the 10,000 battle bees, Qi Ping had an unparalleled sense of safety at this moment. This kind of security is really rare in such a chaotic environment. As long as Qi Ping doesn't actively cause trouble in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, combined with the talent of natural perception, even a golden core stage expert might not be able to catch him. Because whenever Qi Ping's natural perception detects impending danger, He can instantly transform into a bee and quickly flee with his belongings. 10,000 completely dispersed bees. Who could catch him? It took nearly 4 to 5 months altogether, occupying so much energy, to finally finish cultivating the swarm. Even though the entirety of the time wasn't spent cultivating the swarm, it did take a significant amount of Qi Ping's energy. So even though the swarm now has the ability to kill an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, Qi Ping had no plans to let them clash with one. Because once the swarm suffers heavy losses, it would be like being knocked back to square one, and cultivating such a vast swarm again would be exceedingly difficult for Qi Ping. The purpose of cultivating 10,000 battle bees was not to have them fight Foundation Establishment cultivators, but to ensure his own safety, granting him the power to either kill or escape from a Foundation Establishment cultivator in critical situations. This safety guarantee is what Qi Ping values most. Now I don't have to worry so much about my safety and can focus my mind entirely on improving my strength. In order to advance the swarm to Tier 2, he must cultivate blood ginseng to a 500-year level. According to Qi Ping's estimate, his current level 3 plant growth could at most cultivate blood ginseng to over 300 years, and cultivating it to a 500-year level will likely require reaching level 4 plant growth. For spirit plants, as the years increase, their medicinal properties become stronger, even breaking through the tier limits. For instance, a Tier 1 low-level flowing light grass with 10,000 years of medicinal effect will be much stronger than a Tier 3 spiritual medicine. But in terms of cultivation difficulty, a 10,000-year flowing light grass is much harder to cultivate than a Tier 3 spiritual medicine. This is why a 500-year medicinal effect Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine, like blood ginseng, can facilitate the transformation of a Tier 2 swarm. Moreover, at Qi Ping's current plant growth speed, it's entirely impossible to support the blast soldier level for Tier 2 bees. Therefore, before breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Qi Ping has little hope of cultivating a Tier 2 swarm. The only one with a chance to break through to Tier 2 before Qi Ping is Yaya. However, although Yaya is currently at Tier 1 perfection, absorbing and refining the power of the Great Sun diligently every day, there are no signs of breaking through to Tier 2 yet. For this, Qi Ping knows he cannot rush things. Although spirit beasts only need continuous feeding of a large amount of spiritual medicine to quickly break through before reaching a bloodline limit, overfeeding will still result in side effects similar to a cultivator consuming a large amount of spiritual medicine, though not as severe as for human cultivators. But once they reach their bloodline limit, with little experience in cultivation and honing, it is almost certain that they will not be able to break through the shackles of their bloodline to reach a new level. Qi Ping places high hopes on Yaya's future, so he naturally will not indulge in reckless cultivation. Therefore, during this period, Qi Ping only occasionally gives Yaya some fire attribute honey, letting Yaya perceive and absorb the power of the Great Sun independently at other times. In the current state, nothing is more suitable for Yaya than perceiving the power of the Great Sun, and it is also the highest level of power Yaya can currently access. Qi Ping is waiting for the day Yaya comes to him and says, "Ka, boss, I'm about to break through. I need lots of fire attribute honey." When Qi Ping hears this, it will be the moment he madly cultivates fire attribute spiritual medicine to help Yaya break past the Tier 1 limit and shackles of the realm. The complete formation of the super beehive has finally let Qi Ping breathe more easily. He can now focus daily on cultivating spiritual medicine and his cultivation without worries. When feeling vexed, he engages in gardening, planting flowers, and watering them. Sometimes he wanders around the cloud, mist mountain range, sensing those ancient woods that have grown over 1,000 years, or observing the myriad of fascinating plants in the Immortal Cultivation realm. When he encounters plants or flowers he likes, he brings them back to the mountain to plant. Gradually, things on numbers 28 and 29 have become more abundant. Qi Ping even met quite a few small animals, such as a little squirrel, small chickadee, or white crane that also took a liking to him, so he brought some back with him. However, they were not spirit beasts, just mortal beasts with a bit of spiritual qi, their constitution barely stronger than that of wild beasts in the mortal world, not even capable of defeating the weakest black small bee swarm. Qi Ping did not contract them, but rather let them live there on their own. For food, they find their own and do not require much care from Qi Ping. They only come to play with Qi Ping occasionally when he has spare time. It feels more and more like home. Looking at the bustling, rich mountain, Qi Ping increasingly feels a sense of home. From unfamiliar to familiar. Every detail here was built by Qi Ping and his animal companions, and he is profoundly familiar with almost every corner. Now it's just a matter of bringing back Old Man Zhou. Such a lively mountain, building a small courtyard, and preparing some good food and wine. Qi Ping feels Old Man Zhou would thoroughly enjoy it. Living out his years in peace here wouldn't be bad. The unfortunate thing is, given the current chaos, bringing Old Man Zhou back will be more curse than blessing. I just hope this chaos ends within a year or two. Initially, Qi Ping planned to send some of the swarm and some nourishing honey to Old Man Zhou. But now Qi Ping doesn't know where Old Man Zhou is. Because when they decided that Old Man Zhou would return to the mortal world, they had already agreed that he should distance himself from human eyes, find a remote place in the mortal world, and avoid being tracked at all costs. However, I did send plenty of spirit stones and honey with Old Man Zhou, which should sustain him for 4 or 5 years without issue. Given the current intensity of conflict, likely, the chaotic battleground will calm within 2 to 3 years. Considering these, Qi Ping isn't too worried. During this period, Sister Nan visited Qi Ping once to deliver some matured spirit storage fruits. She was immediately stunned by the lively and comfortable atmosphere on Qi Ping's mountain peak upon arrival. She could not imagine that in such a short period, Qi Ping had managed the new mountain peak so seamlessly. Many things and cute little animals on the mountain greatly amazed her. During this period, batches of fire glow honey that Qi Ping had researched were being brewed. Without the demand of cultivating the beehive, the supply of fire glow honey became ample. With the abundant supply of fire glow honey, Qi Ping's physical strength began to increase rapidly. In just half a month, it reached the point where the flame burst technique no longer backfired on his body, and his strength was also rapidly growing with it. On the 50th day after Qi Ping returned to the mountain after slaying the black and white double assassins, news finally came from Ming Yin. Brother Qi, I have gathered the information on the divine soul type spirit beast you required. Have you gathered all the information on divine soul spirit beasts? It's finally here. Seeing the message from Ming Yin, Qi Ping felt a strong sense of joy welling up inside. He had been waiting for this day for so long. As he delves deeper into cultivation, he increasingly feels the frustration of lacking comprehension. For example, if the flame burst technique were not a fire attribute technique, without the support of the Yang fire body and Beast King's flame, with Qi Ping's comprehension, even getting started would be extremely difficult, let alone achieving minor achievement and displaying impressive combat power in a short period. However, with deeper understanding of the flame burst technique, approaching great success and perfection levels, the requirement for divine soul comprehension also grows higher. Mere physical talent and life-bound spirit fire are no longer enough for Qi Ping to quickly comprehend the technique. Therefore, if Qi Ping wants to quickly train the flame burst technique to great success or even perfection, enhancing his divine soul and comprehension talent is urgent. And this is only concerning the flame burst technique cultivation. The further he progresses, whether it is comprehending the true meaning of fire or cultivating the wood flame technique, Qi Ping increasingly experiences the frustration of lacking divine soul comprehension. Thankfully, he didn't impulsively choose to become a mage. Otherwise, with his normal intellect and comprehension, he likely would have been devoured by demonic insects without a trace left. Upon receiving the news, Qi Ping, filled with excitement, quickly prepared and gathered the spirit stones. No matter how anxious he was, safety was still the first priority. He also brought the special token he promised last time to Ming Yin. With these preparations complete, Qi Ping immediately headed to Cyan Stone Marketplace to find Ming Yin. Currently, Qi Ping had over 8,600 spirit stones, all profits from the recent mass maturation of 100 spirits grass, producing a large amount of spirit-rich honey. Boss Gao was indeed capable, easily handling such a large supply without any sales pressure. Qi Ping greatly admired this aspect of him. As for how much profit Boss Gao earned, Qi Ping didn't inquire, but from Gao's beaming smile, it was clear he made quite a lot. However, Qi Ping said nothing about this and was even pleased, believing that mutual profit ensures long-term cooperation. Moreover, Boss Gao provided significant help, so earning more spirit stones was justified. After all, Qi Ping was sure he wasn't shortchanged and even saved up a large sum of spirit stones to purchase divine soul spirit beasts. For Qi Ping, this was more than enough. In this period of sluggish spirit beast cub prices, Qi Ping's spirit stones were sufficient to buy a spirit beast with a strong lineage. Originally, the illusory moon white fox at Cyan Stone Marketplace was his backup choice, but unexpectedly, the marketplace had basically closed down. However, after the Big Belly Bee brewer produced spirit-rich honey, Qi Ping planned to contract an even more powerful spirit beast. Yet in Cyan Stone Marketplace, the only option for Qi Ping was a Tier 2 low-level illusory moon white fox. Although it was not bad, if he could contract a spirit beast with stronger lineage and potential, Qi Ping naturally hoped to contract a better one immediately, considering each animal companion spot is extremely precious. Fortunately, with Ming Yin's channel, Qi Ping can now select spirit beasts with stronger lineages within the Cyan origin sect. Brother Ming, long time no see. As soon as Qi Ping stepped into the courtyard, he saw Ming Yin, who had already prepared wine. Long time no see, Brother Qi. I've been waiting for quite a while. Huh? Brother Qi, the aura of your Dao heart realm has intensified quite a bit. Did you have new insights recently? Ming Yin suddenly exclaimed. Yes, indeed I had some insights. Last time I observed the Sect competition. This time I perceived the ancient trees, flowers, and animals of the cloud mist mountain range. Brother Qi, you have extraordinary enlightenment. Hearing Qi Ping's words, Ming Yin genuinely admired him. Enlightenment is used to describe the endowment for cultivating Dao heart. Some people live countless years and experience numerous events, yet can never grasp the Dao heart, a common occurrence in the cultivation realm. But some can quickly find their path. This is enlightenment. Qi Ping, too, only discovered through discussing the Dao with Ming Yin that while his cultivation and comprehension talents were average, he indeed possessed significant talent for understanding his Dao heart, as Ming Yin said. This discovery brought Qi Ping immense joy, because in the immortal cultivation realm, both elusive and unenhanceable by external sources is enlightenment. Cultivation talent can be enhanced with precious spiritual medicine. Even divine soul talent can be enhanced with more rare and precious spiritual medicine. Only enlightenment cannot be enhanced by any spiritual object. Even the legendary reincarnation Bodhi, which grants memories of 100 reincarnations, still has varying effects depending on the person. Some who consume it may suddenly grasp the Dao heart and reach its peak. Others, however, remain unable to understand the Dao heart, instead trapped by the memories, becoming insane. Unlike elixirs that enhance physical or divine soul talents, which, although varied in effect, do not have large disparities. Only reincarnation Bodhi can make one understand the Dao and ascend to immortality or drive someone insane, even shatter the Dao heart and lead to death. As one's cultivation level rises, the importance of enlightenment continues to grow. Even countless exceptionally talented individuals with special physiques can be stuck at the Dao heart bottleneck. In the end, they may be forced to break through forcefully, leading to a destiny of power running wild, severe injuries, and demise. After discussing their recent insights, Qi Ping and Ming Yin turned the conversation to spirit beasts. Brother Qi, speaking of spirit beasts, your luck is truly incredible. Did you find any rare divine soul spirit beasts? Indeed, not just one, but two. If not for the current situation where those senior brothers and sisters urgently need spirit stones, even if I intervened, they might not have been willing to let go. Upon mentioning this, Ming Yin couldn't help but sigh at how timely Qi Ping's spirit beast purchase was. 2. What kind of spirit beasts are they that even Brother Ming holds in such high esteem? Back when Ming Yin saw the Yang Fire Crow, his reaction wasn't as significant as it is now. This made Qi Ping look forward to it even more. Compared to them, the previously mentioned illusory moon white fox and demon sound sparrow seemed quite ordinary, Brother Chi, have you heard of the Qing Miao Flower Demon and Enchanting Immortal Fox? Qing Miao Flower Demon, Enchanting Immortal Fox? Hearing these two names, Qi Ping's pupils dilated in shock. These names were naturally familiar to Qi Ping, who had been reading various spirit beast books, but because of this familiarity, he found it hard to believe. He even doubted if he had misheard. How could such high-level spirit beasts exist within the Cyan origin sect? The Qing Miao Flower Demon and the Ming Yin Spirit Fox are generic terms for a large category of spirit beasts. The more common Qing Miao Flower Demons and Ming Yin Spirit Foxes can generally rival the Golden Core stage in adulthood, existing at the very least on the same level as the Yang Fire Crow. Among these, the Qing Miao Flower Demon is an extremely rare plant-type spirit beast, with formidable power of the Divine Soul, particularly skilled in dispelling heart demons and Divine Soul defense. Apart from this, it is also quite proficient in illusion techniques, making it a very suitable spirit beast pet for the Immortal Cultivation realm, especially for cultivators who face risks and troubles from heart demons. However, the specific abilities of the Qing Miao Flower Demon depend on what type of spirit flower it is based on, such as the Miao Ling Flower, Clear Spirit Flower, 100 Eyes Flower. Each type of spirit flower has different specialized abilities, but Divine Soul defense, dispelling heart demons, and illusion techniques are common capabilities among them. Compared to the Qing Miao Flower Demon, the capabilities of the Ming Yin Spirit Fox are much simpler, primarily focusing on the strength of the Divine Soul and illusion abilities. It has been named Ming Yin by many cultivators, which indicates the extent of its powerful illusion abilities. The Ming Yin Spirit Fox varies in bloodline abilities, ranging from Tier 2 to Tier 4, as indicated by the enchantment mark on its forehead. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the talent. However, these two spirit beasts are so rare that Qi Ping found it hard to imagine they would appear within Cyan Origin. Of course I've heard of them. Is it true that Cyan Origin Sect has such rare spirit beasts, and are willing to sell them? Qi Ping found it somewhat hard to believe. In other words, the disciples of Cyan Origin Sect must be in a difficult situation. Otherwise, why would they part with such rare spirit beasts? To gain spirit stones to enhance their cultivation, they were willing to put such spirit beasts up for sale. That's why I say, Brother Chi, you're in luck. Any other time, even if I begged, they probably wouldn't sell them. Then Ming Yin specifically talked about the details of the two spirit beasts. The first spirit beast, the Qing Miao Flower Demon, belonged to a Foundation establishment stage core disciple of the Cyan Origin Sect. Due to several battles with disciples from other sects recently, it has been injured multiple times, most recently suffering a serious injury in the last battle. Currently, they are selling various items on hand to exchange for healing elixirs and elixirs to enhance strength. This Qing Miao Flower Demon's essence is the 100 Eyes Flower, with a bloodline level at Tier 2 high level and is still at the juvenile stage. Price, 9,000 Spirit Stones. As for the second, the Enchanting White Fox, its bloodline level is also at Tier 2 high level, still at the juvenile stage, currently only having one enchantment mark. This spirit beast comes from the hands of senior sister, known to Ming Yin. Price, 8,000 Spirit Stones. Ming Yin had them both confirmed by experts. There are no issues. Qi Ping, after pondering for a moment, quickly made a decision. He wants them both. These two spirit beasts are very rare Divine Soul-type spirit beasts, and Qi Ping is certain that if he misses this chance, even if he breaks through the Foundation establishment, it would be hard to encounter another one. He currently has 2 slots for animal companions, and in over half a year, when his Druid level increases again, he can have 1 more contract slot. The bloodlines and talents of these 2 Divine Soul-type spirit beasts are quite impressive, making them exceptionally rare good spirit beasts for Qi Ping at this stage. No matter which talent he shares, it will definitely be worthwhile. Under these circumstances, Qi Ping naturally wants them all. However, his current spirit stones are only enough to purchase one of them. He'll have to think of some ways to acquire the other. Brother Ming, can you help me purchase the 100 Eyes Flower Demon? I also want the Enchanting Spirit Fox, but your senior sister might not be in such a hurry. I'll try to gather some spirit stones during this period, and then I'll buy it, if it's still there by then. The features and benefits of these 2 spirit beasts are significant to Qi Ping, with no clear distinction of superiority. The reason he chose to purchase the 100 Eyes Flower Demon was because that senior brother seemed more anxious. If Qi Ping doesn't buy it soon, it might be priced lower, and it would be uncertain if Qi Ping could acquire it then. After saying this, Qi Ping immediately went out to find Boss Gao, sold a few talismans there, and gathered 9,000 spirit stones. Once the spirit stones were enough, Qi Ping rushed back to Ming Yin's courtyard and handed all the spirit stones to Ming Yin. "Brother Ming, thank you. It's nothing, I just contacted them. I guess it will take 2 to 3 days to deliver it. I'll notify you once it arrives." "All right." After the matter concluded, Qi Ping hurried back to the mountain peak and immediately began cultivating the 100 spirits grass, also having the bee king foster another batch of big belly bees. To quickly acquire the enchanting spirit fox, Qi Ping decided to accelerate the production of the condensed spirit honey, even if it means temporarily slowing down his cultivation progress. If the yield is increased, selling some possessions should enable him to purchase the enchanting spirit fox before it gets sold. Although rashly increasing production may bring some risks, it is worth it for such a rare spirit beast. Besides, the condensed spirit honey can be said to have quite a stock. Even if it attracts some covetous intentions, the risk is within Qi Ping's defense range. With that decision, Qi Ping started working enthusiastically. Under the plant growth skill, the 100 spirits grass was continuously cultivated. A new batch of brewer big belly bee eggs was quickly laid. After Qi Ping's vigorous work for 3 days, the communication talisman finally received a message from Ming Yin. "Brother Qi, the spirit beasts have arrived." A simple sentence made Qi Ping's heart inevitably excited. "They're finally here." Then Qi Ping put down his work on cultivation and, along with Yaya and the bee swarm, immediately hurried to Cyan Stone Marketplace. If there were no surprises, he would contract the 3rd animal companion today. However, once Qi Ping reached Cyan Stone Marketplace, an unexpected turn of events occurred, because today, he wouldn't just contract the 3rd animal companion, but the 4th animal companion as well. At this moment, in Ming Yan's courtyard, Qi Ping was staring at the 100 Eyes Flower Demon and the enchanting spirit fox in the spirit beast bags, utterly stunned. Both had been purchased by Ming Yin. "Brother Ming, why were both spirit beasts bought? You mentioned needing both last time, so I exchanged the token you gave me for 2,300 spirit stones, and, since I had abundant spirit stones, I preemptively bought them for you, because Ming Yin also heard that someone intended to buy the enchanting spirit fox." To ensure Qi Ping didn't miss the opportunity, Ming Yin, without informing Qi Ping, decided to buy the enchanting spirit fox as well. Upon hearing this, Qi Ping felt grateful, but he didn't agree immediately. He first made an agreement with Ming Yin that he would repay 10,000 spirit stones within half a year, and Ming Yin must accept. Due to Qi Ping's insistence, Ming Yin could only agree. Once Ming Yin agreed, Qi Ping confidently took away the 2 spirit beasts that had captured his heart. As for the extra 2,000 spirit stones, it would be his kind gesture to Ming Yin. Upon returning to the mountain peak with the 100 Eyes Flower Demon and the enchanting white fox, Qi Ping could no longer suppress his inner excitement. New animal companions are finally here. And to it that, acquiring both spirit beasts was truly an unexpected surprise for Qi Ping. It was worth his painstaking efforts to seek out more powerful spirit beast partners. This time, having 2 divine soul-type pet beasts together means they can surely share a decent talent. If he could simultaneously share 2 powerful divine soul talents, that would be a surprise among surprises. I really have to thank Brother Ming for his help this time. Qi Ping never expected Ming Yin to do this. He had thought about asking Ming Yin for help, but that thought was quickly dismissed by Qi Ping himself. After all, Ming Yin had already helped him so much. To have him contribute more spirit stones, disregarding whether he had them or not, Qi Ping would feel bad even if he did. In the end, without him asking, Ming Yin actually did it for him. This made Qi Ping both surprised and grateful. So no matter what, he must repay him with 2,000 spirit stones. It's a part of the return for the help Ming Yin has given him during this time. In half a year's time, with normal growth of the 100 spirits grass, the spirit storage honey should earn about 8 to 9,000 spirit stones, close to 10,000. I just need to cultivate some 100 spirits grass with plant growth. In a situation where time is not so tight, Chi Ping decided not to mass-produce spirit storage honey in the short term. Though Chi Ping is confident about handling the risks, it's still better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, within the forces of Bluestone, the relationships are complex, and the last thing you want is to provoke a golden core stage cultivator. Otherwise, Chi Ping would have to flee to unfamiliar places, living on the run. Brother Ming is a friend worth making, so if Brother Ming faces danger, I should help as much as I can. Chi Ping could tell that Ming Yin was a genuinely pure cultivator. He believed that if someone like Ming Yin didn't fall, he would be a formidable presence in the future. Old Zhou also told him that no matter how strong one becomes, it's better to have fewer enemies and more trustworthy friends when there is no conflict of interest, as this is the better way to survive. Old Zhou knew many cultivators more talented than him when he was young, but most of them died due to being aggressive and making enemies everywhere. Because even if one's talent is exceptional in the immortal cultivation realm, it's often just an unremarkable existence. Concealing oneself is the key to surviving, just like in Cyan Origin Sect and Celestial Fire Pavilion. Every batch of disciples starts with emerging talents, but few truly grow up. Without background or extraordinary talent, to survive well, one either has to be incredibly lucky or skilled in survival, yet it's puzzling why so many think they are the former. On the mountain peak, Chi Ping released Yaya and the swarm from the spirit beast bag, instructing them to remain vigilant and on guard before he began the preparation for the contract. The first spirit beast Chi Ping took out from the storage bag was the enchanting Immortal Fox. This was a small snow-white, fluffy little creature. In appearance, it was quite similar to the illusory moon white fox Chi Ping had seen before, except the enchanting Immortal Fox's body was a bit more round and plump, looking particularly cute. The most obvious difference is the special enchantment mark on the enchanting white fox's head, which is the mark of the enchanting Immortal Fox, indicating stronger bloodlines with more marks. The little enchanting white fox in Chi Ping's hand only had one enchantment mark, but its bloodline had already reached Tier 2 high level, which in some respects was no less than Yaya. However, the nurturing difficulty and bloodline advancement difficulty for the enchanting white fox was above Yaya, likely why senior sister Ming Yin chose to sell it, as it was too hard to form combat power in the short term. Even for Chi Ping, there were no resources to cultivate this little spirit fox now. What he needed more was to share the talent of this little spirit fox. Is it still not awake? Chi Ping looked at the little creature still asleep and gently rubbed it a few times with his hand. Upon feeling the touch, the little spirit fox slowly woke up, its head murmurly moving and blinking its eyes at Chi Ping. Seeing Chi Ping's unfamiliar face, the little spirit fox was a bit frightened at first. But feeling Chi Ping's aura, it relaxed. The aura from Chi Ping made it feel very comfortable and at ease. Just at this moment, the little spirit fox's stomach suddenly rumbled, indicating hunger. Feeling the hunger from its stomach, the little spirit fox helplessly and timidly looked at Chi Ping. It was hungry and wanted to eat, but was a bit hesitant to do so. Seeing the still timid little spirit fox, Chi Ping took out a few spirit storage fruits and a piece of blood ginseng from the storage bag, and placed them in front of the little spirit fox. The little spirit fox, seeing the spirit fruit brought by Chi Ping, gulped a little but did not eat, instead looking at Chi Ping with an inquisitive glance. In response, Chi Ping said with a smile, "Go ahead, little one. Chirp, chirp. All right, then I'll eat. Chirp, chirp. Huh. Wait, how come I'm understanding you?" The little spirit fox instinctively responded and only realized this after putting its mouth near the spirit storage fruit. Its eyes widened at Chi Ping, finding it incredible. This was the first time the little spirit fox, having encountered so many two-legged creatures, had met one that it could fully understand. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it naturally noticed the difference. Instinct told it that this two-legged creature seemed completely different from other two-legged creatures. First, eat and fill your belly, and once you're full, I'll tell you. Chi Ping suggested. Chirp, chirp. All right, fine. But remember to tell me afterward. The simple-minded little spirit fox, confirming Chi Ping's lack of malice, decided to fill its tummy first. For a little spirit fox of its age, eating is the greatest priority, but it was also very curious about how it could understand Chi Ping. Before eating, it sniffed the spirit storage fruit and blood ginseng, finding nothing unusual, only a delightful fragrance. So it began to eat, bite by bite. The eating speed was quite quick, clearly very hungry. However, being able to sleep so soundly despite such hunger was quite rare. After a while, the blood ginseng and spirit storage fruit Chi Ping brought out were all consumed by the little spirit fox. Lying on the grass, the little spirit fox used its front paws to rub its round belly, showing a content expression. After resting for a bit, it looked at Chi Ping and said, "Chirp, chirp. I'm full now. Can you tell me now why I can understand you?" The fluffy little spirit fox blinked its big, shiny black eyes, looking at Chi Ping with curiosity. Why could it understand what this two-legged beast was saying? This two-legged beast gave it a particularly pleasant feeling. Why could it understand? Chi Ping thought for a while, and finally decided to attribute it to his own talent. Because one of my talents is the ability to understand spirit beasts. Chirp, chirp. Is there such a talent? I've never encountered it before. What other talents do you have? I have many other talents, but I only tell my animal companions. Chirp, chirp. Animal companions? What are animal companions? Animal companions are very good friends who can fight together and share many things together. Hearing Chi Ping's explanation, the little spirit fox's eyes showed a look of anticipation. Chirp, chirp. Is that so? It sounds great. Will you share delicious food with me? Of course, I can share a lot of delicious food with you. Chirp, chirp. Wow. Can I become your animal companion? But I don't seem to have anything to share with you, which feels bad for you, a bit unfair. As it spoke, the little spirit fox's eyes suddenly darkened. Because you're still young, every spirit beast needs time to grow, and once you grow up, you'll be able to share things with me. Chi Ping patiently explained. Chirp, chirp. Is that so? Can I become your animal companion? The little spirit fox's eyes once again showed a look of anticipation. Of course you can. Chi Ping answered affirmatively. Chirp, chirp. Yay. That's wonderful. The little fox became excited all over. However, it seemed to think of something and suddenly said, Chirp, chirp. But I can't become your animal companion now. I have to wait. The little spirit fox suddenly started counting its toes. Chirp, chirp. I have to wait until after half a day before I can become your animal companion. Don't be anxious. The little spirit fox seemed afraid that Chi Ping would be anxious and quickly comforted him. Half a day? I'm not anxious. But why is it half a day? Chi Ping looked at the little spirit fox with some confusion. Upon hearing this, the little spirit fox said seriously, Chirp, chirp. Because before I got lost, my mother told me not to become friends with other spirit beasts I just met. I don't know how long you have to know them, but half a day should be considered a long time, so you'll have to patiently wait. So that's how it is. Did you get lost by yourself before? Chirp, chirp. Yes, it's all because I was being mischievous and ran out when my mother wasn't around and got lost. After getting lost, the outside world was so dangerous. Not only was I starving and weak, but several times I almost got eaten by fierce spirit beasts. Chirp, chirp. Later, I was caught by a particularly fierce two-legged beast, and then saw many more two-legged beasts, most of whom made me scared. Chirp, chirp. Recently, I've stayed for quite a long time with a very nice two-legged beast. She treated me well, giving me lots of goodies, and wasn't fierce. Chirp, chirp. But for some reason, she handed me over to another two-legged beast. Will you not want me someday? The little spirit fox looked at Chi Ping anxiously. Chi Ping seemed very nice, but would he send it away one day? It was a bit afraid of starving again, and also feared meeting those mean creatures. Of course not. Once you become my animal companion, we will be the best of friends forever. I will definitely not send you away. Chi Ping pulled the little spirit fox closer, stroked its head, and comforted it somewhat distressly. Chirp, chirp. That's wonderful. I won't have to starve anymore. I want to grow up quickly, so I can share things with you too. Still have half a day. Speaking of this, the little spirit fox started counting its toes again. It really hoped the half-day time would pass quickly. As it counted without knowing, it fell asleep. Chi Ping looked at the little spirit fox, sleeping soundly in his arms, and thought to himself, "Don't worry, little one. You will not go hungry here, nor will you be given away." Afterwards, Qi Ping did not disturb the little spirit fox's rest, but carefully began cultivating, while thinking about the information on the enchanting immortal fox. One seal, enchanting immortal fox. Species: enchanting immortal fox, 1 seal. Bloodline: Tier 2 high level. Talent: Enchant God seal. Enchanting immortal illusion technique. Talent: possesses keen insight with intuition, excellent talent in comprehension and learning ability. Enchantment God seal. Originating from the enchanting immortal bloodline. Those possessing the enchantment God seal have a strong divine soul and robust divine sense, with high resistance to illusions. Enchanting immortal illusion technique. Possesses extraordinary illusion technique inherited from the enchanting immortal bloodline, capable of enchanting, confusing, and collapsing the enemy's divine soul. I wonder which talent I can share this time. These 3 talents are the main talents of the enchanting immortal fox, and talent sharing usually comes from one of these 3 main talents. Regarding these 3 talents, Qi Ping favors the enchantment God seal the most. Just the effects of a strong divine soul and robust divine sense are enough to make Qi Ping envious, not to mention the traits against illusions. The divine soul is the foundation of everything. Enhancing it would also improve some comprehension, although not as much as the comprehension talent. Secondly, there is the talent. Although it can't directly greatly enhance divine soul strength, the boost to comprehension and learning ability is of great benefit to comprehending techniques and realizing the true meaning of fire. The enchanting immortal illusion technique is ranked last by Qi Ping not because it's inferior. In fact, the enchanting immortal illusion technique strength is well known in the immortal cultivation realm, surpassing many illusion techniques and many illusion-type spirit beasts. But to have a strong illusion technique, a strong divine soul, is foundational. So if Qi Ping only has the enchanting immortal illusion talent without the divine soul talent, it's just empty spectacle with limited strength. No matter which talent is shared, there's no big problem. In his storage bag, there is another more rare divine soul-type spirit beast, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, contracting 2 divine soul-type spirit beasts in succession. As long as Qi Ping's luck isn't particularly bad, obtaining a divine soul talent shouldn't be too hard. Moreover, these 2 spirit beast talents are all impressive. There's not much risk. The little spirit fox slept particularly deeply. When it sleepily woke up and saw the newly risen sun, it realized it had slept for most of the day. The first thing upon waking was that it started calculating how much time had passed. Chirp, chirp. I seem to have come yesterday noon. Up till now, it's been most of the day. Most of the day is more than a half day. So now I have known him for more than half a day. Discovering that it could become Qi Ping's animal companion, the little spirit fox suddenly jumped from Qi Ping's arms. Then it rubbed its head against Qi Ping, looking at him with utmost anticipation and excitement. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Half a day has passed. I can become your animal companion now. Chirp, chirp. Fox can now become your animal companion. Upon hearing the tender voice of the little fox spirit, Qi Ping emerged from his state of cultivation. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw the little fox spirit rubbing its head against him, its eyes filled with mysterious power and looking at him with expectant eyes. The eyes of the enchanting immortal fox are the main organs for casting the enchanting immortal illusion technique, containing an extremely unique power. Although this little fox spirit was still just a cub, the unique sparkle in its eyes was the most magical and magnificent Qi Ping had ever seen, completely different from Yaya's firm eyes, which shimmered with flames. Great. Then let's sign the animal companion contract. Chirp, chirp. All right. The little fox spirit did not hesitate and happily agreed. Now, it couldn't wait to become Qi Ping's animal companion. In the little fox spirit's astonished gaze, a dark green array full of mysterious hues slowly rose up. This array emanated an aura that made it very delighted and comfortable, just like the aura exuded by Qi Ping. So when that special array gradually merged into its body, it didn't feel any discomfort, but rather it felt very comfortable. Soon after, a wondrous power emerged, slowly transforming the bodies of Qi Ping and the little fox spirit. A unique connection gradually formed between the man and the beast. The duration of this contract was quite prolonged, perhaps due to the increasingly high level of the bloodlines. It took more time than when the contract was first made with the fire crow, Yaya. Nearly 2 hours passed before this contract ceremony was finally completed. Perhaps because the divine soul talent required more time for transformation. By the time he awoke from this special state, the little fox spirit had already been awake for a while. It was now lazily lying on Qi Ping's lap. Seeing Qi Ping awake, it immediately leaped up. Now it felt extraordinarily magical. After the contract, it seemed like its body had been baptized by a miraculous power, making it lighter. Most importantly, it felt a very close connection with Qi Ping. It had just tried walking a good distance, even behind the big tree, and, with its eyes closed, it could still sense Qi Ping's presence. This was truly amazing to it. Moreover, it seemed like it could not only sense Qi Ping's presence, but also communicate with him without speaking, even when far apart. However, since Qi Ping hadn't woken up just now, it didn't dare to disturb him, and only crawled back to his embrace when it was tired of playing. So now that Qi Ping was awake, it couldn't wait to ask him some questions. Qi Ping answered all its questions patiently. After thoroughly explaining the little fox spirit's queries, Qi Ping allowed it to play on a mountain peak, but warned it not to run off the peak. He reminded it not to fight with other small animals from other peaks. The bees and that sunbathing Yaya were also his animal companions, so if it needed help, it could also ask them. Chirp, chirp. Okay, boss. I've remembered everything. I'm off to play now. With that, the little fox spirit ran off to play. Qi Ping understood. This age of the young cubs is unlike the bees in Yaya. It was precisely the age of playful antics. Besides, with the bees watching over, Qi Ping wasn't worried about the little fox spirit's safety or it getting lost. Watching the little fox spirit run away, Qi Ping shifted his focus back to his newly realized and transformed divine soul. Feeling the completely different divine soul and the powerful force of his divine sense, an unmistakable smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. Enchantment God Seal. This time his luck really exploded. Qi Ping directly shared a most anticipated talent. Enchantment God Seal. Shared talent. Enchantment God Seal. Enchantment God Seal. There's a special rule mark within your body that strengthens divine soul and divine sense, the power of which originates from the enchanting bloodline of the enchanting immortal fox. The holder of this mark will have a solid divine soul, strong divine sense, and exceptionally high resistance to illusion techniques. Seeing the new talent added to his attribute panel, Qi Ping's heart was filled with indescribable joy. The divine soul is one of the most crucial foundations on the cultivation path. Its importance needs no further explanation. Moreover, the difficulty of divine soul enhancement is much greater than the accumulation of spiritual qi, which can be seen from the price of divine soul elixirs far exceeding that of same-level spiritual energy elixirs. Starting from the late-stage qi refining, especially when breaking through to foundation establishment, divine soul strength becomes one of the main factors constraining the realm breakthrough. With insufficient divine soul strength, it leads to inadequate control over the body and spiritual power and lack of comprehension. This issue is not apparent during regular cultivation, but has a significant impact during realm breakthroughs and high-intensity battles. Perhaps forcing a breakthrough once or twice poses little risk, but if done multiple times, the probability of breakthrough failure and perishment increases significantly. Now, at last, I can somewhat make up for the weakness of my divine soul and comprehension. With this problem solved, Qi Ping's future path of cultivation will be much smoother, and in the short term, divine soul strength will not become a barrier to his realm breakthroughs. Most directly, before reaching the golden core, he won't need to worry about insufficient divine soul strength. His understanding of the true meaning of fire will also become much easier. Qi Ping's own divine soul and comprehension aptitude were average. So even while using plant growth, through constant consumption and recovery, to temper the divine soul, it was much like cultivating with a lower-grade spirit root. If the aptitude isn't good, no amount of training would yield outstanding results. But now that the Divine Soul talent has been compensated for, Qi Ping's rate of Divine Soul enhancement will continue to increase, forming a virtuous cycle. Even the efficiency of performing plant growth will be greatly improved. Let's see the changes in cultivation techniques and understanding of the true meaning of fire after gaining the talent, Enchantment God Seal. After adjusting his state, Qi Ping eagerly began his cultivation. In the following few hours, Qi Ping tested one by one the differences in practicing the wood flame technique, flame burst technique, and understanding the true meaning of fire compared to before. Qi Ping summed it up with just one word: awesome. Though the improvement in comprehension wasn't particularly significant, the sharpness in perception, such as in sensing spiritual qi and the true meaning of the array, was on a completely different level than before. This distinction could be directly seen when comparing Qi Ping before and after acquiring the Yang Firebody talent. Simply put, the difference was like heaven and earth. Until now, Qi Ping's shortcomings in the Divine Soul were pretty much resolved, and his goal of finding a Divine Soul-type pet beast was successfully accomplished. But the gains this time aren't over yet. Having tested the effects of Enchantment God Seal, Qi Ping now set his sights on another spirit beast, 100 Eyes Flower Demon. This spirit beast rarity was even above that of the enchanting Immortal Fox. The 100 Eyes Flower Demon is not only a rare Divine Soul-type spirit beast, but also an even rarer plant-type Divine Soul Spirit Beast. A few days ago, Qi Ping decided to purchase the 100 Eyes Flower Demon because, apart from its owner being eager to sell, it is much rarer than the enchanting Immortal Fox. In terms of primary talents, it is no weaker than the enchanting White Fox. Species: 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Bloodline: Tier 2 High Level. Talents: Demon Eyes Will, Demon Eye Soul, 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Demon Eyes Will: a peculiar demon eye grows in the Divine Soul, effective in restraining heart demons and malevolent spirits. Demon Eye Soul: a peculiar demon eye grows in the Divine Soul, granting it extraordinary and mysterious power with excellent talent for Divine Soul cultivation. 100 Eyes Demon Realm: can create a terrifying illusion realm within the demon eye, capable of drawing enemies' consciousness into it during combat, causing their minds to collapse and be destroyed. In some respects, the abilities of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon are more terrifying than those of the enchanting Immortal Fox. Because the illusion realm of the enchanting Immortal Fox is whimsical, while the 100 Eyes Demon realm of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon is filled with the power of heart demons and malevolent spirits. If a cultivator with a weak mind or damaged Dao heart encounters it, they are likely to meet a fate of Divine Soul collapse and death. However, if they encounter someone with an impeccable state of mind and a flawless Dao heart, the power of the 100 Eyes Demon realm will be greatly reduced. For instance, Qi Ping thinks that if a 100 Eyes Flower Demon of the same level encounters Ming Yin, its combat performance would surely be far inferior to that of the enchanting Immortal Fox, possibly even being ineffective. But if the 100 Eyes Flower Demon encounters someone who relies on accumulating Divine Soul and realm cultivation through spiritual medicine, even if they are 1 or 2 minor realms higher, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon might still manage to kill across boundaries. Therefore, whether the 100 Eyes Flower Demon is strong or not depends entirely on the opponent. If it encounters someone with a firm and flawless Dao heart, it might as well just wash up and go to sleep, as it may not even win against those 1 or 2 realms lower. Yet if it meets someone with a weak will, slaying across boundaries wouldn't be difficult either. The 100 Eyes Flower Demon is suitable to be used as a surprise card, which might occasionally produce extraordinary effects. But no matter what, even in the Immortal Cultivation realm, those who have a wise mind and a steadfast, flawless Dao heart are ultimately few in number. For the vast majority, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon remains a synonym for power and terror. In terms of spirit beast cultivation, Qi Ping also plans to prioritize the cultivation of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon over the Little Spirit Fox. Because when fighting against high-level enemies, the combination of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon with the Swarm and Yaya can achieve far more difficult cross-boundary killings. For example, When facing a Foundation Establishment cultivator, the enemy is more than 90% likely to be restrained by the Hundred Eyes Demon realm of the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon. When the swarm engages with the Foundation Establishment cultivator, the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon can seize the right moment to drag the enemy into the Hundred Eyes Demon realm. Thus, the probability of killing the enemy across boundaries will significantly increase. In the role of a surprise card, the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon greatly surpasses the enchanting Immortal Fox. This is truly the combat style of a Beast King Druid. The coordinated battle of animal companions, each playing to their strengths, can unleash formidable combat power. As for the little spirit fox, before having enough resources to cultivate it, Chi Ping still thinks of it simply as a shared talent charm. Having a lively and adorable little spirit fox by his side usually feels quite nice to Chi Ping. After all, Yaya is usually immersed in cultivation, and the remaining time after daily cultivation is for resting, with all its energy dedicated to absorbing and comprehending the power of the great sun. With the little spirit fox around, Chi Ping's cultivation life becomes much more interesting. Once his strength increases, and he has more resources, he can slowly help the little spirit fox break through in realm and enhance its bloodline, continuing to share its animal companion talent with Chi Ping. Not all animal companions need to be kept at frontline combat strength. As Chi Ping's animal companions increase in number, it's impossible to ensure that each one stays at the strongest frontline combat strength. Based on the available resources, he can keep a few animal companions at frontline strength, and then, once his strength increases, begin cultivating the others, which is the best choice for Chi Ping. Actually, another major advantage of the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon is that it can live in a spiritual land without needing to be fed anything. It's just uncertain whether plant growth has any effect on the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon. If plant growth can be used to cultivate the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon, cultivating it would be much easier. But Chi Ping is also unsure whether, after the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon becomes a plant-type spirit beast, plant growth would have any effect. When Chi Ping took the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon out from a spirit beast bag, it was still in a half-awake, half-asleep state of confusion. If it hadn't already transformed into a plant spirit beast form, Chi Ping might have thought it was still a spirit plant. Such a small Hundred Eyes Flower Demon is indeed rare, and it seems to have just awakened its intelligence, comparable to that of an infant in terms of wisdom. Because most plant-type demon beasts gradually develop intelligence and transform into plant-type demon beasts over time, through coincidental opportunities. This Hundred Eyes Flower Demon before Chi Ping, which has only just reached Tier 1 strength, is probably quite young. Having already transformed into a plant spirit beast at such a young stage either means it has had extraordinary experiences or possesses extraordinary talent. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for the current chaos in the Qingtian realm and the fact that the beast taming technique isn't flourishing, this Hundred Eyes Flower Demon would be priced at only 9,000 spirit stones. Under normal circumstances, the price would likely be at least 12,000 spirit stones or more. In places where the beast taming trend prevails, the price would be even more exorbitant. That Chi Ping could acquire this Hundred Eyes Flower Demon at such a price is truly finding a great bargain. Looking at the still confused Hundred Eyes Flower Demon after being released, Chi Ping felt a little troubled. After thinking for a moment, he decided to plant the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon in the spiritual land first. As Chi Ping held this little Hundred Eyes Flower Demon about the height of a calf, it seemed to sense something and gently struggled a bit. However, it quickly perceived a very comforting aura from Chi Ping and relaxed. Chi Ping wasn't too surprised by this. Druids are naturally attuned to plants, especially jungle druids. Now that his identity as both a jungle druid and a beast king druid overlapped, it would indeed be odd if the infant stage Hundred Eyes Flower Demon felt uncomfortable. Holding the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon, Chi Ping came to the place where he had buried the spiritual origin stone pillar and planted the yellow and white roots of the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon, leaving only the light green slender branches and 3 or 4 light green leaves, along with the petals of the flower that resembled black pupils. This is the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon's special mark, each petal like a mystical eye, together forming a bizarre and extraordinary Hundred Eyes flower. But in Chi Ping's eyes, it seemed quite strangely cute. After planting the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, it seemed to sense the presence of the spiritual land and proactively burrowed its roots deeper, eagerly absorbing the nutrients and spiritual chi of the spiritual land, becoming more lively in the process. Seeing it take effect, Qi Ping began channeling plant growth, gently injecting the special energy of plant growth into the 100 Eyes Flower Demon. He injected this energy slowly, as he wasn't sure if this special energy would prove beneficial or detrimental to the 100 Eyes Flower Demon. As the special energy for plant growth slowly entered the body of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, Qi Ping's heart also grew a bit apprehensive. I hope it works. If plant growth can accelerate the 100 Eyes Flower Demon's development, it will be much simpler to cultivate it in the future. Otherwise, if relying solely on those precious divine soul spiritual objects, the difficulty of cultivation will rise by more than one level. The main concern is that the spiritual intelligence of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon doesn't seem to be fully awakened yet. Before it truly awakens, Qi Ping cannot complete the contract ritual with it. But the awakening of its spiritual intelligence should be soon. Now I just hope that plant growth can speed up the formation of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Under Qi Ping's expectant gaze, the body of the 100 Eyes Flower Demon noticeably strengthened under the influence of the special energy from plant growth. It works. Seeing this scene, Qi Ping felt a rush of joy. After confirming that plant growth was beneficial to the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, Qi Ping continued to employ plant growth, constantly channeling the special energy into the flower demon's body. The 100 Eyes Flower Demon, upon sensing the energy from plant growth, also began to actively absorb it. With the help of this special energy, it started to grow rapidly. Seeing this, Qi Ping did not stop for a moment, continuously implementing plant growth. After sharing the enchantment God Seal talent from the little spirit fox, the number of times I can perform plant growth has more than doubled. And as I continue to hone it, I'm sure it can improve significantly further. It's such a pity that without a divine, soul-type cultivation technique, I can't fully unleash the gift of the enchantment God Seal. The path of the immortal Tao is not easy. For now, what Qi Ping can do is try to make the best use of the resources he has, elevate his strength first, and then gradually find ways to obtain the necessary cultivation techniques and resources. Over this period, as he came into contact with more advanced elements, Qi Ping gradually figured out a crucial point. In the immortal cultivation realm, cultivation techniques, resources, spiritual land, or treasures to enhance spiritual land are all controlled by the top powers. Cyan Origin Sect is merely the beginning. In seeking these resources, Qi Ping slowly realized that what he needs to do is manage his spiritual land low-key and earn spirit stones steadily. He must find ways to procure the resources and cultivation knowledge he needs without drawing attention. Killing and looting, secret realm ruins, and such are ultimately not the right path and bear too much risk. Maintaining low-key management of his own domain, quietly exchanging with various sects and individuals in the immortal cultivation realm for the resources and cultivation techniques he needs is the best choice for Qi Ping. During this time of understanding the sect, Qi Ping increasingly felt that the sect is not something he can maneuver around, and the risk is exceedingly high. Because in each long-standing sect, the internal factions are entangled, much like the current situation in Cyan Origin Sect. Without any background, disciples are typically sent to the most dangerous areas to carry out tasks. According to Ming Yin, the number of disciples who died in Cyan Origin Sect in the past half a year is enormous, and if it weren't for the protection of a master, he could also have fallen. For instance, the senior brother who sold the 100 Eyes Flower Demon was forced to sell it and other precious items for survival. Why join a sect like that? Qi Ping estimated that other sects are probably similar to this. Remember how well Cyan Origin Sect managed its industries before, and now it's being slowly edged into a corner, unable to even protect its own disciples. Qi Ping doesn't want to join a sect only to become a discardable piece, unable to even protect his own life. Of course, during this time, Qi Ping figured out an even more important issue. The secrets and anomalies on his body are too numerous. Once he joins a sect, can he confidently practice and work under the eyes of cultivators at the Golden Core and nascent soul stages? No, not a bit of confidence. If those golden core or nascent soul cultivators harbored ill intent, Ping might have a chance to escape in the woods, but within the sect he would have no choice but to wait for death. There's no chance of escape. Ping has read multiple examples of similar cases in various chronicles of strange cultivation affairs, where great cultivators secretly plundered their disciples' fortunes. It was not uncommon, just done very discreetly. Some sects even specifically target disciples with low talent but rapidly advancing cultivation. If there is no reasonable explanation, they simply seize those individuals. After all, if a disciple with poor talent can soar after getting a fortunate opportunity, wouldn't it be better for this opportunity to benefit themselves or a talented younger disciple? Every time Ping reads such stories, he recalls those novel scenes in sects where characters overcome adversity and face slaps. Feeling so awkward, he wants to dig a hole and hide. It seems cool, but it's a sure path to self-destruction. Really think the high ranks of the sect will say, "This disciple has extraordinary talent and fortune. We must pour resources into them and cultivate them vigorously." In reality, many sect leaders would think, "How did this rubbish talent disciple cultivate to this stage? Could it be an incredible opportunity? Heaven indeed assists me. This opportunity was meant to be discovered by me." The more arrogance is displayed, the quicker the demise. Really think those old fellows who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years are fools. Some of these old folks particularly enjoy observing disciples' fortunes. Disciples are merely fortune harvesting devices to them. Sure, there are definitely good sects and good masters, but Cyan Origin Sect clearly isn't one, and Ping isn't confident he can avoid the cunning traps of those sly foxes. Especially for someone like Ping, whose talent often changes. It's simply a walking target of envy. Showing even slight anomaly is the path to doom. Can those old monsters limited by their talent, but unable to advance, further resist when they see Ping's ever-increasing talent? Not to exaggerate, but at least half would secretly want to capture and dissect Ping for research. Ping admits some sects aren't bad, but that's aimed at normally talented disciples. For someone like Ping, most old monsters might as well intend to soul search or dissect him. After figuring out these issues, Ping resolved to live in the forest to survive in the future. Here, he can flee at any time, and if aided by a raise, it would be even better. The forest domain is the most suitable path for him, and he plans to only get acquainted with those he can handle during external trades. With Ping's continuous full-force cultivation over 2 days, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon finally reached the critical point of its transformation. A green energy cocoon, marked with peculiar eye-like patterns, gradually enveloped the Flower Demon. The 100 Eyes Flower Demon no longer absorbed Ping's plant growth energy. 2 days later, Ping, immersed in his cultivation, was awoken by a burst of noise. Soon after, Ping saw a sprite-like figure emerging from the energy cocoon. Emerging from the energy cocoon was surprisingly a humanoid figure. A figure about 1/5 the height of a human, looking particularly small, with a pair of light purple wings, with its entire body covered by a special light purple magic robe, except for its hands, feet, and head. The robe bore patterns resembling demon eyes, seemingly formed from the petals of the original 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Locks of light purple curly hair naturally draped down its back, and its face looked especially cute, much like a flower elf. The most captivating were its pair of light purple strange eyes, exuding an extremely demonic and fear-inducing aura, very reminiscent of the 100 Eyes flower. What is this? The juvenile human form of a 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Ping stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at this demonic yet cute figure before him. But under normal circumstances, isn't it only mature plant-type spirit beasts that can transform into humanoid form? Ping had read many books, but unfortunately, there weren't many about plant-type spirit beasts. Generally, it was described that plant-type spirit beasts, due to their immobility, might transform into humanoid form after maturing or when their strength is high to continue cultivation. However, the humanoid form of this little 100 Eyes Flower Demon before him clearly only had a Tier 1 early-stage strength, not even reaching Tier 2. This was really beyond Qi Ping's understanding, so he could not make any judgment about the current situation. After breaking out of the cocoon, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon began curiously observing its surroundings. Having been here for the crucial period of awakening spiritual intelligence, it was very familiar with the surroundings, but the feeling now was completely different. With a complete set of special visual organs, its entire world looked completely different. Like a young child, it curiously observed everything around it. Before long, it saw a two-legged creature about the same size, but without wings and much larger. Sniffing carefully with its snout raised, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon's eyes suddenly lit up. Then it flew towards Qi Ping, grabbed his arm, and muttered, "Gulu gulu, gulu gulu." Can't speak yet. Seeing the 100 Eyes Flower Demon in this state, Qi Ping was slightly taken aback. Presumably, it was because it had just completed the birth of its spiritual intelligence and was still in a blank state. However, Qi Ping still understood its meaning, expressing closeness. In this case, let's go ahead with the contract. Perhaps after the contract, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon's intelligence will increase a bit more. Qi Ping remembered that before the contract with the Golden Marrow Bee, its overall intelligence wasn't high, and its speech was not fluent. But after the contract, its intelligence increased greatly, making communication easier. So Qi Ping didn't delay anything. After playing briefly with the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, he summoned the contract array. Soon, that mysterious dark green contract array rose again. When the contract array started merging into the 100 Eyes Flower Demon's body, the demon didn't refuse, but accepted it gladly. Qi Ping wasn't surprised by this scene. Soon, the contract ritual officially began. Qi Ping also entered into that special state, as a special understanding and energy gradually began to merge. Over 2 hours later, when Qi Ping awoke again, he felt completely different, a special purple brilliance bursting forth from his eyes. And like the little immortal fox, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon had long awoken. Noticing Qi Ping was still in a special state, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon didn't disturb him. Instead, it took a simple stroll around before returning to the place where it was cultivated, burying its feet into the ground. Special roots grew from its feet, continuously absorbing the spiritual qi from the spiritual land. Then the entire demon stood there quietly. Whether it was asleep or awake was unclear, but it resembled a plant. Indeed, a very plant-like character. Upon discovering Qi Ping was awake, it flew over to play with him for a while, then returned to the spiritual land. 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Shared talent. 100 Eyes Demon Realm. 100 Eyes Demon Realm. A special law mark exists within your divine soul, and you can use this mark to create an illusion realm infused with heart demons and malevolent forces, drawing enemies' consciousness into it during battle to collapse and destroy their consciousness. This time Qi Ping's luck wasn't as good as when he contracted the enchanting Immortal Fox. Initially, among the talents of Demon Eyes Will, Demon Eye Soul, and 100 Eyes Demon Realm, Qi Ping preferred the Demon Eyes Will, which could resist heart demons and thus guard against heart demons that might appear in future cultivation. Or enhancing the Divine Soul with Demon Eye Soul, combined with the Enchantment God Seal for potentially good effect. But the 100 Eyes Demon Realm, compared to the other two passive talents, was somewhat less appealing. A slight disappointment, but not bad at all, just not as good as the other two talents. In the future, with the 100 Eyes Flower Demon by my side, it can still help resist heart demons. The synergy between the Enchantment God Seal and Demon Eye Soul is still unknown. Practicing the 100 Eyes Demon Realm more often not only helps train my Divine Soul, but also deepens my understanding of heart demons and malevolent forces. In battles, casting the 100 Eyes Demon Realm with the 100 Eyes Flower Demon might yield unexpected effects, making my combat methods more flexible. Thinking of these, the disappointment in Qi Ping's heart gradually faded. His combat methods were too few, so having a special combat method like the 100 Eyes Demon Realm was quite nice. Especially when enemies launch a Divine Soul attack. It's excellent whether to protect the bee swarm or weaken the enemy's Divine Soul attack. Thus, the contract tasks for the 3rd and 4th Spirit Beasts are perfectly completed. Next, it's time to cultivate diligently, Comprehend the true meaning of fire and understand the heart realm to prepare for breaking through to foundation establishment. The next time Qi Ping will have a slot to contract an animal companion is more than half a year later. Then he will face his first profession advancement and gain another contract slot for an animal companion. Check Attribute Panel. Name, Qi Ping. Level, LV4, 289/800. Profession, Beast King Druid, Primary, Jungle Druid, Secondary. Talent, Animal Companion, Natural Affinity, Animal Companions, 4/4, Golden Marrow Bee, Yang Fire Crow, Enchanting Immortal Fox, 1 Seal, 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Wilderness Transformation, 1/1, Golden Marrow Bee, High Speed Ring Cutting Bee, Big Belly Bee, Balance Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, Ink Armor Bee. Shared Talents, Great Brewmaster, Yang Fire Body, Enchantment God Seal, 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Special Talent, Heaven and Earth Blessing. Skills, LV3 Plant Growth 165/400, LV1 Beast King's Blessing 37/100, LV4 Tree Skin Technique 588/800, LV2 Healing Technique 32/200, LV2 Beast King's Flame 179/200. Skills, Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart, Natural Perception. Druid Level Experience plus 286. Plant Growth Experience plus 123. Beast King's Blessing Experience plus 8. Tree Skin Technique Experience plus 337. Healing Technique Experience plus 61. Beast King's Flame Experience plus 122. It's been almost 3 months since I reached Druid Level 4, and the progress isn't bad. Healing Technique has reached Level 2, and Tree Skin Technique will awaken its first trait once it reaches Level 5. Each Druid skill, upon reaching Level 5, will gain a trait, which is why Qi Ping worked hard on Tree Skin Technique, as it was the fastest to improve. The Beast King's Flame should see a major improvement upon comprehending the true meaning of fire, and reaching Level 3 will be a sure thing by then. But reaching Level 5 Druid will still require constant hard work to grind experiences daily. Looking at the increasingly luxurious attribute panel, Qi Ping was full of motivation. His current attribute panel was way more luxurious than when he first awakened the Druid profession. Now, among the Qi, Refining, and Foundation Establishment cultivators, he could definitely boast to have a wide array of both active and passive skills, and it was only Druid skills, not even counting his increasingly powerful Flame Burst technique. After calming his excited mood, Qi Ping took out the magical artifact hammer imbued with the true meaning of fire. It's been delayed for so long. It's time to comprehend the true meaning of fire. Next is to comprehend the true meaning of fire, become enlightened in the Tao Heart realm, and then directly break through to foundation establishment. Qi Ping did not forget the purpose of his contracted divine soul type spirit beast, which was to prevent his divine soul from holding back his advancement to foundation establishment, and to enhance his perception abilities and comprehension so as to rapidly comprehend the true meaning of fire. So after adjusting his state, Qi Ping immediately took out the hammer imbued with the essence of the true meaning of fire. Sensing the essence of the true meaning of fire emanating from it, Qi Ping immediately experienced many realizations about the true meaning of fire in his heart. This effect, it's unbelievably good. After obtaining this hammer, Qi Ping had also opened it to comprehend for a while before, and at that time, it also gave Qi Ping quite a few insights. This special item is indeed extraordinary, but compared to the previous comprehension, this current one is literally a whole level above. With the enhancement of his divine soul, Qi Ping found that his ability to perceive spiritual qi and the true meanings of rules had greatly improved. It was like someone with 600-degree myopia looking at the world without glasses back then. Now, the world is normal again, and Qi Ping sees things much more clearly than before. This is also why many foundation establishment cultivators, even without many conditions, would gradually step into the threshold of comprehending the true meanings of rules after entering late-stage foundation establishment. Because with the enhancement of the divine soul power, one can see more things. Moreover, with the improvement of Qi Ping's divine soul talent, his comprehension also increased considerably. After seeing these things, comprehending them became much easier for Qi Ping. With both aspects combined, Qi Ping's speed in comprehending the true meaning of fire exponentially increased. After obtaining 2 divine soul-type talents, the effect of this increase in comprehension speed is simply astounding. Indeed, the decision to gain a divine soul-type talent before comprehending the true meaning of fire was correct. It's like sharpening the axe before chopping wood, reducing the consumption of the hammer's true meaning of fire. After a simple exclamation, Qi Ping adjusted his mind again and entered a state of wholehearted comprehension. Gradually, Qi Ping also discovered a detail, which is that although the 100 Eyes demon realm cannot directly enhance the strength and comprehension of the divine soul, it increased Qi Ping's sensitivity to the power of the divine soul. Thus, by analogy and comparison, it also greatly helped him in understanding the true meanings of rules. Perhaps the 100 Eyes demon realm within Qi Ping's divine soul originally formed an imprint made of rules, and between rules, there are commonalities. Their existent forms and representations tend to have similarities, which can assist Qi Ping in comprehending other true meanings of rules. Like this, Qi Ping's entire body and mind sunk into the comprehension of the true meaning of fire. In the time that has passed, Qi Ping's core focus has always been on comprehending the true meaning of fire. Whether cultivating the wood flame technique, practicing the flame burst technique, or understanding and enhancing the Beast King's flame, or using the Yang fire body, fire spirit grass, fire crystal fruit, and Yaya's life-bound spirit fire to understand, Qi Ping has always been borrowing various things to comprehend the essence of the true meaning of fire. And Qi Ping's harvests are undoubtedly enormous. From observing various types of fire attribute power, he studies the existent forms of the true meaning of fire and how it exists and exerts its power. In this period, Qi Ping was free from the worries of various disputes and trivial matters, focusing all his heart and spirit on the comprehension of these powers. Qi Ping had never, like now, engaged in so much thought and gained so many insights into fire spirit Qi and the true meaning of fire. Unfortunately, due to his earlier divine soul and comprehension talent, he could only utilize the advantage of his fire attribute talent, slowly and arduously comprehending and exploring. However, these efforts were not in vain, as all the comprehension, confusion, and inconception accumulated about the true meaning of fire burst forth at this moment. Countless insights about the true meaning of fire surged into Qi Ping's heart like a spring. All the unclear and confused issues were also resolved at this moment under this special essence of the true meaning of fire. So that's how it is. Qi Ping had never felt this joy from resolving mysteries of knowledge before. All previous comprehension difficulties were continuously broken through by Qi Ping in this moment. And in this selfless and rapidly comprehending state, Qi Ping's understanding of the true meaning of fire deepened more and more. A wave of special fire attribute essence also rose around Qi Ping. Together, even the Beast King's flame in his body appeared on Qi Ping's body from time to time and increased considerably with each passing moment. This astonishing sight of Qi Ping first caught Yaya's attention. There's no doubt that it is the most sensitive to fire attribute power. So Qi Ping's special state was discovered by Yaya first. Thus, attracted by this special power, Yaya also started to carefully comprehend it beside Qi Ping. This greatly helped it too. At the same time, it gestured for the little spirit fox and 100 Eyes flower demon approaching not to make any noise or disturb Qi Ping. For Qi Ping had told the little spirit fox and 100 Eyes flower demon that if he was absent, they should seek Yaya if needed and listen to it too. Thus the little spirit fox and 100 Eyes flower demon nodded knowingly, seeing Yaya's gesture. Then both lay quietly together, waiting for Qi Ping. The little spirit fox and little flower demon quickly became friends because their powers were similar, and their minds were equally naive and pure. As for the bees, they were the earliest followers of Qi Ping and served as his best warning and protection, fully aware of Qi Ping's behavioral habits. So upon discovering that Qi Ping entered a special cultivation state, they immediately organized a large swarm of bees into the alert and protection mode, firmly safeguarding Qi Ping in the center. Now, whenever they detect any danger, they will immediately summon tens of thousands of battle bees to initiate the most frenzied attack in the battle array mode. This special state of Qi Ping lasted longer than any previous times, because after 2 whole days, Qi Ping still hadn't ended this state, still immersed in the interpretation and comprehension of the true meaning of fire. During this time, Yaya didn't bask in the sun but stayed by Qi Ping's side, comprehending the special power beside Qi Ping while also guarding him. Part of the bee swarm engaged in alert and guarding, while another part farmed and made honey. The 100 Eyes flower demon, needing to absorb spiritual qi, returned to its roots in the spiritual land. Only the little spirit fox, having eaten all the spirit fruits Qi Ping gave it in one go, had its belly flattened again after 2 days and kept growling, yet it endured without disturbing Qi Ping. Tweet tweet. Little fox won't delay the boss's important tasks because of a hungry belly. Fortunately, seeing this, Yaya picked a spirit fruit from the fire luminous fruit tree, preventing the little spirit fox from being hungry again. Approaching the 30th hour, Qi Ping, surrounded by intensely rich fire attribute energy essence, finally ushered in a drastic change. A powerful aura of the true meaning of fire suddenly rose on his body, with tremendous power erupting at this moment. For at this moment, Qi Ping's talent of heaven and earth blessing took effect, entering once more into an elusive state of enlightenment. Within this state of enlightenment, all of Qi Ping's confusions and misunderstandings regarding the true meaning of fire were completely broken through and quickly harmonized into one. At this moment, in Qi Ping's perception, the fire attribute energy and the true meaning of fire in the world were incredibly clear. As long as he thought about it, he could use his own spiritual power to lead that mysterious fire attribute power. These special forces could be added to attacks, used in cultivation, and could even be reinforced upon the divine soul, truly having infinite uses. When this special fire attribute power was fully presented before Qi Ping, he knew that he had officially comprehended the true meaning of fire. On the fire rule, Qi Ping finally reached the first gate stage, comprehending the true meaning of fire. Although it was just the first stage and far from truly comprehending the fire law, it was already outstanding for Qi Ping, because many who were preparing to break through to the golden core were only at the stage of understanding the true meaning. They just comprehended it deeper than Qi Ping. This means that from now until the golden core, Qi Ping no longer had any shackles in law understanding, only the difference in strength. However, the most important thing for Qi Ping now was that the true meaning of the law served as a superior substitute for the Foundation Establishment Pill. With it, Qi Ping would no longer be restricted by the Foundation Establishment Pill. It's known that the Foundation Establishment Pill was the greatest tool Sects used to control ordinary cultivators or earn money, so discarding this was much more convenient for Qi Ping. Moreover, cultivators who established their foundation with the true meaning of the law would be stronger and have a more stable foundation compared to those who relied on the Foundation Establishment Pill. So this is the true meaning of fire. After waking up from his epiphany, Qi Ping found that he could still clearly sense this power, and he could easily mobilize this power with spiritual power, allowing this fire attribute power to be added to his battles or cultivation. It seems the stronger the spiritual power used, the more power can be mobilized. So, the strength with which the true meaning of fire can be exerted is also related to one's spiritual power. The higher the realm, the stronger the power the true meaning of fire can exert. Next, Qi Ping seemed to sense something, and a powerful golden red flame appeared in Qi Ping's palm, with the pressure on it stronger than before. The level of Beast King's flame also smoothly broke through to Tier 3 after comprehending the true meaning of fire, with a significant increase in power. Overall, Qi Ping was very satisfied with the results of this cultivation session. Then Qi Ping looked at the hammer imbued with the true meaning of fire and found that only about 1/10 of the meaning on it was consumed. The consumption is not significant, reducing the depreciation value of this hammer considerably. Next time I exchange spirit stones with Brother Ming, I can return this hammer together. After storing the hammer, Qi Ping looked at Yaya, who had been guarding him all this time. At this moment, Yaya was looking at Chi Ping with a face full of joy. Caw, boss, you finally woke up. How was it? Any gains? Chi Ping asked. The improvement of spirit beasts, although more about awakening the power of bloodline, can also help awaken the bloodline through comprehending the true meaning of laws. In this state, Yaya would gradually create a larger gap compared to those fire crows that rely solely on bloodlines and resource accumulation as time goes on. Chi Ping would not let his animal companions follow that path, because although Tier 2 power is greatly impactful now, it's not strong for the future. Chi Ping wants all his animal companions to continually break through. The resources needed, Chi Ping will strive to earn and collect, but the animal companions also have to work hard themselves. Caw, great gains. I seem to slowly sense the opportunity to break through to Tier 2. Caw, boss, I now want to continue comprehending and cultivating while in a good state. Go ahead. Thank you for guarding here for these 2 days. Caw, that's my duty, boss. Yaya goes. After saying so, Yaya swiftly ran under the sun, where strands of the power of the great sun floated around Yaya once again, continuously absorbed and refined by it. Seeing the hard-working Yaya, a heartfelt smile appeared on Chi Ping's face. The diligent and joyful state of Yaya truly affected him. This made Chi Ping feel that cultivation indeed felt fantastic. Bonding with Yaya was a really wise choice for Chi Ping. After Yaya left, Chi Ping turned his gaze to a Tier 1 mid-stage small spirit fox, which had its belly slightly bulging after taking a few bites of the firefly fruit. The high-level firefly fruit was a bit too advanced for the small spirit fox. Chirp, boss, why did you cultivate so long this time? Foxy's belly just got shrunken from hunger. Seeing Chi Ping awake, the small spirit fox pounced into Chi Ping's embrace with the firefly fruit it had taken a few bites of, wrapped in its white tail. What's it you're holding in your tail? Chi Ping gently stroked the soft and smooth forehead of the small spirit fox. The small spirit fox greatly enjoyed Chi Ping's touch, its eyes closing in comfort. Among all of Chi Ping's animal companions, the small spirit fox was the most fond of staying close to Chi Ping. Chirp. It was picked by Yaya for Foxy, saying it's safe to eat. Chirp. Since you were cultivating, Foxy knew not to disturb you even if its belly was hungry. Chirp. Foxy knows there is something to eat on the mountain, but Mom said not to touch a friend's things carelessly, so I didn't dare. If I got any hungrier, Foxy would have gone somewhere else to find food. I remember preparing spirit fruit for you for a few days. How did you run out of things to eat so quickly? Chirp. Foxy was greedy and quickly ate all the fruits. Well, I'll prepare a J box for you to preserve the spirit fruit in, placing enough inside for several days. You can secretly hide it away, and if I ever get caught up like just now, you can eat from it when your belly gets hungry, okay? Chirp. Yay! Foxy will save a little bit each meal to put inside, so it can accumulate a lot of stored fruit. With safe fruit around, I won't have to worry about being hungry again, right? Of course, Chi Ping assured. With such a young mind for saving, the small spirit fox could indeed be a good hand in financial management and businesses in the future. Chirp. This idea is awesome. Why didn't Foxy think of it before? The small spirit fox, enlightened with this method, had its eyes light up brightly. Among Chi Ping's 4 animal companions, the bee gathers and brews honey on its own. Yaya can fill up from basking in the sun. The 100 Eyes flower demon can absorb spiritual chi and nutrients from the spiritual land. Only the small spirit fox worries about not being full. After playing with the small spirit fox for a while, Chi Ping went over to the 100 Eyes flower demon. Now he wanted to see what level plant growth could nurture the 100 Eyes flower demon to. Although Chi Ping knew that plant growth was limited by its own level and his divine soul strength, and there was an upper limit. If it could be nurtured to Tier 2, it would be superb enough to be used as a trump card. The 100 Eyes flower demon was now rooted at the very center of the spiritual land. Its feet were embedded in the soil, and layers of faint purple energy continuously transmitted from the roots at its feet to its entire body, emanating a strange aura throughout the demon. Its pair of peculiar eyes were tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. It wasn't until Chi Ping approached that the 100 Eyes flower demon opened its tightly closed eyes. Within those purple eyes, from confusion to delight, the entire demon sprang up from the ground and swiftly leapt onto Chi Ping's arm. Gulu Gulu, hug me. Gulu Gulu, play with me. Compared to 2 days ago, the little 100 Eyes flower demon was now able to express some vague meanings. At this rate, Chi Ping thought it wouldn't be long before it could communicate normally. Although Chi Ping was encountering this kind of newly awakened intelligence for the first time, he didn't find it inconvenient. After all, the 100 Eyes flower demon was still young, and this was normal. Besides, it didn't cause Chi Ping any worries. When hungry, it would run back to the spiritual land to absorb the spiritual chi and nutrients. Chi Ping had just observed the 100 Eyes flower demon's aura and found its growth rate was much faster than the little spirit fox. Even without using plant growth on the 100 Eyes flower demon for the past 2 or 3 days, its aura had significantly increased compared to a few days ago. Chi Ping was unsure of the reason and could only attribute it to the uniqueness of the 100 Eyes flower demon's juvenile form. Chi Ping smiled and pinched the 100 Eyes flower demon's chubby little cheeks, only to find its cheeks were icy cold, completely different from the little spirit fox's warm body. After playing with the little 100 Eyes flower demon for a while, Chi Ping returned the still somewhat silly little creature to the ground and began nurturing it with plant growth again. Under the effectiveness of the plant growth skill, Chi Ping's best chance to rapidly cultivate was the 100 Eyes flower demon. After Chi Ping's enhancement of the divine soul, he now only needed to spend a portion of his energy to satisfy his normal cultivation needs. With the remaining energy, without needing to nurture bees, Chi Ping planned to use some of it to prepare the spirit medicine honey needed for Yaya's breakthrough to Tier 2. In this regard, both fire spirit grass and fire crystal fruit need to be cultivated with hundreds of years of medicinal efficacy. Fortunately, Chi Ping had preserved the fire spirit grass honey formula and fire crystal fruit honey formula suitable for Yaya, so he didn't need to waste time testing honey formulas. The remaining energy, naturally, Chi Ping intended to use entirely on the little 100 Eyes flower demon. The chaos in the Qingtian realm was intensifying, and according to Ming Yin, more and more people were dying from various sects and local families. It was just that Chi Ping stayed in the deep mountains, farming and beekeeping, avoiding these storms. But Chi Ping didn't know when these things would affect him. Even though Chi Ping was cautious and careful outwardly, with renting spirit fields in Zone B, spending a large amount of spirit stones, and remaining unscathed against a background of 6 to 70% of loose cultivators disappearing and dying upon careful thought. Even though Chi Ping had suitable explanations outwardly, once major sects went crazy enough, it would be hard for Chi Ping to avoid being affected, and he might even attract Foundation establishment stage powerhouses. Therefore, in this situation, if he could quickly cultivate the 100 Eyes flower demon to Tier 2, it would be a tremendous safeguard for Chi Ping. A Tier 200 Eyes flower demon plus 10,000 battle bees could definitely take down several Foundation establishment cultivators. Having the 100 Eyes demon realm talent himself, Chi Ping naturally understood what level a Tier 200 Eyes flower demon could perform this talent to. Under the special energy of plant growth, the purple energy surrounding the 100 Eyes flower demon became more concentrated, with its entire aura rapidly strengthening. The effect is indeed remarkable. Seeing the little 100 Eyes flower demon grow stronger so quickly, Chi Ping was naturally delighted. The only thing that troubled Chi Ping was that the recently enhanced divine soul was again somewhat insufficient. Originally, with the gift of the enchantment god seal, the boosted divine soul was more than enough to nurture the spirit medicine needed by himself and Yaya, and still had more to spare for cultivation. However, now needing to nurture the 100 Eyes flower demon, the power of divine soul was suddenly running thin. Efficiency is crucial. I have to, as before, maximize the use of plant growth to consume more divine soul power without affecting my own cultivation and comprehension, then continue using plant growth after recovering the power of divine soul to avoid wasting it at the highest efficiency possible. Chi Ping initially considered contracting more plant-type spirit beasts, but now he reckoned he should give it more thought. Given the lack of advantages, it's better to consider his talent needs and the comprehensive strength and talents of the spirit beasts he can find. Oh well, no need to complain too much. this kind of situation isn't bad at all. Now, the spirit medicine cultivated with plant growth not only satisfies my needs, but also allows for the cultivation of the most needed spirit medicine for my animal companions. Compared to other cultivators, my advantages are already quite significant. Just like spirit stones, there are never enough of them. Qi Ping was thrilled when he calculated that the 2 pieces of spiritual land he rented could earn him over 10,000 spirit stones. But now, after buying the little spirit fox and the little 100 eyes flower demon, he spent 17,000 spirit stones, and he still owed 10,000 spirit stones in debt. Even with the plant growth skill for support, it's estimated to take half a year to pay off. This means Qi Ping has no resources for the next half year. However, after more than half a year, Qi Ping's Druid level should almost be upgraded, and his cultivation should reach the 9th layer of Qi refining. By then, he'll need to purchase new spirit beasts and figure out how to buy foundation establishment techniques and breakthrough experience and knowledge. How to earn spirit stones safely will again be a huge challenge. Desire is endless. At a new stage, you want even more. So, it's crucial to calm down and make good use of available resources. As strength improves, one gradually finds ways and accumulates slowly, and everything will eventually come. The path of immortal cultivation is long and bound to face numerous challenges. Only by understanding the Tao heart and steadily progressing step by step in a way that suits one's self is what's most important. Thinking of this, the brief annoyance that had just risen in Qi Ping's heart disappeared, replaced by firmness and calmness. The immortal Tao and longevity were still elusive and illusory concepts for Qi Ping. For now, planning and doing well every single thing was the most important. Brew honey and cultivate the spirit medicine needed for the animal companions. Attain perfection in flame burst technique, and with flame technique, elevate cultivation to Qi refining perfection, and earn spirit stones safely. Qi Ping needed to accomplish many tasks seriously. The main goal next is preparing the fire attribute honey that Yaya needs for the breakthrough to Tier 2, and use plant growth to quickly nurture the little 100 eyes flower demon to Tier 2. For the rest of the time, I need to comprehend and cultivate flame burst technique and with flame technique to perfection. This will increase my confidence when breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Now that I have understood the true meaning of fire and my divine soul has enhanced, cultivating flame burst technique and with flame technique to perfection shouldn't take particularly long. Finally, I have to wait for the plant grow skill to break through to level 4. Then I can cultivate the blood ginseng with 500 years of medicinal efficacy. The bee swarm has been at Tier 1 for such a long time. It is almost time for them to undergo metamorphosis and breakthrough to Tier 2. The most excellent balance bee drone can now be selected and bred by the Bee King. With the simultaneous acquisition of 2 divine soul talents and comprehension of the true meaning of fire, Qi Ping's speed in cultivation and cultivation of spiritual medicine received a substantial boost. Qi Ping also seized this hard-earned opportunity, striving to enhance both his and his animal companion strength. Now able to possess this cultivation speed required great effort and a step-by-step struggle to achieve the current conditions. Thus, Qi Ping now only wants to cherish this opportunity and quickly enhance his combat power to the 2nd tier. In this state of diligence, 3 months passed in a flash. During this period, Qi Ping handed over the spirit nectar brewed by the Big Belly Bee brewer to Boscow for sale, making a profit of 5,316 spirit stones. For the sake of convenience, Qi Ping returned 5,000 spirit stones and the hammer, which still retained about 90% of the essence of true meaning of fire, to Ming Yin. With more than half of his debt relieved, Qi Ping felt a significant reduction in psychological pressure, as the burden of such a sizable spirit stone debt had been unsettling. After repaying most of the debt, Qi Ping discovered that his Tao heart realm had become more intense and estimated it was not far from fully forming. However, returning the items startled Ming Yin. It wasn't Qi Ping's faithful repayment of the spirit stones and hammer that surprised Ming Yin. With his keen intuition and meticulous thoughts, Ming Yin had long assessed Qi Ping's personality, further understanding it through Yaya and the Tao heart. Therefore, he was not surprised by Qi Ping's punctual repayment. What truly shocked Ming Yin was that Qi Ping only consumed 10% of the essence from the hammer, yet comprehended the true meaning of fire. Though during their last battle together, Ming Yin had clearly sensed that Qi Ping was still some distance away from comprehending the true meaning of fire, estimating that he would need to consume at least 50% of the essence to fully comprehend it. Now Qi Ping had succeeded with only 10% consumption. This suggested that Qi Ping's comprehension talent was even better than Ming Yin had estimated. For Ming Yin, it was impossible not to admire how far Qi Ping had come as a loose cultivator. This, however, was beneficial for Ming Yin because recently he had an ominous feeling that someone might target him. Due to his successive slayings of several batches of disciples from rival sects in the past 6 months, he had attracted increasing attention. Now that Qi Ping had improved his cultivation and comprehended the true meaning of fire, his combat power would undoubtedly surge. With Qi Ping's hidden cards, even if targeted, Ming Yin could rely on Qi Ping to break through in advance. Recently, he had stayed away from his residence. Otherwise, he might have faced an ambush. Even Qi Ping needed a communication talisman to discover Ming Yin's location. Ming Yin specifically discussed this matter with Qi Ping, to which Qi Ping naturally expressed his full support, as long as the enemies weren't at the Foundation establishment stage. Qi Ping's confident words relieved Ming Yin of much of his worry. During this time, Sister Nan, with the help of resources from Qi Ping, had already broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refining and was not far from the late-stage Qi refining. After returning from Ming Yan's place, having repaid the spirit stones, Qi Ping couldn't help but sigh when recalling the situation in the Qingtian realm as told by Ming Yin. In brief, as the Sect's conflicts became more intense, some battlefields resembled meat grinders, where disciples, once revered by loose cultivators, perished. While some disciples soared through such life-and-death battles, they were ultimately in the minority, with most perishing. Ming Yin even learned that someone in the 3 major families of Bluestone might have been persuaded by other sects to rebel, potentially igniting chaos in Qingshi County. Even in the future, Foundation establishment cultivators joining the Qingshi County battlefield wasn't ruled out. Once turmoil in Qingshi County broke out, it would involve more than a few Foundation establishments. Hence, Ming Yin advised Qi Ping to prepare well and ideally break through to the Foundation establishment stage beforehand. Hearing this news, Qi Ping felt incredibly fortunate. It's a good thing that after obtaining the Yang Fire Body talent, I didn't immediately choose to join the Cyan Origin Sect. Otherwise, even if not captured for experimentation by an old monster, I would likely be sent as cannon fodder to dangerous areas, considering that disciples like Ming Yin from the Elder's lineage couldn't avoid it. In comparison, farming deep in the Cloud Mist Mountain range was far more comfortable. Currently, any threats here to Qi Ping were from some Qi refining stage cultivators, which posed no danger to him now. This feeling of watching the chaos in the Qingtian realm while gaining the foundational stones of Immortal Cultivation was somewhat satisfying to Qi Ping. Indeed, for Qi Ping, evading was the king's path. In the times that followed, Qi Ping didn't engage in any special activities, continuing to cultivate spiritual medicine, and nurture his animal companions as before. Only now, the urgency was even stronger. About a month later, which was the 4th month since Qi Ping contracted the little spirit fox and 100 Eyes flower demon, Qi Ping achieved perfection in both the flame burst technique and wood flame technique. His cultivation was even nearing the 9th layer of Qi refining. Qi refining cultivation becomes increasingly difficult towards the end. Even with sufficient resources for cultivation, it still takes a long time to break through again. Qi Ping didn't even remember how much spiritual medicine he had cultivated, only knowing that if sold, the number would be terrifying. No wonder so many people are stuck at the late stage Qi refining. Trying to break through realms with just 1 or 2 spiritual medicines is impossible. It requires either a pile of spiritual medicine or slowly grinding through. But finally, I perfected both the flame burst technique and wood flame technique. After perfecting these 2 cultivation techniques, Qi Ping eagerly tried them out in a previously visited pile of rocks. Yang Fire Body, Beast King's Flame, true meaning of fire. Flame Burst Body Technique. A formidable momentum rose from Qi Ping's body, and with a terrifying roar, his figure shot out like a rocket. Under Qi Ping's terrifying power, the ground was blasted into deep craters and large cracks. His speed reached the extreme, with late-stage Qi refining experts unable to match Qi Ping's speed even if they tried. After experimenting, Qi Ping was stunned by the strong effects shown by the numerous cracks and deep pits behind him. This is insane, overlaying the true meaning of fire and Beast King's flame. The Flame Burst Body Technique is ridiculously powerful. It's no wonder that Lin Qingshu could cut down a peer cultivator from 100 meters away. Having comprehended sword intent and learned swordsmanship to such a profound level, how could ordinary cultivators resist? Just like Qi Ping now, not only comprehended the true meaning of fire, but also perfected the Flame Burst technique. With the augmentation of the Beast King's flame, its power was incredibly terrifying. Especially since fire attribute power is known for its explosiveness. The Flame Burst technique fully utilized all of Qi Ping's fire attribute power to an extreme. Although it's quite a headache for the physical body. Feeling his body injured again, Qi Ping could only helplessly use the healing technique to heal his body once more. Recently, he consumed a lot of fire glow honey, significantly boosting his physical strength, but the enhancements from the Flame Burst Body technique were evidently more terrifying. Without a robust physical body, one wouldn't even qualify to fully unleash this technique. I need to think of a solution for this physical body issue, although using the healing technique for now isn't too problematic, just inconvenient for prolonged battles. Let's see how the perfect level Flame Burst Net and Flame Burst Fireball perform. Flame Burst Fireball. At this moment, Qi Ping stood before a giant stone, manipulating the fire attribute power throughout his body to condense a flame burst fireball in his palm, containing a terrifying oppressive force. Immediately, under Qi Ping's control, this fireball shot toward the giant stone at an extremely fast speed. With a deafening roar, the giant stone was instantly blasted into countless fragments and dust, appearing as fragile as tofu under the impact and explosion of the flame burst fireball. After casting the Flame Burst Fireball, Qi Ping did not stop, but instead moved forward at extreme speed. During this process, Qi Ping controlled his spiritual power with his palm, instantly condensing a huge and extremely flexible flame burst net in front of him, blocking his way ahead. Under Qi Ping's control, the flame burst net instantly enveloped the impact and debris rushing toward him, intercepting all the shock and fragments in front of Qi Ping amidst earth-shattering roars. Not bad, not bad. Feeling the power of the Flame Burst Fireball and Flame Burst Net, a satisfied smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. The ultimate attack, using offense as defense, perfectly showcased the impact, explosion, and burn characteristics of the Flame Burst magic. Although the principle of this magic is simple, it is the best way for me to exert my power to the fullest with my talent. Even at the foundation establishment stage, this set of magic can display powerful strength. In the future, with an enrichment of magical knowledge and a deeper understanding of fire attribute power, I might be able to perfect this set of magic further. Qi Ping knew well that as a loose cultivator, the source of his magic was limited and the difficulty in acquiring those treasure-level spells was too high. Simple yet powerful magic like the Flame Burst magic was actually the most suitable for him. Qi Ping's real advantage lay in leveraging the Druid class and animal companions to stack various passives, elevating his attributes to a level far above those of the same rank. Therefore, magic that could release all his foundations and attributes together was very important. It didn't need to be exquisite, as long as it could perfectly unleash all of Qi Ping's attributes. It would be enough to break through all sorts of sorcery. Even if there were some shortcomings, they could be compensated with his animal companions. This was the most suitable combat style for Qi Ping. Having ultimate strength, speed, and defense was enough. It's the essential stuff without needing too many fancy tricks. Like how there are many exquisite body techniques during the Qi refining stage. But how many of the same ranked Qi refining cultivators can withstand the terrifying speed of Qi Ping's body technique enough to shatter the earth? In the future, my path and magic will follow this route temporarily. The most exquisite spells in the Sect are too difficult to acquire. With that energy and spirit stones, I'd rather find a way to get good cultivation techniques and spirit beasts. With limited resources, foundational cultivation techniques and shared talent spirit beasts are far more important than magic. Not to mention, even with more exquisite magic, it might not perfectly unleash the attribute power on Qi Ping like the flame burst magic does. Now, in terms of spell cultivation, I should be considered to have gotten the basics. Although my methods are simple, at least I'm no longer that half-baked cultivator who didn't even know the fireball technique. With his flame burst in hand, who dares to say he's a cultivator who knows no magic? After testing the flame burst magic, Qi Ping was in a great mood. With his current combat power, even without counting his animal companions, he could be considered a strong presence among the Qi refining stage. Of course, what Qi Ping was happiest about was the escapability brought by the flame burst body technique and the life-saving ability from combining the flame burst net with the tree skin technique. No matter what, Qi Ping valued his life-saving ability the most, because survival is the prerequisite for everything. Remember, the tree skin technique is almost at level 5. Thinking this, Qi Ping opened the attribute panel. Skill: LV4 Tree Skin Technique, 779/800. Only 21 points of experience left. Then focus on it these 2 days and strive to get the tree skin technique to level 5 as soon as possible to awaken its first trait. Seeing the tree skin technique about to level up, Qi Ping was eager to max it out. The hardest part of playing a game is the final step, especially with skills that might awaken traits and instantly boost combat power. So in the following time, besides performing plant growth, Qi Ping focused mainly on improving the tree skin technique. Layer by layer of tree-like skin, resembling armor, continuously appeared and disappeared on Qi Ping's body. Qi Ping also strived to comprehend the unique energy and principles of the tree skin technique during this process. He was incredibly familiar with this move. Whether free or engaged, he always practiced the tree skin technique, sensing its essence. This skill was Qi Ping's most familiar, able to instantly cast it upon sensing anything amiss. With Qi Ping's full dedication to cultivation, in just a day and a half, the tree skin technique was increased to level 5. Skill: LV5 Tree Skin Technique, 0/1600. Skill trait extraction in progress. Please be patient. Here it comes. Seeing this familiar scene, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Skill trait extraction is one of this game's most unique features. Most skills automatically undergo a trait extraction once they reach level 5. Trait extraction is an exciting yet daunting feature because during the extraction, a random trait is chosen from hundreds and merged into the skill. For example, attack amplification, armor piercing, toughness, fluidity, bloodthirst, gale, hardening. You name it, all types are included. Thus, post-trait extraction, the skill could become a divine skill or not see much enhancement. The only consolation is that there's no risk of the skill weakening. So, while trait extraction only brings benefits, their magnitude relies heavily on luck. Whether the tree skin technique can take off depends on this time. Qi Ping stared intently at the extraction interface, silently hoping to draw a good trait like hardening or toughness, both very strong when paired with the tree skin technique. Under Qi Ping's anxious gaze, the trait extraction finally stopped on a particular trait. Trait extraction successful. Congratulations on gaining new trait. Explosion. 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 What the heck? Seeing the new trait, Qi Ping was dumbfounded. What use did an explosive trait have for the tree skin technique? Was it to blow himself up while wearing it? After anticipating so long, this is what he got? However, as Qi Ping was left speechless, the newly appeared fusion information took him by surprise, replacing his look of perplexity with astonishment. Tree skin technique skill, trait fusion, successful. Acquired fusion trait, explosive shock. You can use it like this? Is this stacking anti-armor? Tree skin technique, explosive shock. Any attack that touches the defense of the tree skin technique will be rebounded with a force of explosive shock. Rebound explosive shock force. Isn't this just like anti-armor? Let's see how it works. So, as Qi Ping's thought turned, a brownish tree-like skin instantly appeared and covered his whole body. Following this, Qi Ping cast a small flame-burst fireball towards his palm. Just as the small flame-burst fireball was about to touch the tree skin, a force of explosive shock fiercely shot towards the small flame-burst fireball. At the moment of collision, the two forces of explosion intertwined intensely. Under the destructive shock trait of the tree skin technique, the core power of the flame-burst fireball was significantly weakened and blocked, and when the remaining force and aftermath hit Qi Ping, the power had already diminished greatly, failing to break through the defense of the tree skin technique. Feeling the effect of this magic, Qi Ping's eyes showed a look of surprise and delight. This explosive shock trait is not bad. It can both block and counterattack the enemy and weaken the enemy's attack. Qi Ping didn't expect that the explosive trait and the tree skin technique could be used in such a way. But in this way, Qi Ping no longer had a purely defensive technique. The flame burst net was originally intended to replace defense with extreme offense, and now even the tree skin is like this. Is this an interpretation of the best defense being offense? Faced with this situation, Qi Ping found himself both amused and helpless. However, one must admit, regardless of the attack, after being weakened by the flame burst net and the explosive shock trait of the tree skin technique, the power would decrease significantly. Awesome, my survival ability has improved again. After testing the power of this trait, Qi Ping was very satisfied. Though his offensive methods were simple, his defense was truly not weak. In some ways, the defensive effect of the explosive shock trait is not inferior to toughness and hardening traits, and in some situations might even be stronger. This was indeed an unexpected joy for Qi Ping. Now, the wood flame technique and flame burst technique have been cultivated to perfection, and the tree skin technique can be put on hold for now. Next, I need to focus more on cultivating the little flower demon and high-year spiritual medicine, preparing the resources Yaya needs for her breakthrough. In these past 4 months, Qi Ping used plant growth to cultivate the little flower demon to the late Tier 1 level. This skill is indeed a divine skill for plant-type spirit beasts like the 100 Eyes flower demon. Under normal circumstances, the little flower demon would require many years to naturally grow to late Tier 1. But now, under the skill of Qi Ping's plant growth, it took less than half a year to break through to late Tier 1, and it is now moving towards the perfection of Tier 1. The little flower demon has grown a lot compared to 4 months ago. Although its size and appearance are still about the same, the demonic purple gleam in its eyes has grown stronger. The purple patterns in its eyes also seem to have increased. Moreover, the skill 100 Eyes Demon Realm, cast by the little flower demon, is much stronger than Qi Ping's. Not something Qi Ping, who is only partially skilled, could compare to, though Qi Ping's casting of the 100 Eyes Demon Realm is not weak. The full set of traits and passives of the little flower demon can be enhanced with this skill. In the current Qi refining stage battles, this talent of the little flower demon is a very powerful presence, and even foundation establishment cultivators with unsteady Dao heart and what could be affected. Gorilla, boss, you're back. After testing the power of the tree skin technique, Qi Ping returned, and a sprite-like purple figure flew over and coiled on Qi Ping's arm. How's the practice of the 100 Eyes Demon Realm going? Gorilla, I've reached the requirement you mentioned, and I can freely control the power now. Gorilla, I'm awesome, right? Hee, very awesome. Qi Ping praised. This was required by Qi Ping for the little flower demon to practice diligently, because he didn't want the 100 Eyes flower demon to be merely a flower demon that relied on bloodline instincts to display its talents. If the 100 Eyes flower demon wants to have a powerful combat strength, it must practice the 100 Eyes Demon Realm to a sophisticated level, so that it can grasp the best timing and the best chance in battle. The current Xingtian realm is anything but peaceful, and with the 100 Eyes flower demon having powerful combat strength, Qi Ping will feel much more at ease. Moreover, only by having more understanding of its bloodline power can its bloodline further evolve. Otherwise, solely relying on Qi Ping's plant growth, the 100 Eyes flower demon cannot go far. What about the casting speed of the 100 Eyes Demon Realm? Qi Ping continued to ask. Gorilla, instant casting is still not possible for Tong Tong, but it's almost shortened to the time span of 1 breath. That's already great. Qi Ping praised, rubbing the little flower demon's purple hair. Gorilla, don't worry, boss. I'll work hard. Whoever dares to bully boss, Tauntaun will drag him into the 100 Eyes demon realm and destroy them. You're tired. Go back to the ground and rest well. Gorilla, then I'll go to sleep. The consumption of my divine soul is a bit high. I need to recover. The little flower demon originally liked sleeping most of the time each day. After starting to practice the 100 Eyes demon realm and divine soul as instructed by Qi Ping, its awake time in a day was reduced even more due to the consumption of divine soul power. Sometimes the little spirit fox couldn't even find the little flower demon to play with. To Qi Ping, keeping the 100 Eyes flower demon is quite worry-free. Once Qi Ping stated the need for diligent practice, the little flower demon would usually practice as instructed by Qi Ping whenever it had time. Although it doesn't have the strong will to get stronger like Yaya, it is meticulous in the practice of its divine soul talent. Coupled with its innate talents, the little flower demon is definitely stronger than other 100 Eyes flower demons at the same level. But in terms of will, Qi Ping hasn't figured out how to train the will of animal companions yet. The path of immortality is not easy. It's not enough to have talents and resources, even for spirit beasts with a high dependence on bloodline. So the training on spirit beasts must be prioritized, although currently Qi Ping doesn't have the corresponding knowledge and cultivation techniques. Focused on cultivation and nurturing spiritual medicine, Qi Ping had no plans to actively participate in external conflicts. For now, focusing on strengthening himself and his animal companions to the current limits of his resources was the priority. Previously, if it weren't for the unavoidable need for cultivation techniques, knowledge, and resources, he wouldn't even have actively ventured out to trade and seek channels to purchase these things. However, despite Qi Ping's intentions, a message and a communication talisman forced Qi Ping to prepare for action. Brother Qi, news has been gathered that recently 3 talented disciples from rival Sect have gone to Qingshi County. It is speculated that they might be specifically seeking to hunt me down, or it could be targeting Lin Qingshu. In this situation, I cannot sit and wait to be attacked, so I plan to expose my location secretly. Then we will make ambush preparations and counterattack. I need your assistance in this battle, Brother Qi. Genius disciples from 3 sects? Upon seeing this news, Qi Ping's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Given Ming Yin's combat power, anyone he deems a genius disciple is definitely not to be underestimated. It's not even impossible for them to match Ming Yin in combat power. And Qi Ping had seen for himself Ming Yin's combat prowess. A formidable physique and abundant spiritual power, coupled with his understanding of the true meaning of fire, Dao Heart Realm, and masterful hammer techniques, making his combat power in the Qi refining stage truly terrifying. If 3 individuals with similar combat power were to arrive at once, even Qi Ping would have a headache. No wonder Ming Yin was so cautious not long ago. He even had to abandon his base. Being besieged by 3 such people, the probability of being killed, even with an advantageous position, is not small. It's no surprise that this time he had to seek Qi Ping's help. It seems the war involving the Cyan Origin Sect and other sects has gradually reached a fever pitch. Otherwise, the mutual slayings among genius disciples wouldn't be this intense. At this stage, even the Golden Core Elder supporting Ming Yin is unreliable because the enemy has counterparts, possibly even more. So now, Ming Yin can only rely on himself. With the Cyan Origin Sect and its allied forces completely engulfed in the whirlpool, almost no one was available to lend a hand. Upon receiving Ming Yin's distress call, Qi Ping was not overly worried. His current strength was sufficient to deal with these opponents. However, Qi Ping dared not be the least bit careless. Facing these genius disciples nurtured by the core resources of their sects, his individual combat power might not guarantee a win. Even now, against Ming Yin, Qi Ping wasn't fully confident. After all, in terms of the strength of cultivation techniques, magic foundation, Qi Ping could not match them. The resources were clear. In terms of understanding the true meaning of the law, it might just be at a balanced state currently. The only advantages Qi Ping might have were the Beast King's Flame and the Yang Fire Body. Augmented by these 2 talents, his perfected flame burst technique was tremendously powerful. Additionally, The tree skin technique greatly enhanced Qi Ping's survivability, and when combined with the flame burst net, the defense was terrifyingly strong. The Hundred Eyes illusion realm could also be counted as a unique technique. Of course, Qi Ping's greatest reliance remained his animal companions. As of now, Yaya, 10,000 combat bees, and the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon all possessed formidable combat capabilities. The characteristics of the bee swarm and the Hundred Eyes Flower Demon were apparent. With 10,000 combat bees, about half being strengthened after the Bee King's transformation, their combat power could wear down ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. The Hundred Eyes illusion realm of the Little Flower Demon also posed a threat to Foundation establishment cultivators. Yaya's attributes may not seem as strong as the previous two, but in reality, its explosive power was also terrifyingly high, being capable in attack, defense, and speed. Its physical body and life-bound spirit fire, empowered by the absorbed power of the Great Sun, had already reached a new level. Furthermore, Yaya's bloodline awakening continued to rise almost daily, largely owing to its own diligent efforts. The help Qi Ping provided was occasionally giving Yaya some Beast King's flame, where Yaya would comprehend Qi Ping's true meaning of fire at night to enhance its bloodline awakening. With Yaya, Qi Ping felt most at ease, believing that it would definitely break through the bloodline shackles again in the future, transforming into a more powerful Great Sun System spirit beast. Qi Ping was almost certain that within half a year, Yaya would surely break through to Tier 2. After completing a combat power assessment and making necessary preparations, Qi Ping then calmly returned to cultivating spiritual medicine and accelerating the growth speed of the Little Flower Demon. For Qi Ping, going out to battle was just a mere interlude. Cultivating and enhancing his skills were eternal. 5 days passed like this before Qi Ping received another message from Ming Yin. "Qi brother, meet at the usual place. I've had someone place array traps around that area in advance." Upon receiving Ming Yin's message, Qi Ping tidied up his belongings on the mountain and immediately transformed into a bee, leading most of the bee swarm and his animal companions to the meeting point. After confirming there was no danger, Qi Ping appeared before Ming Yin. "Qi brother, you're finally here. This time, I really need your help." "It's no trouble. It's what I should do. Have you gathered any information on the enemy's strength?" The enemy's background was what Qi Ping was most concerned about. But Ming Yin could only shake his head helplessly. "I cannot obtain specific information about the enemy. However, it's certain that there are no Foundation establishment cultivators among them. In such a situation, the opponent should dispatch disciples who are either stronger than me or more in number. Overall strength should be 2 to 3 times mine. 4 times as unlikely as they lack such combat power in the Qingtian realm. So, with you and me aligning, plus the assistance of arrays, we have a chance to win. At worst, escaping would not be an issue. After all, Qi brother, your presence is something they could not have anticipated." At this point, Ming Yin, seeing Qi Ping's calm expression, knew that normally this battle was definitely in their favor. Making friends with Qi Ping was indeed a very wise choice. In such battle circumstances, having a powerful hidden friend was immensely beneficial. After all, there are only so many critical battles. With Qi Ping's assistance, his chances of survival were much higher. Even in times of peace, having the aid of hidden strength would make him much more adept in Sect conflicts. Subsequently, Ming Yin detailed the array situation to Qi Ping, and they discussed the upcoming battle plans. This combat plan and array setup, from trapping the enemy, fighting, and fleeing, Ming Yin explained everything in detail, showing his serious preparation. Qi Ping had never seen Ming Yin so cautiously prepared for a confrontation. This detail also implied that the approaching enemies were formidable adversaries, where carelessness could lead to demise. By contrast, Qi Ping remained much calmer. Because Qi Ping had already prepared battle plans and was ready for any scenario, even confronting Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if faced with Foundation establishment, Qi Ping was confident in escaping, which formed the basis of his confidence. After spending considerable time, once all preparations were complete, Ming Yin instructed someone to subtly leak vague information about his location, a setup he had arranged long ago to avoid arousing enemy suspicion. "Qi brother, I'm not sure when or if the adversary Sect's people will come, so I can only trouble you to stay here for a bit longer. Please forgive me, Ming Yin stated solemnly. Brother Ming, there's no need for such courtesy. I will give it my all in this battle. Afterward, Qi Ping diligently focused on cultivation. With no need to spend time cultivating spiritual medicine, it was the perfect opportunity for cultivating the wood flame technique, and increasing his cultivation was the real priority. Now that the wood flame technique had achieved perfection, Qi Ping's realm was advancing rapidly because of it. Shortly after Ming Yin quietly leaked the location information, a group of extraordinary youths exuding formidable auras received the news. One young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, carrying a wooden sword on his back, smirked as he spoke. After searching for so long, the fish has finally shown its tail. It's time to haul in the net. The most astonishing sight was the awe-inspiring sword intent emanating from the young man's eyes as they opened. However, facing this formidable sword cultivator, the two companions seated opposite showed no fear. One radiated demonic chi. The other had a physique giving off a terrifying aura, their imposing presence not at all inferior to the sword intent wielding youth. These three, one is an extraordinary sword cultivator bearing a blood-stained wooden sword, having comprehended sword intent. One is a witch with a smiling countenance, but exuding demonic aura. One is a taciturn, imposing figure of a man whose very body emanates oppressive presence. These three hail from the three major forces: Seven-Star Sword Sect, Demonic Sky Sect, and Celestial Fire Pavilion. These three sects stand alongside the Cyan Origin Sect as grand sects, and these three individuals are highly esteemed genius disciples within their respective sects, boasting combat power that surpasses their peers at the Qi refining level. And the gathering of these three geniuses primarily aims for the assassination of Ming Yin, to subsequently eliminate all of Cyan Origin Sect's agents in Qingxi County and seize control. Either way, aside from following orders, they had no choice. As for enemies above the Foundation establishment level, they weren't too worried, because prior to this, the leadership of each sect had sworn the most stringent heavenly Tao oaths, wherein any violation of the agreed-upon combat contract, by any means, would result in terrifying heavenly Tao punishments upon all levels of leadership, including the entire sect. Add to that, each faction's leadership seems to hold an ace up their sleeve, confident in becoming the ultimate victor. Hence, a simple negotiation was enough to finalize the combat contract. Now, each sect's leadership sits firmly in their towers, orchestrating their disciples' execution of battle plans from above. Faced with the loss of their Qi, refining, and Foundation establishment disciples, they maintain their composure. The only sacrifices are the disciples from each sect, and after such prolonged conflict, countless young disciples, once full of aspiration for the immortal Tao, have become mere corpses, pawns, and casualties in a baffling war. To those elders with millennia-long lifespans, the life and death of a batch of disciples are of little importance. Young geniuses are things produced year after year. As long as the population of the human race maintains its foundation, these things will never be in shortage. After several decades, they can once again spring forth by the masses. Unless they are those extraordinary talents encountered once in a millennium, all must adhere to Sect strategies. This is where the cruelty lies. During times of stable development, sects prosper and their subordinate territories flourish, naturally motivating the highest-level sect leadership to establish policies conducive to prosperity for maximum gain. However, if something greatly surpasses those benefits, prosperity becomes secondary. Everything must concede to prioritize this something. The current chaos in the Qingtian realm epitomizes this. Economic and industrial prosperity can be sacrificed. After all, at latest in a few decades or 100 years, they can be re-established through various policy measures. How long do the memories of lower-level cultivators last? As long as it isn't excessive, a scapegoat can resolve it. The lives of loose cultivators and family cultivators can be sacrificed. After all, there will always be new families and loose cultivators. They're like wheat seeds, sown in a suitable environment. They will grow again, regardless of how harshly they were harvested before. Even the lives of their own Sect's disciples can be sacrificed, because they too can grow anytime. Ultimately, they are merely superior wheats. Only upon reaching the golden core stage or nascent soul stage do cultivators qualify for ascension to the grand stage. Below that, they're just pawns. The prohibition of any form of large-scale slaughter within the immortal cultivation realm largely stems from the imperative not to destroy the very soil that grows wheat, a covenant jointly established by countless top-tier experts. About an hour after the sword cultivator, body cultivator, and demon cultivator detected Ming Yin's whereabouts, Qi Ping, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His dispersing swarm had just transmitted a faint ripple. This was due to the distance being too far for specific information to pass through, resulting only in a faint ripple. However, given Qi Ping's familiarity with the swarm, this slight ripple was sufficient. Once the enemies were somewhat closer, Qi Ping alerted Ming Yin. "Brother Ming, the enemy might be coming." "The enemy is coming? Where?" Ming Yin was startled upon hearing this, finding that he had noticed nothing, and the warning array he set up was undisturbed. This was the most terrifying part. "There's still a distance, fast approaching, Brother Ming. Stay alert, I'll hide first." "All right. Thank you, Brother Qi, for the warning." Ming Yin sighed with relief upon hearing this. If the enemy approached while he remained unaware, it would truly be frightening. Acceptable, though, if they were still afar. Yet secretly, he marveled at Qi Ping's ability to pinpoint the enemy from such a distance, a detection prowess far surpassing his own. Soon, the warning array set by Ming Yin was triggered, followed by 3 figures swiftly appearing there. "It's actually you?" Upon seeing the 3 figures, Ming Yin's gaze sharpened, becoming exceptionally cautious. Ming Yin knew all about them. They were geniuses from various sects, not inferior in reputation to himself. "Oh, you don't seem surprised at our arrival? Seems you intentionally leaked the information." The woman from Demonic Sky Sect, cloaked in demonic aura, noticed the anomaly and spoke with a half-smile. "But where's your bravery? Surely your confidence lies beyond these arrays around? To thwart us 3 with such tactics? Aren't you being too naive? Rumor has it you're so formidable, surely not just in this." The towering celestial fire pavilion disciple, exuding an overwhelming presence, spoke arrogantly. As a body cultivator with a fire attribute martial body, his cultivation style was the same, arrogant, suppressing with physique. "Enough with the nonsense. Kill." Before the 7-star sword sect disciple bearing the wooden sword could finish, he directly attacked. The blood-stained wooden sword behind transformed into a streak of light, carrying a terrifying sword intent aimed straight at Ming Yin. This sword was aimed directly at Ming Yin's head. The sword intent, filled with murderous aura, would decapitate even Ming Yin if hit directly, despite his robust physique. It was indeed the notorious slaughter sword intent. Yet, faced with the sword cultivator's attack, Ming Yin remained unperturbed, instantly activating a Tier 1 perfection interference array that enveloped the entire scene. In this array, without refining a special token, all would experience full interference. Fewer enemies meant stronger interference. As the array activated, the true meaning of fire surged within Ming Yin, conjuring an equally perfection-level flame burst net before him. Then a tremendous explosion sounded. To Qi Ping's surprise, under the terrifying explosive shock of the flame burst net, the wooden sword's assault was broken, its spiritual qi and sword intent nearly exhausted, forcing the 7-star sword sect disciple to retract the blood-stained wooden sword. Impressive. The Dao Heart Realm? Earth Core Flame. Qi Ping was amazed. It seemed Ming Yin had made astonishing advancements recently, not only fully grasping the Dao Heart First Realm, but also refining the Earth Core Flame. The moment Slaughter Sword Intent appeared, Qi Ping had sweated for Ming Yin, but he effortlessly blocked it, leaving Qi Ping quite astonished. "I hadn't expected your powers to exceed the intelligence. Yet if I drink your blood, my life sword will undoubtedly grow stronger." Even after his attack was thwarted, the 7-star sword sect disciple wasn't overly shocked. Rather, a wicked smile played on his lips as his gaze erupted with fearsome, killing intent. Meanwhile, the disciples from Demonic Sky Sect, and celestial fire pavilion intended to strike immediately, but a man and a crow stood in their way. Solemnly, Qi Ping positioned himself before the celestial fire pavilion body cultivator, while Yaya confronted the witch from demonic sky sect. This was Yaya's own request, claiming its current strength would suffice. Qi Ping agreed, wanting to see how Yaya, after awakening as the Yang Fire Crow, tirelessly cultivating, refining fire attribute spirit honey, refining and absorbing the power of the great sun, comprehending the true meaning of fire, and refining the Beast King's flame, fared against the demonic sky sect's genius, which with such resource accumulations. During this period, Yaya's body has grown larger than an eagle, and when spreading its wings, it's only slightly smaller than Qi Ping with arms extended. Although Yaya is still at the perfection stage of Tier 1, its physical strength has been increasing with the addition of various resources. The jet black and shiny feathers also contain astonishing defensive power. With the addition of numerous resources, the life-bound spirit fire, which is stronger than an ordinary Yang Fire Crow, has raised Yaya's overall defense to a new level. So, under such circumstances, Qi Ping dared to let Yaya fight the genius witch of the Demon Cloud sect alone. There's actually an ambush with help? Not on the data? Yang Fire Crow? That's a good spirit beast. But for a mere feathered creature to face me alone is simply courting death. The genius witch of the Demon Cloud sect sneered as she saw a Yang Fire Crow daring to block her way. 9 short swords containing powerful demon intent swiftly flew out from various parts of her body, forming a battle array that charged towards Yaya. Although her sword array's attack and slaughter aura was not as terrifying as the slaughter sword intent of the 7-star sword sect's disciples, and the sword chi was not as sharp, the terrifying demon intent and strong momentum were incomparable to the slaughter sword intent. The oppressive power of the sword array far exceeded that of a single spirit sword, and the attack angles were more tricky and hard to defend against. So, when those 9 spirit swords filled with boiling demon intent and rolling demonic chi came to suppress Yaya, it showed a serious expression in its eyes. Faced with such an extraordinary genius which, Yaya dared not underestimate her in the slightest. As its spiritual body and spiritual power flourished, the life-bound spirit fire transformed into a terrifying spirit flame, instantly covering its entire body. Then, without fear, Yaya charged towards the witch of the Demon Cloud sect, avoiding the sword array with its flight speed and continuously attacking the witch. Yaya was confident that its body, refined day and night by life-bound spirit fire, the power of the great sun, and fire glow honey, was enough to withstand this sword array. However, it wasn't foolish enough to clash directly with the array. Getting close to this witch and killing her was the main task. Once close, its life-bound spirit fire and powerful body would be its greatest advantage. For most spirit beasts, the strongest battles are close combat. In an instant, the flames of battle raged. Yaya, enduring part of the short sword's impact, rapidly approached the Demon Cloud sect witch. When the short swords containing powerful demon intent were about to hit Yaya, its life-bound fire instantly surged up, colliding with the spirit swords filled with demon intent, causing huge explosions and collision sounds to erupt immediately. As a natural fire element spirit beast, its fire control ability from bloodline heritage was no worse than many fire attribute techniques and fire control techniques, especially after being reminded by Qi Ping and receiving experience in cultivation techniques. Through intentional training, its life-bound spirit fire's explosive force and attack power were stronger than many fire attribute techniques. This is the bloodline advantage of spirit beasts, as they naturally possess strong control over their power. Otherwise, many cultivators' techniques wouldn't have been inspired by various spirit beasts. So, when Yaya's life-bound spirit fire collided with those demon-intense swords, it surprisingly erupted in an equally matched stance. Even if a spirit sword occasionally managed to break through Yaya's life-bound spirit fire, its combat power was greatly reduced and was blocked by its strong black feathers. How can it be this strong? After a round of battle, the face of the Demon Cloud sect which slightly changed, as the strength of this Yang Fire Crow was completely beyond her expectations. She had fought this type of spirit beast before, There was a Yang Fire Crow beast taming cultivator within her sect, and she had fought that Yang Fire Crow. Back then, it had taken her a lot of effort to severely injure that Yang Fire Crow. So this time, she faced Yaya with no carelessness, but Yaya's strength shocked her. Lifebound Spirit Fire, Feather Defense, Speed are all far superior to that of the Sect's Yang Fire Crow. Damn, where did this spirit beast come from? And why wasn't it mentioned in the records? At this point, the witch's face began to grow somber as she realized things were slipping out of control. And at this moment, after colliding with the demon intense sword array several times, Yaya, after several twists and turns, finally got close to the witch of the Demon Cloud sect. It had to admit, the witch's demon intense sword array was extraordinary, and it took a great deal of effort, colliding with the sword array multiple times, to finally get close. Fortunately, the witch's sword array, though strong, was precisely countered by Yaya. First, the sword array's agility and attack angles in various directions faced its body covered in life-bound spirit fire and its feathers, with weak spots like its eyes long covered by more powerful spirit fire upon Qi Ping's instructions, and its flexible body wasn't an easy target. Secondly, how could the powerful demon intent intimidate Yaya, who possessed the Golden Crow bloodline and continuously comprehended the power of the Great Sun? Adding the true meaning of fire pass from Qi Ping, it wasn't going to be daunted by simple demon intent. If it were Qi Ping or Ming Yin facing this witch, they might not have the advantage like Yaya. Under such conditions, with the interference of a Tier 1 perfection array, Yaya finally got close to the witch and launched its most ferocious offense. The massacre favorable to Yaya officially began. Yang Fire Flamme Clashes, Explosions, Boons. Its claws and sharp beak, covered in Yang Fire Flame, also moved in for the attack. After being attacked crazily by Yaya in close quarters, the Witch of the Demon Cloud sect encountered Yaya's attack for the first time. Facing Yaya's frenzy, the witch remained composed under pressure, manipulating the sword array while continuously unleashing various powerful attack and defense techniques, showcasing a fraction of the Great Sect's foundation. These powerful techniques combined with the demon sword array started to put Yaya in a difficult position, even causing it to begin sustaining injuries like the witch, with many feathers breaking and blood flowing. However, compared to Yaya, the Witch of the Demon Cloud sect was in much worse shape. Her previously charming hair was entirely scorched, and many parts of her body showed severe tears and burns. After going through another high-intensity battle, the witch finally couldn't hold on and was burned alive. No! With a shrill scream, the renowned young Witch of the Demon Cloud sect, who had comprehensively realized demon intent, was overpowered and killed by Yaya. She couldn't believe that as a rising star of the Demon Cloud sect, she would fall at the hands of a spirit beast. However, after slaying the witch, Yaya was not in a good state either, with countless broken feathers and its aura plummeting instantly after the battle ended. Had the witch not happened to be restrained by it and interfered by the array, it wouldn't have been easy for Yaya to kill her, as she truly possessed formidable strength. Nevertheless, despite this, the resolute and frenzied battle will in Yaya's eyes showed no sign of waning. As Yaya finished the battle, a deafening boom echoed, causing the ground to tremble drastically, splitting into countless terrifying cracks. At the center of the fissures, a pile of shattered bones and a broken wooden sword lay collapsed. Beside there, a tower-like strong figure stood holding a large hammer, its end still stained with fresh blood and flesh. The genius sword cultivator of the 7-star sword sect, carrying a blood-stained wooden sword, was defeated. The wooden sword he nurtured for years was utterly broken. The pile of flesh there was once the genius disciple of the 7-star sword sect, known for comprehending the slaughter sword intent and revered by many disciples of the sect. Among loose cultivators, he was practically seen as a god. But now he's just a pile of flesh lying there, and the only thing that proves his identity is the blood-stained wooden sword that had accompanied him since his cultivation began. This sword had witnessed the journey of this genius sword cultivator from the 7-star sword sect, from a mere mortal to a person who, with his astounding talent in the sword Dao and a simple wooden sword and ordinary sword manual, massacred hundreds of people in his enemy's clan. After entering the 7-star sword sect, he rose rapidly and became unstoppable. After comprehending the slaughter intent, he was considered a strong contender for a true disciple, with the potential to break into the Golden Core realm in the future. He rose from being an ordinary orphan to becoming a hotly sought-after genius disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Yet now he lies dead from a mission, slain by the also renowned inner disciple Ming Yin of the Cyan Origin Sect, a single strike putting an end to his journey toward becoming a legend. He died in disgrace, without any value. Meanwhile, Ming Yin, as strong as a tower, bore several deep wounds down to the bone. Yet these didn't touch any critical points, which to a cultivator isn't a major concern, especially for Ming Yin, who had plenty of healing elixirs. His presence was exceptionally strong, and his battle will was incredibly determined. However, when he turned his gaze to Yaya's battlefield, seeing the charred remains of the witch, his pupil shrank instantly. The genius demon cultivator of the Demon Sky Sect, who was equally as famous as him, was dead, and in such a miserable state. Previously, when Shi Ping suggested that Yaya handle one enemy alone if there were many, he disagreed, because in his eyes, though Yaya was formidable, facing such a terrifying genius alone was too dangerous. It was only after Shi Ping insisted on it and had backup plans did he reluctantly agree. Otherwise, he had planned to battle two opponents himself, while Yaya was just to provide interference. But the result now completely overturned his view. Yaya won. She had slain the powerful enemy that even he had to face with caution. Facing Ming Yan's gaze, Yaya displayed a confident look of triumph before swiftly advancing towards Qi Ping's battlefield. For Qi Ping's battlefield wasn't yet concluded. Seeing this, Ming Yin immediately moved to assist Qi Ping. But upon seeing Qi Ping's situation, Ming Yin paused slightly, because Qi Ping didn't appear to have any injuries. His opponent, the man from the Celestial Fire Pavilion, was in a bad shape, with both burns and explosive injuries, his expression brimming with anger. At this moment, filled with rage, he relentlessly chased Qi Ping, yet Qi Ping refused to engage him directly, only employing the terrifying explosive power of the flame burst body technique to execute a guerrilla strategy. Qi Ping's explosive power was too terrifying. It was extremely difficult to catch him in short distances. There were a few occasions when he finally managed to confront Qi Ping directly, yet Qi Ping's defense seemed even more outrageous, causing no effective damage. That strange tree bark-like defense, combined with the flame burst net, was impervious to his punches, even injuring himself. Close combat for a bit longer could have worked, but Qi Ping wouldn't stay engaged long, touching and evading. Adding to the irritation, he couldn't assist others as Qi Ping kept throwing flame burst fireballs, impossible to take head-on due to their remarkable power, making it impossible to aid others. And so the situation became like this, as he chased Qi Ping with his injured, soot-covered body, while Qi Ping just toyed with him. With the interference of the array, catching Qi Ping became even more impossible. "If you're a man, face me head-on. You piece of garbage. You cowardly wretch," roared the burly man from Celestial Fire Pavilion. He believed that if he could confront Qi Ping in a hard battle, he could beat Qi Ping to death. That's why he could only scream madly. Yet, facing the jeering of the burly man from the Celestial Fire Pavilion, Qi Ping remained unmoved. What use is trash-talking? Would he be foolish enough to head-on with a body cultivator? Does he look stupid? What truly mattered was to utilize his advantage to kill the opponent, not risk his life for meaningless pride. However, this body cultivator was indeed extraordinary, not only possessing strong physical defense but also terrifying offensiveness. Despite having the flame burst net and tree skin technique defenses, he still sustained some injuries. Were it not for the healing technique to occasionally mend his body, his current physical state would be much worse. A purely close-quarters battle against such a balanced body cultivator would spell certain defeat for Qi Ping. Fortunately, his flame burst body technique, fortified by various talents, was strong enough, allowing him to repeatedly elude the entanglement of the burly man from the Celestial Fire Pavilion. Even Ming Yin in battle occasionally employed this magic, proving its extraordinary nature, as even such a talented cultivator as Ming Yin had to resort to such magic. "Raging against me is useless," Your companions seem close to dying. Qi Ping replied calmly. Qi Ping had glimpsed just now, seeing the genius sword cultivator with slaughter sword intent and the genius which with super strong demon intent on the verge of death. Soon after, Qi Ping and his opponent witnessed the scene of those two both falling in battle. Even Yaya's combat performance somewhat exceeded Qi Ping's expectations, as she surpassed his estimations in combat talent, will, and ferocity. This was Qi Ping's first time seeing Yaya going head-to-head with an opponent of the same level. What? Witnessing this, the face of the burly man from the Celestial Fire Pavilion drastically changed, immediately attempting to abandon Qi Ping and flee. But how could Qi Ping let him have his way? He immediately closed in, throwing a flame-burst fireball his way. Coupled with array interference and being slower than Qi Ping, he couldn't possibly shake off Qi Ping's pursuit. Just then, Yaya and Ming Yin also arrived, and under the trio's siege, there was no suspense. After expending considerable effort, they finally slew the body cultivator genius from the Celestial Fire Pavilion. It's undeniable, this body cultivator was really tough. If Qi Ping's speed wasn't fast enough, and if he had not focused on training defense and escape speed, a one-on-one situation could potentially lead to him being killed by the guy's fists. It's finally over. Brother Qi, I really troubled you this time. Ming Yin sincerely cupped his fist toward Qi Ping, then continued. These individuals held not low statuses, and although according to the Sect's combat contract, Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators won't intervene, we must prevent any potential risks. All right, Qi Ping naturally had no objections to this, eager to leave this place. Ming Yin then quickly gathered the weapons and storage bags on the ground, and along with Qi Ping, swiftly departed the scene. Thus, the plan of the three major sects to jointly besiege Ming Yin not only ended in complete failure, but all three were also killed. This outcome could only be blamed on their arrogance, daring to step in despite knowing about the array. Otherwise, they might not have had no chance to escape. Indeed, the fundamental reason for their demise was the unexpected addition of a piece to the chessboard next to Ming Yin. As news of the shattering life tokens of these three spread to the sects, it instantly stirred considerable waves. Even exalted golden core cultivators couldn't help frowning, the outcome deviating too far from their estimations. Could there be some unforeseen events occurring in Qingshu County? Shortly after Qi Ping and his team left, a figure in green holding a blood-stained long sword arrived at the scene. It was Lin Qingshu, who had hurried to the site, her body and sword stained with fresh blood, clearly having just engaged in a heated battle. Though unfamiliar with Ming Yin, she received similar information and guessed that the opponent might be at risk, so hurried over, prepared to join Ming Yin in eliminating those covetous individuals from Qingshu County. Unfortunately, she was impeded, and it was after a bloody struggle that she arrived here. But upon seeing the site, the battle was already over. Especially seeing the three destroyed bodies on the ground caused her to be momentarily stunned. Although the site was destroyed, the lingering aura allowed identifying the rough identities of the deceased, which was why Lin Qingshu was so shocked. All three of them were slain by Ming Yin. Does Ming Yin really have such high power? Could he have help? Lin Qingshu remembered that Ming Yin's strength wasn't supposed to be this high. So Lin Qingshu carefully observed the battlefield again and found that although the corpses were smashed into pieces by a large hammer, the air still carried an aura that did not belong to Ming Yin because the battle had just ended. Did Ming Yin ask for help from others? But there's no one in the Cyan origin sect who could spare the time to help Ming Yin, right? Could they be someone outside of the Cyan origin sect? A streak of doubt flashed across Lin Qingshu's mind. However, she didn't dwell too much on it, only surprised that Ming Yin was able to find allies of this caliber. Moreover, it was good news for her after all. Currently, in Qingshu County, the only ones who could fight during the Qi refining stage were her and Ming Yin. With so many sects watching them, if Ming Yin could kill more of the enemy sect's geniuses, it would greatly relieve her pressure. After confirming that Ming Yin was the victor, she didn't bother with it any further. Her sword Qi swept across the entire battlefield once again to eliminate any remaining traces. She didn't want other sects to discover Ming Yan's ally. If they did, it would only invite more enemies, which would be disadvantageous for her. After finishing everything, Lin Qingshu quickly left the battlefield. After Ming Yin and Qi Ping left the battlefield far behind, the two found the first place they could and swiftly took out the contents of their storage bags. Then, Ming Yin skillfully picked and sorted through them, quickly removing several items like tokens, jade pendants, and goo insects, discarding them along with some useless miscellaneous items. Brother Qi, these items can detect our location, so we must discard them, then move to another place. Okay. Qi Ping had no doubts, and hearing this information, he just wanted to run. Even if Ming Yin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have stayed behind. Knowing that these people were all geniuses from major sects, Qi Ping was not interested in facing any retribution because of it. Soon, the two of them took off running at full speed once more. After traveling quite a distance, they finally stopped again. When Ming Yin brought out the contents of the 3 storage bags again, even Ming Yin found it hard to maintain his composure. So much wealth. There were 16,671 spirit stones alone. Not to mention the variety of cultivation techniques, magic, elixirs, spiritual medicine, weapons, talismans, and more. Preliminary estimates put the value at over 40,000 spirit stones. And that's not counting the value of all the cultivation techniques and knowledge. Each type of item had a substantial quantity. One wonders how many people these have been plundered from to accumulate such wealth, as it clearly came from many individuals. Qi Ping was a bit dazed into seeing so much. He and his bees had worked hard for a year without spending, and still found it difficult to save up 20,000 spirit stones. But now, they had come into it all at once. These people truly lived up to being genius disciples from various sects, and surviving this long in the sect war due to their significant wealth was a given. Of course, the cost and risk of achieving such wealth were exceptionally high. As genius disciples of various sects, if they were to fall, they would attract a lot of attention. If Ming Yin wasn't also a disciple of the sect's Golden Core Elder, Qi Ping would never dare to take such risks with this group, let alone commit murder and arson. Dividing the spoils then became a simple matter. Ming Yin initially proposed giving 2/3 of the items to Qi Ping, because Qi Ping had played a bigger role in the battle and came to help him. Without Qi Ping, he might have already fallen to these 3. But Qi Ping refused the offer. The reason was simple. 1. Ming Yin had already spent quite a bit setting up a Tier 1 perfection interference array. The other was that Ming Yin would also bear the hostility and possible retribution from other sects. So in the end, they decided on a simple 50-50 split. In this allocation, Qi Ping was given a slight advantage. Ming Yin let him choose first. Due to Qi Ping's poor ability to liquidate his loot and limited channels, he chose spirit stones, some spiritual medicine, spiritual seeds, and a portion of cultivation knowledge and techniques. That wooden sword belonging to the 7-star sword sect genius, who comprehended slaughter sword intent, was something he had gradually improved since his early practice and recorded his entire journey from beginning sword training to comprehending slaughter sword intent. It's a rare treasure indeed. Even if broken, it still retains significant value and could fetch a high price in a place like the Cyan Origin Sect, where sword cultivators are numerous. It's just that Qi Ping found it too hard to sell off, and having it around would be conspicuous, so giving it to Ming Yin was the best choice. Qi Ping took 15,000 spirit stones from it, paid back the 5,000 spirit stones he owed Ming Yin, leaving him with 10,000 spirit stones to himself. As for those cultivation techniques, the usual arrangement was for Ming Yin to copy them down and hand them over to Qi Ping. Afterward, Qi Ping left first. He didn't want to stay there any longer. After Qi Ping left, Ming Yin also found a place to hide. Under current conditions, he dared not reveal himself lightly. He couldn't help but recall Qi Ping's masterful execution of the flame burst technique earlier, which surpassed his own performance, having also attained perfection. This made Ming Yin marvel at Qi Ping's extraordinary talent. Such talent more than qualified him to join a major sect, but considering the current situation of the Cyan Origin Sect senior brothers, it was perhaps just as well not to join. Once Qi Ping left the battlefield far enough behind, he redistributed the spoils into several storage bags and randomly had his bee colony hide them in various locations. After participating in such a significant event, Qi Ping decided it was better to play it safe. Considering the current state of affairs, even Ming Yin seemed like a pawn that could be devoured at any moment. Could one hope Ming Yan's judgment was always accurate under such circumstances? Qi Ping didn't think so. Thus, Qi Ping placed the items he needed soon into one storage bag, such as spiritual medicine and the fire attribute body refining technique from the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple, planning to retrieve them once it was safer. The rest would be retrieved by the bees when needed to maintain stability as much as possible. Afterward, Qi Ping transformed into a bee and returned to the mountain peak. After confirming that he had no hidden risks upon returning to the mountain, Qi Ping focused his thoughts on today's gains. Reflecting on today's haul, Qi Ping felt a little excited inside. It was a windfall. He not only cleared the spirit stone debt with Ming Yin, but also gained 10,000 more spirit stones. This promptly solved some urgent need for spirit stones for purchasing new animal companions and part of the foundation establishment stage cultivation techniques he needed next. Though there was still a gap to fill, it wouldn't take as long to save up now. However, what excited Qi Ping the most about today's haul wasn't the spirit stones, nor the fire attribute body refining technique from that Celestial Fire Pavilion body cultivator, but a single seed. Star Spirit Wood Seed. Star Spirit Wood. Tier 2 low-level spirit tree. Capable of gathering spiritual qi, it can transform the land around its roots into a place rich in spiritual qi. The Star Spirit Wood is one of the rare spirit trees capable of gathering spiritual qi, with minimal requirements for spiritual land. It can absorb and gather spiritual qi on its own, turning a small patch of land around its roots into spiritual land. With this, Qi Ping could create his own spiritual land. But that wasn't the most important part. Rather, Qi Ping suddenly had a new idea for his level 5 druid's career progression, becoming a tree shepherd. In the D&D game adaptation, the tree shepherd is also known as a production machine. This is because tree shepherds have a very powerful advanced career talent. Tree Spirit Contract. Tree Spirit Contract. As a tree shepherd, you can form contracts with trees and imprint tree spirit marks on those under contract. The number of trees you can contract is related to your spiritual power. The stronger your spiritual power, the more trees you can contract. Tree Spirit Mark. You can imprint a spell mark that corresponds to the traits of the tree onto the tree spirit. A tree with an imprinted tree spirit mark will possess this spell ability. This career talent may seem simple, but it's actually very powerful. The upper limit of this ability depends entirely on the player's creativity. For example, someone imprinted an Ore Collection spell mark on a gold element tree, which allows it to continuously gather refined iron ore around it. Or they imprinted a Moon Essence Collection spell mark on a Moonlight attribute tree, enabling it to continuously produce the essence of the moon. Most importantly, once the corresponding collection spell mark is imprinted, the tree can complete production and collection work nonstop for 24 hours, producing a large amount of resources. This skill has also been developed by players into various quirky gameplay styles. However, limited by the game's characteristics, the ability has many restrictions. After all, producing so many peculiar things is useless and purely results in overproduction. But now I'm in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Qi Ping's heart surged with immense joy. He had previously been unable to decide on which profession to choose, but upon seeing the Star Spirit Wood Seed today, his mind became clear instantly. It must be Tree Shepherd. For example, he is currently troubled by the lack of spiritual land. But what if he imprints a spirit gathering technique into the Star Spirit Wood? By stacking the spirit gathering technique with the Star Spirit Tree's ability to gather spiritual qi, it will undoubtedly enhance the Star Spirit Tree's ability to gather spiritual qi to a much higher level. If combined with a massive spirit gathering array, wouldn't Qi Ping be able to create his own spiritual land? Yes, if I successfully imprint the spirit gathering technique into the Star Spirit Tree, I can find a remote, untouched place in the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range to build an undisturbed residence. Then, by using the Spirit Gathering Array to gradually collect the spiritual qi from heaven and earth, and purchasing some inexpensive items with spiritual qi, I can, with the help of the Star Spirit Tree imprinted with the Spirit Gathering technique, create fertile spiritual land with abundant spiritual qi. As long as the Spirit Gathering technique, the spirit trees that gather spiritual qi, and the spirit gathering array are strong, and with the support of items rich in spiritual chi, the upper limit of the spiritual land can also be continually raised. Then, by thoroughly hiding that location with an array on the outermost layer. This way, I can create a secret territory that belongs entirely to me without anyone else finding out. Upon thinking of this, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a little excited. What he fears most now is planting various spiritual objects on the land of the Cyan Origin Sect and being discovered by them or disturbed by strangers. Even if he later learns and sets up many powerful arrays, it's hard to avoid the scrutiny of the Cyan Origin Sect or other high-level cultivators. But in a deserted place deep in the cloud, mist mountain range, it's different. As long as it's well hidden, who could find a spiritual land there? This allows Qi Ping to freely plant various things inside, without worrying about being discovered for cultivating various spiritual medicines, or needing to collect the mountain's spiritual medicines before leaving. This way, I can have a place that's completely mine. Thinking of this, Qi Ping was not just a bit excited. He even felt overwhelmed with joy and wanted to cry. Since his journey into Immortal Cultivation, Qi Ping had been constantly troubled by spiritual land, and given his various abilities, leaving the support of spiritual land was simply not an option. The Cyan Origin Sect and most cultivation sects in the Immortal Cultivation realm use spiritual land to control the vast majority of cultivators, and Qi Ping was no exception in being constrained by this. But now, Qi Ping found a way to fully create his own spiritual land, so one can imagine his excitement at this moment. He can finally break free from the Sect's control. For someone like Qi Ping, who harbors many secrets, this is even more significant. Calm down, calm down. After the initial excitement, Qi Ping took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The journey to building his secret territory was still quite far away. Firstly, Qi Ping must meet these conditions. Advance his profession to tree shepherd. Acquire the spirit gathering technique and learn it to at least minor achievement, ideally to perfection. Achieve success in arrays, capable of setting up a spirit gathering array and the corresponding concealment array. Only after fulfilling these conditions can I start building my spiritual land. And to continue enhancing my spiritual land, I need to continually improve my array skills and learn stronger spirit gathering techniques. My spiritual power also shouldn't be neglected. But even so, Qi Ping was already very happy. Although it was a bit troublesome, having a spiritual land not controlled or discovered by others was absolutely worth it, no matter the trouble. The combination of tree shepherd, star spirit wood, and spirit gathering techniques directly resolved a fundamental issue for Qi Ping. Only now did Qi Ping gradually realize the strength of the tree shepherd in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Furthermore, the playstyle of a tree shepherd isn't just limited to this. With the tree spirit contract talent, Qi Ping can also use trees to produce various rare resources to build his territory. Production of resources is just one way to play. The tree spirit contract can also be fully utilized in combat. For instance, Qi Ping could imprint a flame burst technique onto a fire attribute spirit tree. With time and the tree's growth, the flame burst technique's power would reach a terrifying level. By then, Qi Ping could control the tree to unleash the long-accumulated flame burst fireball, launching a powerful attack. That's right, exactly like this. In 2 or 3 months, when the Druid reaches level 5, I'll choose Tree Shepherd as my advanced profession. Plus, besides the Tree Spirit mark, Tree Shepherds also have many abilities to obtain Druid experience, which can accelerate my Druid leveling up. When my Tree Shepherd level is higher, and I acquire the ability to cultivate Treeman Warriors, I can grow Treeman Warriors inside the territory to form an array to guard it. After determining his future development direction, Qi Ping quickly sent a message to Ming Yin, asking him to help obtain array knowledge and various arrays, including spirit gathering arrays, defense arrays, attack arrays, and concealment arrays. He needed array insights as well. Ming Yin quickly responded to this message. Ming Yin, it's a small matter, Brother Qi. Just wait in assurance, and I will certainly get the best cultivation array knowledge for you. After receiving Ming Yan's reply, Qi Ping was relieved. With Ming Yan's status, acquiring an array secret manual was an easy task. Moreover, Having just slain 3 prodigies from opposing sects, he likely earned significant merit within the Cyan origin sect, so Qi Ping had no doubts about the success of this venture. With the matter of acquiring the array resolved, Qi Ping continued to immerse himself in the life of farming and cultivation. No matter how fierce the battles were outside, they were of no concern to him. He only needed to ensure his full support when Ming Yin faced danger, and he didn't care who won or lost otherwise. His greatest aspiration now was to create his own domain where he could securely develop his farming and beekeeping enterprise. Acquiring the array will still take some time, so during this period, I will focus on cultivating the high-aged spiritual medicine needed for Yaya and quickly nurturing the little flower demon to Tier 2. In the meantime, I will continue refining honey to enhance my cultivation, steadily reaching Qi refining perfection, and then attempt to cultivate the blazing flame glaze body acquired from the Celestial Fire Pavilion man. Getting the blazing flame glaze body from that Celestial Fire Pavilion member was an unexpected joy for Qi Ping. After all, he's killed his fair share of cultivators, but it's rare for main cultivation techniques to drop, especially from Sect disciples, as the storage bags seldom contain precious cultivation techniques. Ming Yin also mentioned that to prevent Sect techniques from leaking, it's strictly prohibited to take cultivation technique Jade Slips out of the Sect. However, not only did that burly disciple from the Celestial Fire Pavilion bring out the blazing flame glaze body, but it was also a complete cultivation technique Jade Slip. Qi Ping speculated that this body refining technique wasn't a Celestial Fire Pavilion technique, but something the person obtained by coincidence. The blazing flame glaze body, using blazing flames to refine the body, activating the body's potential with fire refining, it requires a high body talent, needs fire attribute elixirs for cultivation. Once mastered, the body becomes like glazed glass, unparalleled in both attack and defense. This body refining technique is quite strong. After carefully comprehending it, Qi Ping found that the intention behind this body refining technique was quite high. If mastered to perfection, not only would the physical body be unparalleled, but it would also possess an imposing aura capable of suppressing all things, a body refining technique that directly points to the true meaning of the law of the body. Qi Ping estimated that the Celestial Fire Pavilion disciple should have been close to perfection, otherwise his combat power wouldn't have been so formidable. However, Qi Ping did not intend to fully cultivate this technique, only planning to leverage the method of igniting the body's potential with flames to elevate his physical body to another level. He estimated that reaching a level equivalent to a minor achievement in the blazing flame glaze body would be the limit. Going further would genuinely delve into the path of body cultivation. And the paths of body refining and Qi refining differ greatly, sometimes even conflicting, making it challenging to reach the pinnacle of both simultaneously. After all, the roads for both are vastly different, and it's tough for one body to reach the zenith on both paths simultaneously. Many body refining techniques, when cultivated to the extreme, can even lead to an inability to practice Qi refining techniques. Therefore, the body refining techniques practiced by Qi refining cultivators aren't truly body refining techniques in essence, focusing primarily on nurturing and refining the body with spiritual Qi to enhance and transform the body, usually aiming to withstand the pressure from spiritual power circulation. In contrast, true body refining techniques pursue extreme physical power, extreme offense, and extreme defense, causing drastic changes not conducive to Qi cultivation. Qi Ping's reference to the spiritual Qi nurturing and refining methods in the blazing flame glaze body wouldn't result in such changes. Generally, the methods of nurturing and refining the body with spiritual Qi in true body cultivation techniques are top-notch, and there's no issue for Qi refiners to practice them. With the help of Firefly Honey and the blazing flame glaze body, combined with my Beast King's Flame and Yang Fire body talent, completing the first phase of refining should not be too difficult. Once this step is completed, my physical strength should reach a new level, more than sufficient for executing the flame burst body technique or breaking through to foundation establishment. Qi Ping comprehended this body refining technique for a full 5 days, ensuring he missed nothing before slowly attempting cultivation. After ingesting a mouthful of fire glow honey, Qi Ping began using fire spiritual power infused with Beast King's flame to strengthen his body through special nurturing and refining methods. Within a short time, Qi Ping noticed a rapid increase in his body's strength and power. What powerful effects! Feeling the extent of his body strengthening, Qi Ping couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, knowledge is power. The cultivation techniques and methods honed by our predecessors prove far more effective than merely using spiritual medicine to enhance my abilities. This experience deepened Qi Ping's understanding of the importance of knowledge. However, the excellent results are likely due to the long-term accumulation from consuming both fire spirit body tempering honey and firefly honey, storing substantial medicinal power within the body, now finally unleashed through the blazing flame glaze body technique. This is a classic case of reaping from accumulated efforts, and my previous endeavors were not inefficient at all. With such rapid improvements, Qi Ping was motivated to cultivate, dedicating all his non-cultivation and non-spiritual medicine development time to refining his body using the blazing flame glaze body method. With Qi Ping's innate yang fire body and powerful Beast King's flame talent, his refining efficiency improved drastically every day. A month later, now the strength of my body can finally withstand the pressure from the flame burst body technique. At this moment, Qi Ping continuously performed the flame burst body technique, shuttling through piles of rocks with violent and terrifying power surging within him, yet without causing any stress. This is the full state of the flame burst technique. Qi Ping's spiritual power operated unrestrainedly within him, ready to unleash the most powerful flame burst fireball and flame burst net at any moment, with the flame burst body technique supporting extended bursts. If I encounter that burly man from the Celestial Fire Pavilion again, with my current physical strength and the support of flame burst net and tree skin technique, I could endure a head-on clash with him without much loss, perhaps even injuring him. Being able to confront a talented body cultivator head-on and not fall behind proves that Qi Ping's defense has reached the top tier of his level. Not bad, not bad. Now I don't need to worry about my physical strength during battles or breaking through to foundation establishment for the time being. Feeling the powerful force and vigorous vitality from his body, Qi Ping was immensely satisfied. Growth in power, increased lifespan, and an indescribable comfort in his body. This is truly immortal cultivation. About 7 days later, Qi Ping finally received the news. The array was in hand. After some effort, Qi Ping quickly received several array secret manuals from Ming Yin. Among them were Tier 1 Array Basics, Array Master's Cultivation Experience Notes, Tier 1 Array Compendium, Spirit Gathering Technique, Spirit Gathering Array from Beginner to Advanced. In addition, there were many books on array theories, case studies, and biographies of famous array masters for Qi Ping to reference as he cultivated as an array master. The completeness and comprehensiveness of this knowledge was completely beyond Qi Ping's expectations. Ming, you've really put your heart into this. For this, Qi Ping gave back 5,000 spirit stones. Originally, Ming Yin said it wasn't necessary because Qi Ping had previously helped him kill the talents of 3 rival sects, and that contribution was enough to exchange for these items. However, Qi Ping still insisted on giving, because regardless of Ming Yin's personal situation, that was his own business. He enjoyed the benefits of this identity, but also bore many dangers and pressures it brought. Qi Ping only knew that acquiring this thing required a price, especially when he now had the strength to pay with spirit stones. This was already much better than buying outside. These were truly the essence that Ming Yin had acquired, especially those array experiences left by high-level array masters, which many people couldn't buy even if they wanted to. After bringing back these array secret manuals, Qi Ping curiously delved into them. Among the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, talisman crafting, and arrays, he was most curious about and fond of arrays. Alchemy is the most profitable of the 4 arts, but Qi Ping wasn't interested, especially since bees could act as low-level alchemists, making money and producing honey for him. He had no further desire to study it. The little knowledge of elixirs he learned was only to help bees produce more effective honey, far from mastering the path of alchemy. As for artifact refining, Qi Ping was even less interested. Blacksmithing was too dull for him. He couldn't see himself persisting unless he had no other choice. Talisman crafting was decent. It could make money and prepare numerous talismans for battle, throwing them around during fights. Compared to alchemy and artifact refining, Qi Ping preferred talisman crafting slightly more. But if you compare talisman crafting to arrays, talismans would rank much lower in Qi Ping's heart. For Qi Ping, arrays were the ultimate power. After all, Qi Ping didn't mind killing, but he had no interest in experiencing such bloodshed. He preferred tending to his fields and bees in his territory, so talismans were also limited in usefulness to him. But arrays were entirely different. They could protect his territory, conceal his territory, gather spiritual qi, fight and slay enemies, even escape, like teleportation arrays and concealment arrays. In short, arrays were immensely useful to Qi Ping, directly boosting his sense of security to the maximum. For someone focused on farming, is there a more fitting path than arrays? No. Once mastering the path of arrays, Qi Ping could confidently seek a secluded place to build his spirit field territory. Then, whether cultivating spiritual medicine or nurturing animal companions inside, Qi Ping wouldn't need to be as cautious and fearful as he was now. Besides, the path of array cultivation was also the most suitable for druids, because the essence of array cultivation is to harness the power of heaven and earth. And druids naturally follow the path of nature affinity, which gives them a considerable advantage in learning the path of arrays. Added to the heaven and earth blessing talent Qi Ping gained after slaying the demon insect king. Heaven and earth blessing. Due to preserving the balance of a region's heaven and earth and eliminating aberrant objects, you receive a blessing from heaven and earth, increasing your epiphany chances and enhancing your affinity with heaven and earth Taoist techniques. Under such circumstances, choosing the path of array cultivation is not only the most practical choice, but also the area where Qi Ping has the most talent. Moreover, setting up arrays demands a high level of the power of the divine soul, exhausting a considerable volume of it, perfectly aligning with Qi Ping's current divine soul talent, Enchantment God Seal. Thus, with all these factors, the path of array cultivation is Qi Ping's optimal choice, even a mandatory one. On the 29th peak of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, a black crow was basking in the sun atop an ancient fir tree, with the resplendence of the great day surrounding it. Below the ancient fir tree, a serene and suave young man held a sleeping little white fox in his arms. In his hands, he clutched a book resembling parchment, fully engrossed in his reading. The front page of the book read, Path of Array Cultivation. The Path of Array Cultivation, harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth, sweeping across and manipulating the myriad things of the cosmos in one's palm. By leveraging timely conditions and geographical advantages, mastering and chaotically wielding the power of the law. The study of arrays is grounded in understanding the laws of heaven and earth, with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and the laws of heaven and earth all capable of forming arrays. The setup of arrays requires activation using array bases, spiritual chi, spirit stones, magical artifacts, corpses. Anything and everything in the world can serve as an array base, using the base to manipulate the laws of heaven and heaven energy. In tactical terrains, the array cultivator is unrivaled amongst peers of the same realm. The art of array requires a high level of the power of the divine soul. Its setup consumes a large amount of it. Those lacking divine soul or comprehension should not practice. So this is the path of array cultivation. After several hours of study, Qi Ping slowly set down the book in his hands, still reminiscing on the secret manuals he had just read, but the light in his eyes was becoming increasingly brighter. Arrays. Array cultivation. So this is the path of array cultivation. The more Qi Ping studied, the more joyful he felt inside. Firstly, the more he understood the path of arrays, the more he liked it. Besides innate talent, interest also plays a significant role in mastering a skill. because only by immersing oneself in the art can one truly grasp its essence and reach its pinnacle. Secondly, he was awed by the formidable power of arrays. Amidst tactical advantages and favorable conditions, array masters can be summed up in 8 words, unrivaled in the same realm. As long as one comprehends arrays to their utmost within one's realm, it essentially ensures an invincible position among peers at the same level. However, the general difficulty in array cultivation is also substantial, demanding high divine soul and comprehension. Possessing such comprehension is generally considered to be indicative of a cultivation genius. That makes truly powerful array masters much more rare than general cultivation prodigies. Moreover, the distinctions among array masters are exceptionally pronounced. The precondition for harnessing the power of heaven and earth is to have some insight into it. So aside from common arrays, array masters usually specialize in only a few types of arrays. If that's the case, if I am to construct a secret territory of my own, then mastering arrays like illusion arrays and concealing breath arrays is necessary. Learning the illusion array shouldn't be too difficult. The enchantment god seal talent itself originates from the ability of the enchanting immortal fox, which is fundamentally based on illusion techniques. Moreover, the 100 Eyes Demon Realm is also considered an illusion technique talent, so I should have some talent in learning the illusion array. The illusion array is a very important aspect when creating a private territory. Only by making it indistinguishable from the real can one deceive others. It's essential to ensure that ordinary animals and beasts, as well as cultivators, feel nothing unusual when they come into contact. Fortunately, Chi Ping has 2 animal companions skilled in illusion techniques by his side, who can help patch up any gaps in the setup of the illusion array. Outside of the illusion array, there's the aura concealing array. According to the description in the secret manual, setting up an aura concealing array is relatively easier, but if you want to set up a very powerful one, you'll need to study diligently. Chi Ping has cultivated 2 techniques, the breath concealment technique and the fetal breathing technique, gaining some insights into aura concealing, along with the fact that aura concealing arrays generally aren't very difficult to set up. Therefore, Chi Ping is quite confident in setting up this type of array, as long as it doesn't involve profound concealment arrays. So, once I've completed the cultivation of these 2 arrays and wait for the Druid to advance to Tier 5 as a tree shepherd, I can choose a location to set up my private territory. I can let the bee swarm start searching for the area. With this in mind, Chi Ping immediately commanded the bee swarm to send out a group of bees to scout the Cloud Mist Mountain range for a place. Buzz buzz. Okay, boss. We guarantee to complete the task. After this arrangement, Chi Ping refocused his attention on learning arrays. With an illusion array and a concealing array set up, the defense and attack arrays can come gradually. Anyway, with the bee swarm guarding the spiritual land, safety is basically guaranteed as long as we're not found. Finally, regarding array cultivation, I can start with fire arrays. After all, the path of arrays is extremely difficult to cultivate. Starting with the fire attribute, which I'm best at, will be much simpler. Once I successfully cultivate the fire attribute array, it'll be easier to extrapolate and set up illusion and concealing arrays. Chi Ping's talent in the path of fire is indisputable, especially given that the true meaning of fire is the first manifestation of the heaven and earth laws. The initial fire arrays rely on array bases to communicate the power of the true meaning of fire. Generally, simple fire arrays can be set up once one can somewhat perceive the true meaning of fire. And now, Chi Ping can directly use spiritual power as a medium to control the true meaning of fire, surpassing many novice array masters. However, this isn't without merit, as arrays leverage the power of heaven and earth. The deeper the understanding of this power, the more force one can harness. In other words, as long as my array skills improve and my divine soul power keeps up, the force of the true meaning of fire I can leverage with arrays and array bases will be much greater than what I could directly control on my own. From this point, one can see the value arrays possess when they provide a geographical advantage. Chi Ping estimates that the cyan origin Sect's ability to withstand pressure from many same-level Sects simultaneously may largely be due to arrays. With powerful arrays, multiple same-level sects might not be able to defeat them even if the entire sect power is unleashed, and even if victory were possible, it would come at great cost, potentially leaving them open to exploitation by opportunists. Thus, the Cyan Origins sect has agreements with several hostile sects regarding battle parameters, ensuring that the scale, number, and strength remain within an acceptable range. So no matter the outcome, the sect's foundation remains unshaken. Having determined the direction for array cultivation, Qi Ping poured most of his energy into array learning. From basic theory to fundamental exercises in array setup, Qi Ping studied with great seriousness. Unknowingly, more than a month's time passed. After about 40 days, Qi Ping finally used spirit stones to set up his first array, the Celestial Fire Array. Celestial Fire Array, Tier 1 low-level array, upon successful setup, can gather fireballs to launch attacks. At this moment, Qi Ping's Celestial Fire Array covered an area of about 100 square meters. After entering the array, he immediately activated it, directing it to attack himself. Upon Qi Ping's activation, the array immediately began to operate. Around 10 fireballs started to gather from all directions, attacking Qi Ping simultaneously. Soon, roughly 10 fireballs struck Qi Ping's body, generating deafening roars and explosions. Each fireball has reached a speed and attack power comparable to the fireball technique performed by a cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refining. If a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator were hit by this many fireballs, they might end up with no remains. Even those at the 4th or 5th layer face the risk of severe injury or demise. Having tested the power of the Celestial Fire Array, Qi Ping felt quite satisfied. A Tier 1 low-level array aimed at mid-stage Qi refining has manifested power enough to threaten that level, which is remarkably impressive. Yet Qi Ping noticed that its formidable power was primarily due to his high control of the true meaning of fire. Another Tier 1 low-level array master wouldn't unleash the array's full potential. However, cultivating the path of arrays is incredibly challenging. Even with my current conditions and talents, it took me a month to successfully set up my first Tier 1 low-level array, and it was Fire Element. Truly remarkable. This cultivation difficulty is beyond mere words. Qi Ping can scarcely envision how long it would take to establish an array if he hadn't perceived the true meaning of fire, lacked the Druid identity, and heaven and earth blessing talent, without the advantage of divine soul talent, not to mention his current 9th layer of Qi refining cultivation base. I estimate it would take at least a year to succeed. No wonder there are so few array masters. Without talent, regular cultivation seems much more appealing, or crafting talismans is somewhat simpler and earns money easier. If other array masters knew Qi Ping became a competent Tier 1 low-level array master capable of setting up a Celestial Fire Array in just over a month, their jaws would drop. Because this speed is already incredibly astonishing. Now that I've crossed the entry threshold, beginning the path of array cultivation, I'm confident that the road ahead will be much simpler. Most of this month was spent researching basic array knowledge and practicing fundamental array skills. The actual array setup didn't take long, and Qi Ping successfully established the Celestial Fire Array, thanks to his substantial advantages. Given Qi Ping's current conditions, learning a Tier 1 low-level array is truly a downward comparison. It's noteworthy that during this period, Qi Ping's cultivation level smoothly reached the 9th layer of Qi refining due to ample honey supply, without encountering any barriers. Qi Ping estimated that due to his solid foundation in spiritual power, physical form, and the understanding of the true meaning of the law, breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refining was merely a natural progression. The so-called difficulty of each layer of the late-stage Qi refining is simply due to a weak foundation and insufficient talent. Step by step, Qi Ping accumulated his physical form, spirit, law comprehension, and talent to an immensely profound level. What was once an unattainable late-stage Qi refining was now, for Qi Ping, as easy to traverse as flat ground. Therefore, Qi Ping increasingly disbelieved the claims that one must fight and find an opportunity for a breakthrough amidst life and death struggles. As long as he lays a solid foundation, he can always find the right timing for a breakthrough, and even the most elusive Tao heart can be refined within the mortal world without actively experiencing life and death. If possible, Qi Ping wishes to never experience a single life and death crisis. After breaking through to the ninth layer of Qi refining, Qi Ping clearly felt a significant increase in life force, far more than any previous breakthrough. Moreover, he felt his body gradually reaching a state of perfection, and once perfected, it could be the time for him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After this period of effort, Qi Ping could ascertain that the foundation establishment stage was no longer a bottleneck for him. As long as he fully understood the Tao Heart realm, the bottleneck to the foundation establishment stage would not be able to hold him back. The only troublesome thing is, based on his current cultivation speed, even with enough honey support, Qi Ping estimated it would take 6 months to a year to cultivate to Qi refining perfection. The further into the cultivation realm one progresses, the more it emphasizes comprehension and accumulation, not a simple matter of consuming 1 or 2 high-level spiritual medicines for a breakthrough. Otherwise, wouldn't the juniors of nascent soul cultivators break through to the foundation establishment stage in a few months? The only thing that caught Qi Ping's attention during this period was a terrifying war that broke out among the 3 great families. In the conflict among the Liu, Zhu, and Murong families, the Murong family unexpectedly allied with a Sect power opposing the Cyan origin sect to launch a surprise attack on the other 2 families. In addition, a group of black-robed cultivators controlling demonic insects also joined the Murong family's formation. A bloody battle unfolded in an instant. In Ming Yin's account, the battle could be described in 2 words: mountains of corpses, rivers of blood. Several foundation establishment cultivators were killed, not to mention the cultivators at the Qi refining stage. However, the Cyan origin sect had also prepared a backup plan. After the Murong family's forces launched their attack, they immediately implemented countermeasures. The ultimate outcome was the complete annihilation of the Murong family, with even the most hidden family members being unearthed and split in half, leaving none behind. Yet, the victorious Zhu and Liu families also suffered a Pyrrhic victory, with 60 to 70% of their clan members annihilated. Only some family members in the Cloud Mist Mountain range remained relatively unharmed. It seemed like the Cyan origin sect had won, but the 3 major families it relied on to control Qingshi County were now in such dire straits, significantly reducing its control. This might have been the true intention of those opposing sects. After this battle, the situation in Qingshi County became even more unpredictable. After listening to Ming Yin's account, Qi Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The 3 once lofty and unattainable families that seemed like colossal giants had unexpectedly turned into 1 destroyed and 2 severely damaged in the blink of an eye. In response, Qi Ping could only lament the unpredictability of the world. He also felt that the closer one is connected to the Immortal Cultivation realm, the more likely one is to become a pawn, carelessly turned into cannon fodder, and fall to their death. Sect disciples are cannon fodder. The 3 major Immortal Cultivation clans are cannon fodder. Liu's cultivators fare even worse than cannon fodder. This made Qi Ping increasingly aware of the danger in the Immortal Cultivation realm. In the eyes of those high and mighty powerful cultivators, everything is just a pawn. Once involved, it's impossible to escape the fate of becoming a pawn. Those powerful cultivators can develop prosperity for spirit stone tax revenue, and can also manipulate life and death for their own purposes. Even in Qingshi County, so many people died, not to mention the colossal Qingtian realm. Even bodies of 1,000,000 might underestimate the situation. Meanwhile, this further solidified Qi Ping's determination to create a secret, private haven of his own. For the sake of a peaceful life and continued cultivation, he must stay away from the vortex and hide himself. Because once he is in the vortex, no matter how careful, he might still fall victim to the manipulations of those powerful cultivators. Even though Qi Ping has lived 2 lifetimes, he doesn't consider his intelligence and strategy to match those creatures that have lived for thousands of years, or even longer. This is evident from the previous prosperity of Qingshi County and Qingtian realm. The mode of economic governance and management level even surpasses what Qi Ping experienced in his past life. A single county was this prosperous, not to mention the entire Qingtian realm. Solely from this matter, it could be described as those ancient monsters having strategies near demonic levels. And the only way Qi Ping thought of to escape such calculations was to conceal his existence, because no one can plot against something they don't know exists. Furthermore, he should ultimately harbor no hostility or develop a mindset of opposition, because the Immortal Cultivation realm has the art of calculating celestial secrets and destiny. Once enmity arises, the cause and effect might be calculated, and they might find him and eliminate him. Although the possibility is low, he dare not ignore it. The more Qi Ping learned about the Immortal Cultivation realm, the more he perceived its inherent horror. This danger is limited for ordinary people and somewhat manageable for average talents. But for those hiding big secrets, they are absolutely under the watch of countless eyes, particularly for someone like Qi Ping, whose existence defies common sense. Regarding the war among the three families, Qi Ping specially went to see his elder brother Wong Mountain of the Zhu family to see if there was any opportunity to help. To Qi Ping's surprise, not only was Wong Mountain alive and well, but occasionally, in solitude, he even showed expressions of delight. Apparently, during the battle, Wong Mountain not only survived unscathed but also made considerable gains, securing a significant amount of cultivation resources for his offspring's future. This made Qi Ping both grateful and impressed with Wong Mountain's adeptness. So many people from the three major families perished, yet Wong Mountain not only survived but also reaped considerable benefits, demonstrating significant survival prowess. Upon returning to the mountain peak, Qi Ping distanced himself from the chaos of the outside world and devoted all his heart to the study of array formations. After successfully researching a Tier 1 low-level celestial fire array, Qi Ping subsequently developed the Sea of Fire Array, Nine Flames Array, and other fire attribute arrays, rapidly advancing his array skills. Qi Ping's biggest goal now is to create a secluded territory far from chaos. Initially, a Tier 1 intermediate illusion array and concealment array would suffice, as these arrays, without careful inspection, might remain unnoticed even if a foundation establishment cultivator passed by. This should be sufficient. After all, which foundation establishment cultivator, well-fed, would travel to a barren place to meticulously search using divine sense? Unless Qi Ping actively provokes those big shots, leading them to search the mountain. Qi Ping plans to slowly perfect the array setup on his territory once his array skills improve. His ideal is that his territory will be fortified with multiple illusion arrays, concealing arrays, killing arrays, defense arrays, interference arrays, to create an impregnable fortress. Nearly 40 days later, Qi Ping's array skills improved again, successfully setting up a set of Tier 1 intermediate arrays. By standard, Qi Ping can currently be considered a Tier 1 intermediate array master, although for now, he only knows how to set up fire element arrays. This, however, is not what excites Qi Ping the most. What truly exhilarates him is that, after over half a year of effort, his Druid level finally advanced to level 5. After months of grinding, my level finally increased. I can choose the Druid's advancement now. Druid level, LV4, 289 800ths. Druid level, LV5, 1,600th. It's really great. Finally, I've reached my first career advancement. Qi Ping saw the notification of the level increase, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. Nothing could make him happier than this. No matter how chaotic the world outside was, it couldn't affect his joy in steadily leveling up by grinding experience points. Druid level increased to level 5, initiating the first career advancement. Please select your advancement career. Beast King Druid, Jungle Druid. Choose Jungle Druid. The opportunity for career advancement at level 5 allowed a choice between Jungle Druid and Beast King Druid. Previously, Qi Ping was unable to decide which career was better, as both advancement paths were quite appealing. The advancement career within the Beast King Druid path was very tempting for Qi Ping, but the Jungle Druid advancement was also not inferior. However, after obtaining the Star Spirit Wood Seed, Qi Ping suddenly realized that the best advancement for him was the Jungle Druid path, particularly the Tree Shepherd. This career was most suitable for his secretive development in the mountains and forests, allowing him to best avoid those terrifying cultivator powerhouses in the Immortal Cultivation realm who had lived for thousands of years. In comparison, although the Beast King Druid skills were strong, they did not match Chi Ping's current predicament. What he needed most was a safe and private environment, which the Beast King Druid's advancement could not provide. Moreover, for Chi Ping, the most fundamental talent of the Beast King Druid was the Animal Companion talent, which allowed Chi Ping to share the talents of an animal companion, addressing his deficiency in talents. As long as this condition was met, the primary purpose of future advancements would be to strengthen the animal companion, which was not as significant for Chi Ping itself as ensuring a secure environment and the ability to produce resources safely. Advancement career selection complete. Jungle Druid advancement in progress. Please select your advancement career. Tree Sea Sage, Life Contract Signer, Plant Controller, Tree Shepherd Fallen. Choose Tree Shepherd. Chi Ping made his decision without hesitation. The decision to choose Tree Shepherd was made the moment Chi Ping acquired the Star Spirit Wood Seed. The production machine role of the Tree Shepherd was a capability Chi Ping desperately needed at the moment. Just the ability to efficiently create spiritual land could help Chi Ping solve the most pressing spiritual land problem. And that's just a small aspect of the Tree Shepherd's abilities. This career has enormous potential in the Immortal Cultivation realm. As for other advancement careers, they were good, but not quite as good as the Tree Shepherd, in Chi Ping's view. For example, the Fallen, whose core talent, Fallen Heart, allows for the gaining of experience and abilities through the destruction of forests and trees, is the fastest among all advancement careers. However, while it looks promising, it comes with many pitfalls. For instance, the Fallen has the lowest ceiling among the 5 advancement careers, and the spiritual chi-rich forests in the Immortal Cultivation realm are generally controlled by major forces or kings of demonic beasts. While short-term destruction might have little impact, continuing to do so would inevitably attract hostility and pursuit from powerful cultivators. Even if Chi Ping was very careful and removed all traces, there was always the potential for one mistake that could lead to eternal damnation, the end of his life, and the erasure of his Tao. Especially if he attracted cultivators who could deduce celestial secrets and karma. Being chased by such individuals, no matter where Chi Ping hid, he would still be found and killed. Therefore, in the absence of an imminent life or death crisis, Chi Ping would never choose this career. Being able to steadily develop independently, with minimal entanglement with karma, was the most appropriate choice. Chi Ping aspired to pursue the immortal Tao of longevity and invincibility, not to enjoy temporary pleasure followed by death. Similarly, the Life Contract Signer had very pronounced advantages, but compared to the Tree Shepherd, it was still slightly lacking. The Life Contract Signer's most prominent feature was its life preservation ability. Its core talent, Life Contract, allowed Chi Ping to complete a life contract with a tree. After completing this life contract, even if Chi Ping died, as long as the Tree of Fate remained alive, Chi Ping could be resurrected. Additionally, as his level increased, the number of trees capable of forming a life contract could increase, making its life-preserving capacity quite formidable. Its life-preserving ability was the strongest among the 5 advancement careers. However, this advancement also had its drawbacks that were difficult to ignore within the Immortal Cultivation realm. One was finding the right spirit seeds and spirit trees. How could Chi Ping find the appropriate spirit seed and spirit tree? As Chi Ping's strength grew, only sufficiently powerful trees of contract could completely resurrect Chi Ping. Furthermore, once the spirit trees became powerful, how could Chi Ping ensure his Tree of Fate would not be discovered? This was a problem that proved quite difficult to circumvent. The most crucial factor was that this career lacked much production capability, which was the fundamental reason why Chi Ping decided to abandon it. Chi Ping already had a combination of 2 life-preserving divine skills, wilderness transformation and natural perception, making his current life-preserving ability largely sufficient. Therefore, overall, Tree Shepherd was more fitting for Chi Ping. As for Plant Controller and Tree Sea Sage, these 2 advancement careers were similar to the former 2, each having their advantages, but overall, the Tree Shepherd advancement career was most suitable for Chi Ping. Advancement career selection complete. Tree Shepherd career choice completed, generating advancement career talents. Advancement career talent Tree Spirit contract has been generated. Natural affinity talent transformed into Heart of Nature. Tree Spirit contract. As a Tree Shepherd, you can form contracts with trees and imprint them with a Tree Spirit mark. The number of trees you can form a Tree Spirit contract with relates to your spiritual power. The stronger your spiritual power, the more trees you can contract with. Heart of Nature. You have a high affinity with plant-based energy. Tree Spirit contract is the core talent of the Tree Shepherd. For Chi Ping, to cultivate various spirit trees with special production and combat abilities, he must rely on this talent as the foundation. Chi Ping had considered its use many times in the future, so he had no doubts. It's just this Heart of Nature. After acquiring this Heart of Nature talent, Chi Ping suddenly closed his eyes and began to gradually draw upon the energy within spiritual medicine, then carefully comprehend it. After a good while, Chi Ping opened his eyes again, and when he did, joy filled his eyes. This is the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 5 elements of heaven and earth. Not just the 5 elements of heaven and earth, but also other types of energy. Chi Ping felt the extremely harmonious energy attributes within each spirit plant, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Although this affinity level did not reach the same level as the fire attribute, it was certainly not bad. Trying to comprehend the true meaning of laws beyond the fire attributes for other attributes might not be as easy as understanding the true meaning of fire, but it's certainly not unattainable. Especially since Chi Ping has the comprehension of the true meaning of fire as his foundation. He might well comprehend the entire true meaning of the 5 elements through analogy. However, Chi Ping currently does not plan to do so. With his current level of comprehension, understanding the true meaning of fire in such a short period was already very fast. Even then, it still took 2 moments of sudden enlightenment and the assistance of Sledgehammer containing the aura of the true meaning of fire to help him realize the true meaning of fire so quickly. If Chi Ping truly wanted to comprehend the entire true meaning of the 5 elements, it might take another 10 years without necessarily succeeding. For this reason, delaying the advancement to foundation establishment and golden core stages would be entirely not worth it. If there were conditions to cultivate the path of the 5 elements, Chi Ping certainly would not let it slip by, but not now. In the early stages, Chi Ping plans to primarily focus on his most advantageous fire attribute, quickly establishing a solid foundation, and raising his cultivation swiftly to foundation establishment and golden core. After firmly establishing himself, possessing high comprehension and cultivation talent, he can then transition to the path of the 5 elements without haste. The current stage remains to establish a firm footing and rapidly enhance cultivation. Chi Ping is happy not only because he sees hope for future cultivation in the path of the 5 elements, but also because it imposes fewer restrictions on his cultivation in the path of arrays. This is because, as long as it belongs to plant energy, Chi Ping can perceive it through his Heart of Nature talent. In other words, no matter which array Chi Ping wishes to arrange and learn, as long as he finds a plant with the corresponding attribute, he can become familiar with the energy within it and begin to arrange the corresponding array. In the future, with the help of the Heart of Nature, no matter the type of array, whether it's illusion type, spatial type, or any other type, as long as I find the corresponding spirit plant and comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth within, I can reach the standard for arranging the array. That means the arrays I can learn in the future are no longer limited to fire element, illusion array system, or other simple types, but any kind. This way, I can build an incredibly powerful system based on the most solid shield. And all I need to do is learn the arrays according to this goal and find the corresponding spirit plant, then perceive and become familiar with the heaven and earth laws within. Among the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, array masters have the most severe specialization, because only with sufficient comprehension and mastery of the power of heaven and earth is it possible to arrange extremely powerful arrays. For instance, The Upper Yuan 5 Elements Grand Array and the Duality of All Things Array are extraordinarily powerful arrays, with might unparalleled, but very few can set them up. Setting up these arrays requires extremely high comprehension of the heaven and earth laws and divine soul strength, which very few array masters can achieve successfully. Only those few renowned array masters can accomplish this. But while others cannot, I, with my heart of nature talent, can. Bringing the comprehension level of the true meaning of the 5 elements laws to the standard enough to arrange a 5 elements array does not require me to spend an exorbitant amount of time. As long as I set up the 5 elements grand array, complemented with the illusion array and concealing array, as well as some other arrays with specific effects, it will be enough to fortify my territory. The path of array and the path of cultivation are different. The path of cultivation brings all power back to itself, emphasizing the ultimate burst strength and reaching a higher realm before a lifespan is exhausted. The path of array, on the other hand, leverages the power of heaven and earth, emphasizing the degree of utilization of the power of heaven and earth. A mature 5 elements grand array not only can achieve endless continuity, consume less, but also the power of heaven and earth leveraged by these arrays is enough to overwhelm 10 single attribute grand arrays of the same level completely. If it's considered legendary for cultivators to kill enemies beyond their great realm, then for a truly perfect 5 elements grand array or circulation array, to do so is common enough. Because a powerful array, when leveraged by a strong array base, can mobilize a huge amount of the power of heaven and earth, and this power truly is not something that human strength can easily match. The Immortal Cultivation realm also has a consensus that encountering an array master in the wild means just attacking them directly, as their combat power may be unsatisfactory. But on wanting to face an array master in their lair, the only thing a competitor of the same level can do is to escape. Not doing so is courting death. If it is a top array master, even being one great realm higher, one should not provoke easily, because you never know the amount of effort that array master has invested in his place or what terrifying array has been devised. This is the experience summarized by countless cultivators with blood as a lesson. Various books record many top array masters killing enemies above their level. Such situations are not singular. And Qi Ping now holds the hope of becoming a top array master. For a top array master, although relatively feeble in the wild, they are terrifying within their lair. Qi refining and foundation establishment cutting. Foundation establishment killing golden core is not anything too outrageous. In this way, I am committed to the path of the 5 elements array master. An array master with such combative power within their lair is a perfect match for Qi Ping, who enjoys farming and beekeeping in peace. This could also be the biggest trump card apart from the animal companions. If combined animal companions with arrays, that would be the ultimate trump card among trump cards. Qi Ping's future animal companions will also increase. And if all these animal companions can form a super battle array, crafted by arrays, and integrate it with arrays arranged in the territory, even if a cultivator one great realm higher than Gao Qiping comes to Qi Ping's territory to cause trouble, they likely won't gain any benefit. Moreover, an important point is that becoming a 5 elements array master does not delay my cultivation speed significantly. Its value far exceeds what I pay for. Besides, in the process of comprehending the heaven and earth laws, the upgrade speed of the Druid can also be accelerated as Druids can gain experience by understanding nature, perceiving the heaven and earth laws. As leveling up becomes increasingly difficult, being able to accelerate the Druid's upgrade by understanding the heaven and earth laws is also a good thing for Qi Ping. At first, when grasping the true meaning of fire, Qi Ping gained a lot of Druid experience. Otherwise, Qi Ping's current leveling speed would likely be 1 to 2 months slower. The heart of nature talent is such an unexpected surprise, much stronger than the original natural affinity. Next comes the Beast King Druid. For Qi Ping, this upgrade has not ended. It was merely the jungle druid profession advancing to the tree shepherd. Though the Beast King Druid has not yet advanced, it's still possible to select the upgraded professional skills. Generating Beast King Druid level 5 skills. Please select your professional skills. Beast King Druid. choose one of two curse immunity, Beast King's Will. LV1 Curse Immunity. Reduces or immunizes most curse damage. Passive cannot be upgraded. LV1 Beast King's Will. As a Beast King Druid, you possess a special kingly presence, which can immunize or reduce most mental attacks and slightly enhance spiritual power. Passive cannot be upgraded. Curse Immunity, Beast King's Will. Which of these two skills should I choose? Chi Ping hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to choose Beast King's Will. The skill Curse Immunity is quite good and very rare, but currently, the chances of needing it are too small. Moreover, Chi Ping does not like causing trouble, so the likelihood of encountering such enemies is too low. Wasting a skill slot for a highly unlikely event is obviously unwise. This skill can be saved for later. If I encounter curse-type magic in the future, I can choose Curse Immunity after increasing my Druid level. This time, it's better to choose Beast King's Will, which can resist mental attacks and slightly enhance spiritual power. Compared to the probability of using Curse Immunity, the frequency of using Beast King's Will is much higher. Firstly, while mental attacks aren't numerous, the ability to perform them isn't uncommon. Especially after breaking through the foundation establishment stage, mental attacks will gradually increase. Secondly, the slight enhancement of spiritual power can also make Chi Ping's spiritual power a bit stronger. This benefits Chi Ping in comprehending the true meaning of the law, studying arrays, casting the plant growth skill, and other matters, and the benefits are not small. Moreover, it's something Chi Ping can almost always use, making its value much greater. Skill selection completed. Generating data panel. Name: Chi Ping. Level: LV5, 1600. Occupation: Beast King Druid, primary. Tree Shepherd, Jungle Druid advancement, secondary. Talents: Animal Companion. Heart of Nature, Tree Spirit Contract. Animal Companion. 4 out of 5, Golden Marrow Bee, Young Fire Crow, Enchanting Immortal Fox, 1 Seal, 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Wilderness Transformation, 1/1, Golden Marrow Bee, High Speed Ring Cutting Bee, Big Belly Bee, Balance Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, Ink Armor Bee. Shared Talents: Great Brewmaster, Young Fire Body, Enchantment God Seal, 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Special Talent: Heaven and Earth Blessing. Skills: LV3 Plant Growth, 373 400s. LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 42/100. LV5 Tree Skin Technique, 310/1600. LV2 Healing Technique, 111 200s. LV3 Beast King's Flame, 168 400. Skills: Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart, Natural Perception, Beast King's Will. Druid Level Experience plus 512. Plant Growth Experience plus 208. Beast King's Blessing Experience plus 5. Tree Skin Technique Experience plus 522. Healing Technique Experience plus 79. Beast King's Flame Experience plus 189. It's been over 6 months since the last time my Druid level rose to level 4, and the progress is quite good. Looking at the data on the attribute panel, Chi Ping's face unconsciously displayed a satisfied smile. Thanks to his efforts, the Druid attribute panel has become more luxurious. Every significant change in the Druid attributes brings Chi Ping immense joy. Usually, he assesses whether he is comprehending the right direction and sees the fruits of his labor by observing the increase in experience. Since Chi Ping's Druid skills don't gain experience by mechanically casting spells, Chi Ping can only gain more experience by grasping the correct direction. Therefore, experience isn't gained consistently, but varies with comprehension. But regardless of whether experience is gained quickly or slowly, each time Chi Ping sees the results of his efforts, a sense of satisfaction rises in his heart, giving him more motivation to continue these pursuits. And similar to today's upgrade, it's a time when Chi Ping reaps significant rewards after all this time. Considering the current display on the attribute panel, the success is gratifying. Jungle Druid Profession advanced to Tree Shepherd and gained the key talent, Tree Spirit Contract, which allows Chi Ping to cultivate spirit trees, to nurture spiritual land, produce resources, and cultivate battle-type spirit trees. Natural Affinity, talent evolved to Heart of Nature, greatly enhancing Qi Ping's affinity for plant energy, laying the foundation for him to become an elite array master. The Beast King Druid also gained the new skill Beast King's Will, not only enabling Qi Ping to resist mental attacks, but also enhancing spiritual power, bringing endless benefits. These don't even account for the new animal companion contract slots Qi Ping gained, or his achievements in immortal cultivation techniques. Such significant improvements justify the countless days and nights of effort Qi Ping has put in over more than half a year. After the Druid advanced to level 5 and Qi Ping familiarized himself with his new powers, he gave himself a few days off. After all, both a person's spirit and will have thresholds and need rest and relaxation. Maintaining a balance ensures the efficiency of immortal cultivation and helps maintain a better mindset to face the various challenges on the path of immortality. Occasionally, pushing oneself to the limit feels exhilarating, but constantly being tense may not be beneficial. In the immortal cultivation realm, there are many who have driven themselves mad, either being repressed by other cultivators after going on a killing spree or misled by a heart demon, destroying a lifetime of cultivation. On this day, Qi Ping lay leisurely on a comfortable, soft lawn, enjoying the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Breathing in the fresh air of the forest mixed with the fragrance of medicinal herbs and feeling the robust vitality and comfort of his body, Qi Ping felt incredibly good. This is the true meaning of immortal cultivation. Just then, Qi Ping heard the sound of playfulness in his ear, and he turned his head to see the little spirit fox and the little flower demon playing together. They are both still in their childish nature, at the age where they love to play. Every day, aside from completing the training Qi Ping requires, they either play or sleep deeply, living carefree and leisurely lives. Especially the little spirit fox, which enjoys eating many spirit fruits, living happily, and it even has a stash of spirit fruits hidden in a place known to no one. The little flower demon, having developed spiritual intelligence from the very moment of birth here, has fewer thoughts, sometimes clinging to Qi Ping or playing with the little spirit fox. The only thing that puzzles it is the large crow that perches on the treetop day after day, basking in the sun, not keen on playing with them. As for the bee swarm, they continue their daily task of diligently collecting nectar and producing honey, as their happiness lies in the strengthening of their tribe. And as Qi Ping gazed at the increasingly lively and warm mountain peak, while feeling satisfied, he also felt a sense of regret. This place is getting better, but ultimately it doesn't belong to him, and it constantly faces inspections and threats from the Sect. Outside, an unknown war is ongoing, causing many cultivators to die tragically, and the flames of war could reach here at any time. What Qi Ping wants is a territory where no one can disturb him, capable of dealing with all risks, allowing him to farm and raise bees in peace, study honey, and research spirit trees with various special effects. Like the star spirit wood engraved with the spirit gathering technique, which can efficiently produce spiritual land, or spirit trees that efficiently gather great sun essence, or can launch flame, burst fireballs, and so on, gradually reaching the immortal Tao of longevity and invincibility. As he thought about it, a sudden realization arose in Qi Ping's heart, and a special mental realm slowly formed around him. Is this Tao Heart Realm? As a special enlightenment surged within him, a unique will slowly took shape around Qi Ping. About half an hour later, when Qi Ping opened his eyes again, the special mental realm surrounding him had fully formed. Is this the first level of Tao Heart Realm? And I've comprehended it. Facing this sudden surprise, Qi Ping was momentarily stunned. This realization took Qi Ping completely by surprise. Ever since learning about the Tao Heart Realm from Ming Yin, Qi Ping had been continuously trying and exploring. Qi Ping repeatedly pondered over his experiences in both lifetimes, hoping to achieve insight into his Tao heart. He recalled his previous life's educational journey that started in ignorance and lasted over a decade, studying various types of books, and then entering society where he became a driven laborer, unable to control his fate. Qi Ping disliked this kind of life, but struggled to break through the constraints of family, ideas, and societal rules, ultimately becoming an unnoticed figure amongst the masses. In this life, Qi Ping transmigrated to the Immortal Cultivation realm and was saved by old Zhou when he was on the brink of starving or dying from illness. Later, he endured over 5 years as a bottom-level loose cultivator. Although he lived rather freely, he deeply felt the difficulty of cultivation. The limits of talent and scarcity of resources meant that no matter how diligently he cultivated, Qi Ping was destined for failure. Eventually, Qi Ping gradually let go of his obsession with the path of cultivation and began to accept his ordinary life of beekeeping. It wasn't until later that Qi Ping awakened the Druid profession. With the help of the Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid, Qi Ping began tapping into his animal companion talents and farming resources, thus truly embarking on a slightly hopeful path of immortality. However, Qingshi County also became increasingly chaotic, from tribulation cultivators to demonic insects, and now the Sect wars, resulting in more and more deaths. Qi Ping saw many die tragically in this chaotic era, like ants meeting their end. Both bottom-tier loose cultivators and top-tier immortal cultivation clans and Sect geniuses were all disturbed by this massive vortex. Qi Ping didn't want to live such a precarious life, nor did he want to become one of these people. Rather than working with his head at risk in the vortex, Qi Ping preferred a stable life of farming and beekeeping. Utilizing his druid abilities to nurture spiritual medicine, perceive the natural world, and understand life and death was much more appealing to him. However, no matter how many times Qi Ping recalled and comprehended, he always felt as though he was separated by a thin membrane, unable to break through. This sense of powerlessness in breaking through was something Qi Ping couldn't overcome with any resources. The only way was through his own enlightenment. No external force could aid Qi Ping. Later, Qi Ping realized that he had been too hasty. Many cultivators spend their entire lives trying to comprehend their Tao heart without success. Qi Ping had only been on his path of cultivation for a few years and had already reached this stage, which was already beyond many. The key to comprehending the Tao heart should be to fully experience one's life. It is a matter interwoven through one's entire life of immortal cultivation and shouldn't be rushed. Comprehension should only be sought in between cultivation practices. Qi Ping also remembered that he originally intended to simply take a good rest today, but unexpectedly, he fully comprehended the Tao heart realm by chance. This is like wanting to plant flowers only to find the willows naturally shading. Comprehending the Tao heart truly is elusive. No wonder it could obstruct countless cultivators, even trapping innumerable extraordinary geniuses. However, this Tao heart realm of mine is quite unique. After some contemplation of the mental realm surrounding him, Qi Ping found that it had a pretty impressive protective effect, likely capable of withstanding attacks of spiritual power. But Qi Ping had never read about this type of Tao heart realm in any related books. Common realms include slaughter, ruthlessness, passion, combat, protection, but Qi Ping's did not fit any of these categories. As Qi Ping explored the abilities of his Tao heart realm, he discovered that the Druid attribute panel recorded this newfound Tao heart realm, placing it among the Heaven and Earth Blessings special talents. Special talent: Heaven and Earth Blessing, Farming Realm, first level of Tao heart realm. Farming Realm: a special realm produced after comprehending the first level of Tao heart realm. With a Tao heart realm, one can wield more power of law, energy, and has a good effect in resisting heart demons. Additionally, this talent has 2 major special effects. Effect 1: can form a layer of special protective realm around oneself to resist attacks from various forces like divine soul and spiritual power. The protection will increase as the Tao heart is comprehended more deeply. Effect 2: in the homeland domain of the talent owner, they can wield more power of heaven and earth. The degree of control over the power of heaven and earth can also be enhanced with deeper Tao heart comprehension. Farming Realm, Farming Domain. Is this really my Tao heart realm? Upon seeing his Tao heart realm, Qi Ping was taken aback. There's quite something to it, and he liked it so much indeed. In terms of the basic effects of the Tao heart realm, Qi Ping's Farming Domain is similar to the Tao heart realms comprehended by others, granting a significant enhancement in control over power of law, spiritual power, and the physical body, as well as resistance to heart demon attacks. However, in terms of special effects, Qi Ping's Dao Heart Realm was somewhat unique. First of all, the protection effect was perfectly aligned with what he had been pursuing since he began cultivating, which was defense and safety. The protection intention perfectly matched Qi Ping's defense requirements. But it's the second effect that is somewhat uncanny. It's about controlling more power of heaven and earth within his territory. Actually, speaking of it, it's similar to the Slaughter Realm, which also enhances significantly during ancient battlefields and large-scale wars. Based on the description of Effect 2, my combat power would be enhanced to some extent when fighting within my territory. Moreover, if I can control more power of heaven and earth within my territory, it seems it would be of considerable help for me to deploy powerful arrays. But this would make me more of a powerful array master within my territory, exhibiting explosive combat power with a drastic decrease in combat power outside. Yet Qi Ping wasn't dissatisfied with this. In fact, he rather liked it. Firstly, he originally had no plans to venture out without reason. And secondly, this didn't diminish his individual combat power. Instead, it enhanced his defense further. It's just that his combat strength system is exceedingly explosive within his own territory. When venturing outside, with wilderness transformation and natural perception, escaping wouldn't be a problem, especially with both my swarm and I having broken through to the Foundation establishment. The massive Tier 2 swarm makes survival capability equally impressive. Given this, it's not a bad idea. Encountering strong enemies, I can retreat to my territory and annihilate them there. Though if I lure them back, I must root them out completely to prevent my territory's information from leaking. Overall, Qi Ping was extremely satisfied with the Dao Heart Realm he had comprehended. For someone who enjoys farming, it couldn't be more appropriate. I'm just curious about what effect my Dao Heart Realm will have when merged with the true meaning of fire. Like the Slaughter Realm merging with Sword Intent, becoming the extraordinary Slaughter Sword Intent. Thinking of this, Qi Ping was quite curious, so he immediately began to fuse them. When Qi Ping mobilized the true meaning of fire, the Dao Heart Realm naturally fused with it. This fusion process didn't encounter any obstacles or difficulties. The Dao Heart Realm truly is the core for a cultivator to control the majestic power of heaven and earth. After comprehending the first realm of the Dao Heart Realm, my control over spiritual power, body, and the true meaning of laws has improved so much. The difference between now and when I hadn't comprehended the Dao Heart Realm is like night and day. Currently, Qi Ping's level of control over his own power is as if someone who has been gutting fish for decades is familiar with their fish-gutting knife. Before comprehending the Dao Heart Realm, it was like a novice just learning to gut fish. The difference is indeed significant. This is also the daunting gap between a true Immortal Cultivation genius and an ordinary cultivator. Then Qi Ping called down Yaya for sparring practice. After some combat, Yaya looked at Qi Ping with some astonishment. "Caw, boss, is this special power the realm you comprehended?" Yaya could clearly feel a very special power resisting its attacks. With the blessing of this special power, Qi Ping's spiritual power defense was extremely high, and even all the moves Qi Ping performed carried this special power. Every attack from Yaya, no matter the angle or method, couldn't avoid the obstruction of this power, making the fight very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Qi Ping fought with great enjoyment. Under this special power, Qi Ping clearly felt that his spiritual power and moves carried a layer of protection trait, effectively blocking and weakening any attack he received. This power was covering every corner of his body, both inside and out, quickly blocking any form of attack, greatly enhancing Qi Ping's response capability and speed in the face of attacks. Although this power lacks offensive qualities, the defensive strength of this protection trait is really quite strong. After experiencing this trait in battle, Qi Ping felt extremely satisfied. With his current strength, he can completely resist any form of Yaya's attack. Yaya's strength is not weak, as it previously managed to desperately slay the genius which from the Demon Sky Sect who comprehended demon intent, thanks in part to a restraining effect, but it still shows Yaya's strength. But now, with the added protection trait of the Dao Heart Realm, Qi Ping feels little pressure in defending against Yaya's attacks. Qi Ping's ability to preserve his life has been further improved. Yes, this is a special power I acquired after comprehending the Tao Heart Realm. The trait is mainly about protection and defense, effectively defending against any form of attack. Qi Ping affirmatively responded to Yaya's question. Ka. This protection trait is too amazing. Ka. Even with my full strength, it's difficult to hurt you, and every attack makes me particularly uncomfortable. Feeling this power, Yaya couldn't help but feel a bit envious. It's just that the cultivation systems of spirit beasts and human cultivators are different, so Qi Ping's system couldn't be cultivated by Yaya. Seeing Yaya's envious feelings, Qi Ping comforted it. When you awaken the Great Sun body, you will truly master the power of the Yang Fire Crow, and then your combat power will increase once more. Ka. Rest assured, boss. Yaya will work hard. How long until you break through to Tier 2? Ka. I estimate within a month. Maybe I can even awaken the Great Sun body simultaneously. When he said this, Yaya's tone was somewhat proud, as this was the result of its relentless cultivation day and night. Good. I've also cultivated some high-year spiritual medicines for you. I'll have the bees make honey from them. Ka. Thank you, boss. After testing the power increase from the Tao Heart Realm comprehension, Qi Ping felt very satisfied. Nothing makes him happier than an enhancement in his survival capability. Immediately afterward, Qi Ping handed over cultivated spiritual medicines of 350 years old Tier 1 intermediate fire spirit grass, nearly 300 years old Tier 1 high-level fire mist grass, and a pile of accompanying medicinal materials to the brewer, Big Belly Bee. Currently, the age of these spiritual medicines is already the limit of Tier 3 plant growth, and it's getting increasingly difficult to cultivate as they age. Therefore, Qi Ping could only wait until the plant growth skill improved to level 4 to cultivate 500-year-old blood ginseng. However, even 300-year-old spiritual medicines have very strong effects, and Qi Ping cultivated 2 servings of each to support Yaya in breaking through to Tier 2, which is more than sufficient. If there's any left that Yaya can't use, Qi Ping will reserve them for his own use when he breaks through to the foundation establishment. After dealing with the spiritual medicines, Qi Ping rested for 2 more days and, feeling ready, eagerly began researching arrays. However, this time Qi Ping was not researching fire arrays, but started researching the setup of illusion arrays and concealment arrays. Qi Ping could now easily set up Tier 1 intermediate arrays and was already a genuine Tier 1 intermediate array master. It's time to start researching illusion arrays and concealment arrays. Tier 1 intermediate illusion arrays and concealment arrays should temporarily be enough to ensure my concealment in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. After all, the confirmed location belongs to a desolate area, and after observing for a few months, no one has passed by, and even birds and beasts are rare. Given the unstable current situation, it's better to quickly build a preliminary base for the territory and move the important spiritual medicines and spiritual source stone pillars there for cultivation, while keeping peaks 28 and 29 as a decoy. In reality, Qi Ping's concerns were not unfounded. After researching illusion arrays and concealment arrays for over a week, Ming Yin sent a message via a communication talisman. Brother Qi, due to the consecutive deaths of disciples deployed to Qingshi County by rival sects, it's possible that Foundation establishment stage cultivators will be mobilized soon. Please be very careful. I'll inform you of more detailed information when I have it. Upon seeing this message, Qi Ping couldn't help but frown. Although Ming Yin had mentioned a while ago that Qingshi might be developed into a Foundation establishment battlefield, and Qi Ping had prepared for it, he still felt some concern upon receiving the news. After all, those are Foundation establishment cultivators, and right now Little Flower Demon and Yaya haven't broken through to Tier 2. Even if the swarm of bees has the potential to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, paying a huge price in casualties would still be a loss for Qi Ping. After all, those 10,000 combat bees are Qi Ping's ultimate trump card and the greatest reliance for escape. If depleted, it would take a considerable amount of time to cultivate them again. So Qi Ping would absolutely not deploy the swarm against Foundation establishment cultivators unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Qi Ping could only accelerate his array research speed, hoping to quickly construct a secret domain. But just a week later, Qi Ping received some good news. Yaya is preparing to break through to Tier 2. The rising sunlight pierced through the night, scattering its golden rays over the cloud mist mountain range. A crow with magnificent demeanor and glossy feathers stood imposingly on a massive boulder. When the first ray of sunlight fell on this crow, a powerful flame and the power of the great sun suddenly rose around the crow, turning its feathers a shade of black gold. When it opened its eyes, a golden red flame was burning within, and the flame mark on its forehead emitted a dazzling golden red glow. Far from the black crow, thousands of bees exuding a dangerous aura hovered around. At the center of the bee swarm stood a simple-dressed, delicate-looking young man. A small flower demon with light purple wings perched on his shoulder, and a snow-white little spirit fox snuggled in his arms, its dreamy eyes curiously watching the large crow that loved basking in the sun. Chirp, chirp. Leader, is Yaya about to break through to Tier 2? The little spirit fox asked curiously. Qi Ping nodded affirmatively. After such a long time, one of Qi Ping's 4 animal companions was finally about to break through to Tier 2, making him extremely happy. Originally, Qi Ping hoped to use the plant growth skill's power to accelerate the little flower demon's breakthrough to Tier 2, but no matter how much energy he infused, it remained at Tier 1 perfection, unable to break through. This made Qi Ping realize that the plant growth skill wasn't omnipotent. Even for plant-type spirit beasts, this skill couldn't replace the spirit beast's own effort and comprehension. It could only speed up its growth. However, the little flower demon's foundation became incredibly solid under the massive plant growth energy, and its 100 Eyes demon realm reached a highly proficient level through training. At this moment, Yaya, driven by both its own effort and the resources provided by Qi Ping, was the first to sprint towards Tier 2, clearing Qi Ping's mild frustration. As long as Yaya breaks through to Tier 2. Chirp, chirp. Yaya is amazing. I wonder when I can break through. Fufu wants to grow up quickly too. Chirp, chirp. Then Fufu can help leader, just like Yaya. As long as you eat the fruits regularly and train diligently, you'll grow up quickly. Qi Ping patted the little spirit fox's head in reassurance. Chirp, chirp. Fufu will do its best. On the other side, enveloped by the flame and the power of the great sun, Yaya also unhesitatingly began its sprint to Tier 2. Caw-caw. Tier 2. Caw-caw. I, Master Crow, am here. All along, it had various fire attribute honey provided by Qi Ping to enhance its spiritual qi and strengthen its body. Furthermore, after transforming into a young fire crow and absorbing the vast amounts of the power of the great sun, its foundation had been tempered to an incredibly solid level. Endlessly bathing in the power of the great sun brought about subtle changes in its will, divine soul, and body. So, seizing the first ray of light at dawn, after absorbing a wisp of purple qi from the sunlight, it no longer suppressed its body, which was ready to transform at any moment. With a tremor of the earth, an overwhelming pressure from its powerful body and spiritual qi burst forth, completely surpassing Tier 1. The young fire flame, at that moment, frantically transformed and burned, facilitating Yaya's bodily transformation. Mysterious golden light began to emanate from Yaya's jet-black feathers, while pale golden exotic patterns appeared on its feathers. The golden-red flame mark on Yaya's forehead became increasingly majestic, and a mysterious pressure erupted inexplicably, causing all the surrounding creatures, including Qi Ping, to shudder inexplicably. What is this pressure? Qi Ping was inexplicably shocked by the mysterious pressure, feeling within it a sacred, majestic, and vast, boundless aura. Even the true solar fire deep in Qi Ping's blood trembled intensely for a moment. Looking at the impact on the other animal companions reinforced it further. The little spirit fox instinctively curled up. Many bees fell from the sky at that moment, taking a while to get back up. Goodness! Seeing this, the shock in Qi Ping's heart increased again. Is this the pressure of a higher spirit beast bloodline? The little spirit fox was relatively fine, but the bees didn't handle it too well. However, Qi Ping also knew this was normal. considering the bees with the Golden Marrow bloodline were far inferior to Yaya with the Golden Crow bloodline. Furthermore, as Yaya was at the critical point of its bloodline enhancement and breakthrough, it might even manage to awaken the rarely seen Great Sun body in the Yang Fire Crows, while its bloodline pressure was at a peak. Thus the bees' reactions were understandable. But once the bees reached Tier 2 and successfully devour the Demon Insect King's bloodline, things might change. As a creature detested by the heavens and earth, if the bees manage to mutate a few through the Demon Insect King's bloodline, their swarm strength will reach an unimaginable level. At the moment of that mysterious pressure's eruption, Yaya instantly fell into a deep sleep. But Yaya's transformation did not halt. Instead, it intensified. The flames around it grew more ferocious, and the high-grade spiritual medicine cultivated honey placed nearby was constantly absorbed into Yaya, while the power of the great sun surrounding it thickened even more. As Yaya's transformation continued, its aura kept surpassing Tier 1. Its size and bodily strength slowly increased. As the sun continued to rise, Yaya's figure was completely engulfed by the blazing flames and the power of the great sun, its form completely disappearing from Qi Ping's view. Confronted with Yaya in transformation, Qi Ping, although sensing Yaya's very good state and having enough confidence in it, couldn't help but worry a little. After all, from breaking through Foundation establishment, the path of Immortal Cultivation meant every step was a challenge of heaven. To claim there is no risk at all is utterly absurd, and history is not short of genius talents who fell at this step. But with Yaya's foundation and bloodline, there should be no problem. Believe in Yaya. Saying this, Qi Ping suppressed a sliver of worry in his heart, summoning the true meaning of fire, and slowly starting to comprehend the special fire attribute powers around Yaya. This special power generated during the breakthrough process is indeed very worth comprehending, something very rare, and Qi Ping certainly wouldn't miss it. This state continued from sunrise to sunset, with the flames around Yaya slowly retracting. A black shell-like substance was firmly wrapping Yaya, concealing all its aura, except for a stronger beating heart pulsing inside. Qi Ping stopped his state of comprehension, carefully observing the surroundings, needing to be cautious as this moment approached. Currently, Yaya should have passed the most dangerous stage, being just a step away from transforming completely into a Tier 2 spirit beast. If someone intervenes and causes all efforts to go in vain, it wouldn't just be annoying, all of Yaya's efforts all this time would be for nothing. Qi Ping saw every drop of sweat Yaya shed, so he definitely wouldn't let anyone interfere with Yaya's breakthrough. Fortunately, none of such bothersome things occurred, allowing Qi Ping's anxiety to gradually ease. This situation remained until the next day. When the sun rose again, the flames rekindled, and the power of the great sun surged towards the black giant egg. This tide-like power of the great sun rushing in at that moment was far denser than before. Yaya's great sun body should have successfully awakened. Feeling the strong aura rising within, Qi Ping became more certain of this point. This brought Qi Ping considerable joy, as an awakened Great Sun body, Yang Fire Crow's battle power is on a completely different level. This state persisted until noon when the sunlight was at its peak. An extraordinary figure burst through the black eggshell, revealing an extraordinary being. Caw-caw! Master Crow has succeeded. Caw-caw! When Yaya's magnificent and extraordinary body broke through the black eggshell and was bathed in sunlight, the golden patterns on its feathers emitted a dazzling brilliance. The wild and scorching power of the great sun at this moment was as obedient as a small soldier, surrounding Yaya like stars supporting the moon. The golden red flame mark at Yaya's brow became even more brilliant. The biggest change was Yaya's size, which grew again. When its wings spread out, it appeared even larger than a person. Its aura, needless to say, was now completely stable at Tier 2, and its entire body exuded a terrifying pressure. After adapting to the atmosphere in the sky, Yaya landed in front of Qi Ping. Caw-caw. Boss, I've successfully advanced. Not bad. You should have successfully awakened the great sun body too, right? Qi Ping asked with a smile. His mood was excellent at the moment, as his animal companion had finally attained a Foundation establishment level combat power, and it was a young fire crow that had awakened the great sun body. Caw-caw. Thanks to boss's nurturing, I have successfully awakened. Caw-caw. Now, not only can I absorb more of the power of the great sun to strengthen my body, but when fighting under the sun, my combat power, endurance, and recovery power, these can all be increased by 30 to 40%. Caw-caw. Boss, I haven't fully digested my inherited memories yet. I need to take advantage of this active bloodline to comprehend them. I'll talk to you in detail later. All right, go ahead. Of course, Qi Ping had no objection. Such opportunities were rare, and it was indeed important to seize them. Because Qi Ping wanted to avoid anyone disturbing Yaya's breakthrough, he chose a very secluded place deep in the cloud, mist mountain range for the breakthrough. Therefore, returning to the peak took Qi Ping quite some time. Back at the peak, Qi Ping was in an incredibly good mood. Yaya successfully broke through to Tier 2 and awakened the Great Sun body, making it a rare spirit beast with combat power far surpassing that of ordinary Foundation establishment stage cultivators. With Yaya breaking through to Tier 2, plus the swarm of 10,000 bees and the 100 Eyes demon realm of the Little Flower Demon, the three combined should be more than enough to easily slay ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. This way, there weren't many in Qingshi County that could pose a threat to Qi Ping. As long as he didn't actively provoke those strong Foundation establishment cultivators or attract Golden Core cultivators, his safety would be assured. And given Qi Ping's current status, it wasn't even likely that he'd attract late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Then the battle scene Qi Ping might face is something like this. Enemy, 7th layer of Qi refining. A mere early-stage Qi refining cultivator. Hand over your storage bag quickly, and then tell me all you know, in detail. Qi Ping releases the Foundation establishment stage Yaya from the Spirit Beast bag. Why aren't you speaking? Enemy. Spare me, sir. Qi Ping. Spare you? Wishful thinking. Yaya. Incinerate to ashes. This type of battle mode is what Qi Ping likes the most. However, Qi Ping also knows that there's still a possibility of attracting Foundation establishment cultivators. Because he had spent a large amount of spirit stones at the cyan stone marketplace previously, which might have already been exposed, and now he has rented 2 pieces of spiritual land in Zone B. These behaviors are quite abnormal, especially since, in the backdrop of many loose cultivators dying or fleeing, he remains unscathed here, which makes him stand out even more. Qi Ping even suspects that the pair of siblings who came looking for trouble last time, only to be killed by Lin Qingshu, possibly came because of this, and not because of Lin Qingshu. Qi Ping has no better solution for this. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, wanting to obtain cultivation techniques and resources inevitably leaves many traces, many of which are unavoidable. And what Qi Ping can do is try to only leave traces within his range of response. Moreover, it's likely that no one would expect that Qi Ping already possesses the strength to slay ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. This is Qi Ping's true confidence. Before revealing his trump card, Qi Ping is generally safe. However, as the number of people in Qingshi County decreases, he'll eventually be exposed, possibly at any unexpected time. Especially after the opposing sect of the Cyan Origin Sect sent disciples to Qingshi County who were killed by Ming Yin or Qi Ping. Qingshi County might have already turned into a Foundation establishment battlefield. By then, if Qi Ping gets involved and trouble is made for him, it's no longer a matter of just one Foundation establishment stage cultivator. If multiple Foundation establishment cultivators or those genius disciples from major sects get involved, their combat power could inflict substantial losses on Qi Ping. Therefore, it would be best to quickly study and develop a Tier 1 intermediate illusion array and concealment array. Once the secret base is established, he could leave some sentries and defense forces on the mountain peak, and unless he needs to acquire cultivation techniques and valuable spiritual medicine, he could stay in his own territory, cultivating and farming peacefully. Under this pressure, Qi Ping has no choice but to accelerate his research on illusion arrays and concealment arrays. Approximately more than 2 weeks later. Success. Tier 1 low-level basic illusionary array of reality and illusion. Illusionary array of reality and illusion. Tier 1 low-level array, capable of simulating the environment to achieve a lifelike degree. The higher the grade of the simulated item, the greater the distortion. At this moment, Qi Ping was satisfactorily looking at the small hillside in front of him, where he had just set up an illusionary array, with no visible difference in appearance. Qi Ping even let a few small sparrows fly over it, and as a result, the sparrows started circling at the edge after touching the illusion array, thinking they were flying, as usual. When they flew back to Qi Ping, they were curious as to why Qi Ping let them fly. Even a few sparrows far from the array saw normal scenes with no abnormalities. From a naked eye, Qi Ping couldn't see many issues either, unless he used his spiritual power to cover his eyes for close observation or with divine sense. Only then could he find the abnormalities. It seems pretty good, but Tier 1 low-level illusion arrays are still a bit crude. Tier 1 intermediate illusion arrays should be much better. After testing, Qi Ping continued his research on illusion arrays. If other array masters knew that Qi Ping had taught himself illusion arrays in such a short period, it would likely shock them greatly. It's known that the difficulty of setting up illusion arrays is several levels higher than the ordinary 5 elements attribute arrays. The reason Qi Ping could research illusion arrays so quickly was naturally thanks to the Enchantment God Seal and 100 Eyes Demon Realm talents, along with the support from the little enchanting Immortal Fox. Within Tier 2, there are very few who can match the illusion techniques of the enchanting Immortal Fox, and having such a master in illusion around made Qi Ping's research on basic illusion arrays much easier. With this successful case, Qi Ping knew that the day he will build his exclusive territory was not far off.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.